Immortal Cultivation family. My comprehension ability can be stored dest video experiment para intretenimiento y no infringe derechos de autor en iles. Los derechos de la novela while our imaginación del autor original. No reclamamos propiedad. No te gusta respira y queers escuchar est fanfic completo horror. Suscrea bet en nuestro Patreon. Donde encontrarás los mejores fanfics. Chapter 151 Carneo and Sword Sect's Response. Inside the palace. After listening to Zhao Mubei's narration, Zhao Minghao couldn't help but frown. Are you saying that the murder of the Zhao family might be caused by the Master Shenju? Zhao Mubei nodded. Not just possible, but very likely. He paused. The magical power of Dingpo Shenguan was inherited by Master Shenju from the immortals in the upper realm. No one in the entire Wangxinghe knows this magical power, and even the Carneo and Sword sect has no record of it. Hearing this, Zhao Minghao nodded. It should be correct. Carneo and Sword sect can even exchange the sect's martial arts Carneo and Sword Sutra for military merits, so it is not possible to hide a fairy's magical power. Chen Daoxuan said, is it possible that these two zombies in the perfect state of Purple Mansion also found the Shenju Immortal Mansion because of luck, and obtained the inheritance, and then became zombies due to other circumstances? It's not impossible. Zhao Mubei thought about it, but it's unlikely. Generally speaking, people will lose their intelligence after becoming zombies. It is very difficult for zombies to recover their intelligence. At least they have to reach the golden core level to barely recover a little. And if zombies want to achieve the golden core, they must experience a thunder tribulation that is 10 times more terrifying than that of human cultivators. The difficulty of evil things to become a climate is also related to the thunder tribulation. But these two people, although they are in the Purple Mansion level, have consciousness, which is obviously intentional by the person who refined them. And the person who refined them is very likely to be the Shenju Zenran 400 years ago. For a while, Zhao Mubei actually guessed the whole thing. Just by using a replica of the soul-fixing Divine Pearl, everyone guessed that the true man Shenju was still alive. But this news was a bit too sensational. Zhao Minghao and Zhao Mubei all looked serious. Chen Daoxuan, who knew the least about the Shenju rebellion, was the calmest. After all, in his opinion, no matter how powerful the true man Shenju was, he was definitely not the opponent of the Carneo and Sword sect. Patriarch, should we report this matter to the Carneo and Sword sect? Zhao Mubei said with a pale face and bowed. After a long time, Zhao Minghao sighed and said, report it. This matter has exceeded the scope of my Zhao family's response. Hearing this, Zhao Mubei breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the patriarch did not want to solve this problem with the power of their Zhao family. Instead, he chose to report it to the Carneo and Sword sect and ask for help from the Carneo and Sword sect. After a while, Chen Daoxuan saw the communication formation of this world for the first time in the Zhao family. You know, if a force wants to control the territory under its command, it must have enough force to suppress the various forces in the territory. Transportation and communication are also two very important aspects. Transportation. The higher the cultivation level of the cultivator, the more terrifying the escape speed. For example, it is tens of thousands of miles from the Chen family's Shuanghu Island to Lingbei Island. In the past, if Chen Daoxuan came by boat, it would take about a month. Since he became a foundation building cultivator and learned to fly with light escape, it only takes a few hours to cross the distance that used to take a month to cross. This is only comparable to the speed of the Purple Mansion cultivator. The Golden Elixir and Yuanian cultivators have faster escape speeds. Although Guang'an Prefecture is still millions of miles away from the territory directly under the jurisdiction of Carneo and Sword sect. But for a Yuanian cultivator to fly from Carneo and Sword sect, it is estimated that it will take less than a day to arrive. As for the second element of controlling the forces under his command, communication. After seeing Zhao Minghao and Carneo and Sword sect communicate using the communication array, Chen Daoxuan knew that this problem was not a problem at all. Compared with the green scale that Luoli left him, which can only be simply sensed and communicated within a range of 10,000 miles. The Zhao family's communication array can even achieve real-time text communication. Just transmit the message of one party in text, and you can get a response from the other party soon. Of course, the speed of this response depends on the speed at which the other party makes decisions. For example, after Zhao Minghao passed the message to Kainiuan Sword Sect, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, and there has been no response. But Zhao Minghao and Zhao Mubei both know that the top leaders of Kainiuan Sword Sect will definitely discuss countermeasures on this issue. Whether it is sending Yuan Ying's engine to Guang'an Prefecture to take charge, or other decisions, Kainiuan Sword Sect will definitely respond to them. It's just a matter of sooner or later. Kainiuan Sword Sect. In a fairy cave with vast spiritual energy, a lonely figure sat in the fairy palace in the clouds. This figure was wearing the most ordinary cotton and linen robe, and her beautiful long hair hung down to her waist and hips, and was only tied up with gold silk at the goose neck. She sat in the fairy palace, watching the cranes flying on the sea of clouds outside the window, and was stunned. At this time, the space behind her was rippled like water. A young Taoist in a white robe with an unruly expression tore through the space and stepped out. "Senior sister, are you looking for me?" "Yes." The expression on the pretty face of the long-haired woman remained unchanged, and her voice was calm. "The little mouse in Kangshao has been hiding for 400 years and finally moved." Hearing this, the young man, who was originally quite impatient, immediately changed his expression. "Oh, the little mouse is finally willing to come out? Good guy, hiding in that secret space where no one lives for 400 years, isn't he bored?" The young man seemed very happy. "If it were me, I would come out, to breathe even if I died." "Who are you calling me old?" The long-haired woman frowned slightly. The young Taoist immediately begged for mercy, saying, "It was a slip of the tongue, a slip of the tongue. Senior sister, you also know that the beasts in Wangxinghe are a bunch of bastards. If you don't treat them a little fiercely, you really can't control them. Well, I'm going to catch mice. Goodbye, senior sister." After the young Taoist finished speaking, the space was torn apart by him again, and then he stepped into the space and disappeared. Sensing the departure of the young Taoist, the long-haired woman looked at the sea of clouds outside the window again. "Once we catch this mouse, we should do our best to take back the Chuan kingdom. Master, your wish will be fulfilled by your disciple. Do you see it?" the long-haired woman said sadly. In the Zhao family's meeting hall, Chen Daoxuan was an outsider who attended the meeting as an observer, which was the first time for the Zhao family. Chen Daoxuan knew that all this was related to the strength and potential he showed. If Zhao Minghao, the head of the Zhao family, had not heard Zhao Mubei say that he had held back a zombie with the perfect strength of the Purple Mansion and the 10,000 Corpses Blood Evil formation, he would not have paid so much attention to him. In Zhao Minghao's eyes, Chen Daoxuan's talent is even more terrifying than Zhao Mubei, the prodigy of the Zhao family. At least when Zhao Mubei was in the early stage of foundation building, he could never fight against a Purple Mansion cultivator, let alone delay a zombie with the perfect strength of Purple Mansion. If it weren't for his understanding of Zhao Mubei, Zhao Minghao even thought that Zhao Mubei was lying in front of him. How could a mere foundation building cultivator be so strong? Even if Chen Daoxuan is a sword cultivator, this is too strong and completely unreasonable. The foundation building cultivator crossed a major realm and competed with the Purple Mansion cultivator. Anyway, Zhao Mubei can only hold on for a while in the hands of the Golden Core cultivator. It is impossible to fight back and forth with the opponent. "Everyone, the reply from Kainiuan Sword Sect has come." Zhao Minghao's first sentence made everyone, including Chen Daoxuan, concentrate. These days, the Zhao family Purple Mansion cultivators present were all restless because they learned that the true man Shenju was still alive. After all, the extent of the trauma caused by the Shenju rebellion to the Zhao family was recorded in detail within the clan. Patriarch, an elder of the Zhao family, bowed and asked at the bottom of the hall, "I wonder how the Kainiuan Sword Sect responded?" Chapter 152 Hidden Hand. "Dispose of it yourself," Zhao Minghao replied. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other in surprise. What does dispose of it yourself mean? Does it mean that Kainiuan Sword Sect doesn't care, and Guang'an Prefecture and other Kangshao cultivators can do it yourself? Zhao Mubei and Chen Daoxuan frowned slightly. Based on their understanding of Kainiuan Sword Sect, it is impossible for the other party to say dispose of it yourself, unless you play the long game to catch a big fish. The two looked at each other and immediately thought of this possibility. Shenju Zenran is hiding behind the scenes now. Even if Carneon Sword Sect sends a few Yuanying Zenjin to Guang'an Prefecture to take charge, what will happen? At most, this corpse chaos will be wiped out. But it will not solve the problem of Shenju Zenran. Only eliminating the corpse chaos in Guang'an Prefecture is undoubtedly a temporary solution. In this way, it is better to divide this battle line into two fronts. Guang'an Prefecture cultivators will fight against the corpse servants refined by Shenju Zenran in the open. When Shenju Zenran can't help but jump out in person, the hidden hand arranged by Carneon Sword Sect will be dispatched. Catch this mouse that has been hiding for 400 years. In this way, the problem of the true man Shenju can be completely solved. Zhao Minghao understood this deep meaning, Zhao Mubei understood it, and Chen Daoxuan also understood it. But it seems that some of the elders of the Zhao family did not understand it, and they all looked indignant. This time, Chen Daoxuan immediately admired the people who made this decision in the Carneon Sword Sect. Only by acting realistically can you catch big fish. The Zhao family elders in the hall who did not know the truth and were indignant were undoubtedly the best actors. Clan leader. Since the Carneon Sword Sect does not care about us, we don't have to beg them desperately. We, the monks of Guang'an Prefecture, will solve this matter ourselves. Anyway, the Carneon Sword Sect was extremely unfair to us Kangshao monks in the Battle of Zenon Pass. At this point, everyone became more excited. The unfairness of the Battle of Zenon Pass has always been a thorn in everyone's heart. Because Yi Wu Dao, the ancestor of the Yi family who fled in the face of the battle, was not only not executed, but was only symbolically punished by being confined for 100 years. This is not a punishment, it is clearly naked favoritism. Protection. Just because Yi Wu Dao has a good father who is the third elder in Carneon Sword Sect. Otherwise, with what Yi Wu Dao did, the major families in Kangshao might just unite to tear him alive. What about giant cultivators? There are more than tens of millions of Kangshao cultivators. Among them, there are many Xianjiao Zifu who can rival Zhao Mubei. Can Yi Wu Dao resist one Zhao Mubei? Can he resist the second and third? What's more, there are hundreds or even thousands of Kangshao Zifu cultivators. How can Yi Wu Dao, a mere giant and early stage cultivator, resist? But because of Yi Wu Dao's background and the decree of Carneon Sword Sect, Kangshao cultivators can only swallow their anger. Okay, Zhao Minghao stood up from the patriarch's throne. Since everyone thinks that our Guang'an Prefecture cultivators can solve it themselves, why not let my Zhao family take the lead? Join the Yang family, the Wu family, and the Chen family of Xuanhu Island to send out invitations to invite fellow Guang'an Prefecture to discuss the establishment of a coalition. What do you think? The Zhao family elders just shouted fiercely, but they still felt a little nervous when they thought that they were going to fight against the peerless fierce man Shenju Zenran. After all, Shenju Zenran, who held the immortal inheritance in his hands, killed Jianden like killing dogs. There are so few Jianden cultivators in Kangshao, and it was Shenju Zenran who did it. Otherwise, there are so few Jianden cultivators in other states of Wangxinghe like Kangshao and several neighboring states. The Zhao family was also beaten by Shenju Zenran and stayed indoors. Relying on this 5th level mountain protection formation, they held on until the reinforcement of Carneon Sword Sect arrived. This solved the crisis of the Zhao family. Otherwise, if the reinforcement from Carneon Sword Sect had been a few days slower, the Zhao family would have disappeared in the history of Wangxinghe just like the other big families in Kangshao that disappeared. After all, what Zenran Shenju did back then was extremely horrible. He recruited a group of scattered cultivators and burned, killed, and robbed everywhere. Every time he came to a family of immortal cultivators, he would kill and rob, and then set fire to everything on the spiritual vein. It can be said that he was extremely crazy. In addition to not destroying the spiritual vein, there was nothing Zenran Shenju dared not do back then. What's more, the major families in Kangshao united and formed a coalition to wipe him out, but found that this guy was more slippery than a loach. Every time he was in a desperate situation, Zenran Shenju could always rely on the magic weapon inherited from the immortal to survive and escape. It made everyone extremely helpless. Now it seems that Carnean sword sect probably only seriously injured him back then and did not capture and kill him. Zhao Minghao saw that everyone was hesitating and his face suddenly darkened. Why, you were arguing so fiercely just now, but now you are all dumb and afraid of death. Hearing this provocation, how could the elders of the Zhao family endure it? I saw an elder of the Zhao family stepped out of the crowd and swore, if I, Zhao Minghao, am afraid of death, I will be killed by the thunder tribulation. Boom boom boom. A burst of muffled thunder sounded. This elder of the Zhao family actually made a great oath in public. This time, everyone was infected by his emotions, and they stood up one by one, saying loudly, even if I die, I will not regret it. At worst, I will fight them. Yes, fight them. Fear of a bird egg. I was in Zenon Pass, and I survived 9 deaths and survived. I'm still afraid of a few small zombies. What a joke. That's it. Zhao Minghao saw the strong fighting spirit in everyone's eyes, and the smile in his eyes flashed away. Good acting. Good acting. This kind of emotion and expression of facing death with indifference is needed. Zhao Minghao nodded secretly in his heart. After leaving the hall, Chen Daoxuan bowed to Zhao Mubei and said, it will take at least a month to notify fellow Daoists in Guanghan Prefecture. It will probably take several months to form a coalition. I have to go home first, otherwise I will always be worried. Zhao Mubei certainly knew what Chen Daoxuan meant by worry. He immediately comforted him. Brother Chen, don't worry. The Zhao family's land is to the right of my Lingbei Island, and your Chen family's Xuanhu Island is to the left of my Lingbei Island. Even if they want to go to your Chen family, they have to go past my Zhao family. That being said, if you don't go back, you will always feel uneasy. If you feel uneasy, you will feel uneasy. Having said that, Zhao Mubei couldn't keep him anymore, so he had to bow and say, take care on your way. Well, take care, brother Zhao. After that, Chen Daoxuan turned into a light and flew towards Lingzhou City. He hadn't forgotten that before he left Chen Zion alone in Lingzhou City. Now a few days have passed. I don't know if Chen Zion is still in Lingzhou City. It was reasonable for him to go to Lingzhou City first. Chen Daoxuan had a hunch that it would take more than a day or two to fight against the true Man Shenju, even with the hidden tricks of the Carnean sword sect. Because from the fact that this guy had been hiding for 400 years, it was clear that he was a very despicable person. Without absolute certainty, he would never go down in person. Chapter 153, Yang Family's Attraction. A few hours later, Chen Daoxuan's light of escape landed outside Lingzhou City. Before he entered Lingzhou City, a Yang family cultivator waiting at the city gate recognized Chen Daoxuan. This Yang family cultivator was over middle-aged, with a handsome appearance, and looked quite likable. Are you Chen Daoxuan, fellow cultivator? Fellow cultivator is. Chen Daoxuan didn't recognize who the other person was for a while, and could only recognize that he was a cultivator from the Yang family by his clothes. The middle-aged cultivator bowed and smiled. Fellow cultivator, please don't misunderstand. This is the first time we meet. I'm waiting for you here on the orders of the clan leader. Oh, the order of Patriarch Yang. Chen Daoxuan's heart moved. That's right, fellow cultivator, please. The middle-aged cultivator said, making a gesture of invitation. Chen Daoxuan nodded. Fellow cultivator, please lead the way. This is Lingzhou City, and he is skilled and courageous, so he is not afraid of anyone pretending to be a cultivator from the Yang family to harm him. After an incense stick, the two people's escape lights stopped in front of the Yang family's land. This was Chen Daoxuan's second visit to the Yang family's land. The last time he came, he was only a cultivator in the key refining stage. Although his strength was not weak, he could even kill a female cultivator from the Chuan kingdom, who was in the early stage of foundation building with bare hands. But compared with his current strength, there is no doubt that there is a world of difference. After several battles with different enemies, Chen Daoxuan has basically determined the upper limit of his strength, which is probably similar to that of a cultivator in the early stage of Purple Mansion. The only thing he is currently inferior to a cultivator in the early stage of Purple Mansion is probably in defense. In short, Chen Daoxuan now can barely be regarded as a slightly weaker cultivator in the early stage of Purple Mansion. This is the foundation for the strongest sword cultivator. Chen Daoxuan also had a guess in his mind as to why the Yang family wanted to find him. No doubt they took a fancy to him, the second sword cultivator in Guanghan Prefecture, and wanted to invest in him in advance. The reason why the big family stands firm. In addition to the family heritage, the invisible network of people is also another magic weapon for them to continue the family. For example, Zhao Mubei and Chen Daoxuan have experienced a life and death friendship. If Zhao Mubei comes to the door to ask for help, when the Zhao family is in trouble, can Chen Daoxuan sit back and do nothing? Obviously impossible. This is what the Yang family is thinking at the moment. Although it is a little late to invest in Chen Daoxuan now, it is better than doing nothing, right? With Yang Linyuan's shrewdness, how could he not understand this truth? Soon, Chen Daoxuan met the head of the Yang family again in front of the Linghu Lake where he met Yang Linyuan last time. What surprised Chen Daoxuan was that in addition to the white-haired Yang Linyuan, there was also a white-haired old man who was talking to Yang Linyuan. Beside the two of them, a beautiful woman stood by, like a maid. Chen Daoxuan immediately recognized that the woman standing beside the two of them was none other than Yang Gangwen, the Xianjiao cultivator of the Yang family. 13th uncle. Chen Daoxuan called from a distance. Hearing the voice, Chen Ziyan turned his head and glanced at Chen Daoxuan, then smiled at Yang Linyuan. Brother Yang, just mentioned my nephew. My nephew is here. Ha ha ha. Yang Linyuan laughed, stood up, and bowed to Chen Daoxuan, saying, fellow Daoist Chen, how are you? Thank you for your concern. Senior Yang, I'm doing fine. Chen Daoxuan bowed calmly. Seeing Chen Daoxuan's expression, Yang Linyuan coughed and said, Wana, why don't you apologize to fellow Daoist Chen? As he said that, he gave Yang Gangwen a look. Hearing that, Yang Gangwen bit her red lip slightly, then bowed her head and said, Wana provoked the relationship between the Chen and Wu families a few days ago, which was really a mean act. Please forgive me, fellow Daoist Chen. As he said that, he looked at Chen Daoxuan with a pitiful look. Seeing her sincere apology, the little grudge in Chen Daoxuan's heart disappeared. From Yang Gangwen's perspective, he could understand why the other party wanted to sow discord between the Chen and Wu families. Because the spiritual instruments in Lingzhou City, which was dominated by the Yang family, were basically provided by the Wu family. In this way, the Wu family undoubtedly controlled one of the lifelines of Lingzhou City. This made the Yang family feel uneasy, and they urgently needed to find a new force to balance the Wu family's monopoly on the spiritual instrument market in Lingzhou City. This new force was the Chen family. Therefore, Yang Gangwen wanted to sow discord between the two families in order to prevent the Chen and Wu families from colluding and jointly monopolizing the spiritual instrument market in Lingzhou City. But in Chen Daoxuan's view, Yang Gangwen's behavior was childish. Because both the Chen and Wu families were famous for refining instruments. The reason why the two families did not have a big conflict now was because the Chen family specialized in the low-end spiritual instrument market, while the Wu family's spiritual instruments were mainly concentrated in the first grade and second grade spiritual instruments. And the Wu family's customer base was mainly the children of the family. But with the improvement of the Chen family's refining level and the increase in the number of refiners in the family, it was only a matter of time before the Chen and Wu families came into conflict. Unless the Chen and Wu families can open up the magic weapon market outside Guanghan Prefecture. But if you want to do business outside Guanghan Prefecture, the family's reputation is not ordinary. Otherwise, if you go to someone else's territory, you are likely to be suppressed. At present, in Guanghan Prefecture, only the Zhao family has the strength to expand their business to the entire Kangzhou. Even the Yang family, the second largest family in Guanghan Prefecture, only monopolized the ship business in Guanghan Prefecture and did not expand this business to other prefectures. It's just a little thing. I have forgotten it a long time ago. Fairy Yang, don't worry about it anymore. Chen Daoxuan bowed his hands. Hearing this, Yang Linyuan laughed and said, yes, there are some grudges, just talk it out. But having said that, my Yang family was wrong after all, and it's not enough to just apologize with empty words. After that, he looked at Yang Gangwen. Wana, why don't you take out the things? Oh. Yang Guangwen made a playful expression and immediately took out a sword box from the storage bag. Open the sword box in public. A sword energy shot up into the sky, and as a sword energy gradually subsided, a flying sword with spiritual light appeared in front of Chen Daoxuan. A third level flying sword. Chen Daoxuan looked at Yang Linyuan in shock, and said with a bow, "Senior Yang, forgive me for being frank, this apology is too precious, I can't accept it without merit." Alas, Yang Linyuan sighed. It seems that fellow Daoist Chen still refuses to forgive my Wana. After saying this, he couldn't refuse this apology. However, this is a third level flying sword. And it is a third level top grade flying sword. If this flying sword is sold at an auction house, it can be sold at a sky high price of more than 1 million spirit stones. This rare treasure, the Yang family actually gave it away. You know, the flying sword used by Zhao Mubei is just a third level top grade. But when he thought of the power of the third level top grade flying sword, Chen Daoxuan couldn't control himself again. Although the third grade high quality flying sword is worth more than 1 million spirit stones, it does not mean that you can definitely buy it if you spend 1 million spirit stones. Because this level of treasure is a rare opportunity. If you want to buy it, it depends on your luck. Although he was very tempted, Chen Daoxuan was still weighing the pros and cons in his heart. Chapter 154 Danger and Opportunity. Seeing Chen Daoxuan remain silent, Yang Linyuan knew his concerns, folded his hands, and said solemnly, "Fellow Daoist Chen, don't worry. The reason why our Yang family did this is because Wana acted recklessly a few days ago and wanted to apologize to you. Secondly, it is to establish a good relationship with you, and there is no other intention. Just to establish a good relationship?" Yang Linyuan nodded. "That's all. That's all. If Chen Daoxuan refuses again, he will be at a loss." He looked at the sword box that Yang Guangwen respectfully presented with both hands, took out the third level top grade flying sword with aura, and couldn't help but feel excited for a while. As a sword cultivator, Chen Daoxuan is naturally a sword lover. This flying sword is the best quality flying sword he has ever come into contact with. Compared with the two natal flying swords he refined, there is undoubtedly a world of difference. Seeing Chen Daoxuan accept the flying sword, Yang Linyuan stroked his beard and said with a smile, "This flying sword has no name yet. Fellow Daoist Chen can give it a name." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan looked at the flying sword body under the reflection of the water of Linghu Lake, emitting bursts of rainbow light, and thought, seeing its rainbow light flashing, why not call it the Rainbow Sword? Rainbow Sword, a good name. Yang Linyuan nodded. After accepting the gift from the Yang family, the atmosphere among the crowd suddenly became harmonious. The previous unhappiness was completely over. During the casual chat, Chen Daoxuan told Yang Linyuan about what he saw and heard on Lotus Island in the response from Kainyuan Sword Sect. Obviously, although Yang Linyuan knew that something happened to the Zhao family, he did not know that the situation was so serious, and he did not know that the matter had actually alarmed Kainyuan Sword Sect. At this moment, whether it was Chen Zion or the two grandparents of the Yang family, they were all speechless. It was obvious that they were shocked by the news that Chen Daoxuan said, and they couldn't recover for a long time. After a long time, Yang Linyuan sighed. It's a troubled time. His tone was bleak, and he obviously felt sad for the extinction of the Zhao family, which was also a big family in Guanghan Prefecture. Although his Yang family was stronger than the Zhao family, it was also limited. If it was a Yang family that was attacked this time, it might not be much better than the Zhao family. After all, his Yang family only had one Purple Mansion fighter, and the other party had at least two Purple Mansion perfect fighters, plus a group of Foundation building corps servants. With deliberate calculations, the Yang family might not be able to resist. Thinking of this, the Yang family's grandfather and grandson suddenly felt a sense of urgency. Not only Yang Linyuan, Chen Zion also felt a sense of horror. Compared with big families such as the Zhao family and the Yang family, the Chen family's strength was simply too weak. Although there was a Chen Daoxuan whose combat power was comparable to that of the early Purple Mansion. But although Chen Daoxuan was strong, how could he protect so many young cultivators and mortals in the Chen family? Thinking of this, Chen Zion couldn't help but worry. the only backbone of the Yang family and Chen Zion now probably pin their hopes on the coalition, led by the Zhao family. At this moment, Yang Linyuan realized that when something really happened, no matter what the layout and calculations were, they were not as useful as their own strong strength. He believed that, although the Zhao family would be nervous, they would never be afraid. At least they would not be afraid of two zombies with perfect strength of the Purple Mansion. To be honest, these two zombies with perfect strength of the Purple Mansion could only compete with Zhao Mubei by relying on the advantage of the formation. In a normal environment, they are not Zhao Mubei's opponents at all. How could the Zhao family be afraid of such an opponent? In the final analysis, the only foundation in this world is strength. After the uncle and nephew of the Chen family said goodbye, Yang Linyuan watched the two leave and stood in the pavilion for a long time unwilling to speak. Grandfather, I want to break through the Purple Mansion period, Yang Gangwan said with a firm look. Hearing this, Yang Linyuan's eyes softened and he whispered, you won't wait. Yang Gangwan shook her head. No, with my water spirit body and the water attributed skills, although I'm not as good as the true essence after the sword will, I'm much stronger than the cultivators of the same level. Most importantly, I don't want the Yang family to be helpless when encountering the same thing in the future and can only watch you, grandfather, fight to the death. Alas, good child, it is the family that has delayed you, Yang Linyuan said with emotion. Yang Gangwan smiled and shook her head. In the sky, a beam of light passed by at high speed. In the beam of light, Chen Daoxuan and Chen Zion stood side by side on the flying sword with a sword blade about 10 feet long. There was a long silence. Chen Zion was the first to speak. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Yes. Chen Daoxuan nodded. Millions of Zhao family members were wiped out in one day. Shenju Zenran is far more cruel and vicious than the rumors say. It's a pity that there are still casual cultivators who don't know the truth and say he is a hero. As he said that, Chen Daoxuan shook his head. Anyone who has carefully understood the actions of the true man Shenju will definitely sneer at him. Although this person is much stronger than the cultivators of the same level, he is definitely a cancer in Kangzhou and even in the surrounding states. He gathered a group of independent cultivators and burned, killed, and looted the major Immortal Cultivation families. It was not because of the uneven distribution of cultivation resources between independent cultivators and family cultivators. It was for himself. The secret method of divine consciousness practiced by the true man Shenju requires a large amount of spiritual medicine to restore divine consciousness. This is the fundamental reason for his burning, killing, and looting. Unlike the rumors in later generations, the true man Shenju is a hero among the independent cultivators. He is fighting for justice for the independent cultivators. It is also because of him that the Kainian Sword sect chose to attack the Chuan kingdom and fight for the interests of the independent cultivators. This statement is completely nonsense. Although there is a certain factor of transferring internal contradictions in the Kainian Sword sect's attack on the Chuan kingdom, it is definitely not because of a mere true man Shenju. He does not have such a big face. It's just that everything about the true man Shenju has been strictly sealed by the major families. The reason for this is that the surviving families suffered too much loss in the chaos of the gods, and they were too ashamed to spread the news. It was only natural to block the news. In this way, the casual cultivators had no source of information, so they had to use their imagination to guess. As a result, various legends about the god of gods continued to circulate among the people. In fact, none of these legends were reliable. Chen Daoxuan also read the ancient books of the Zhao family before he learned the truth about the chaos of the gods. Hearing Chen Daoxuan's words, Chen Zion nodded, and he said with deep eyes, however, this time against the corpse tide, it is a danger and an opportunity for us. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan's heart moved. He suddenly understood what the opportunity Chen Zion meant. This time Guang'an Prefecture formed a coalition to fight against the corpse tide. There must be a great demand for magic tools. Usually, the environment in Guang'an Prefecture is relatively stable. In addition to the constraints of Kainian Sword sect and Zhao family, few people dare to use force in Guang'an Prefecture. In this way, the necessity of magic tools is greatly reduced. Many independent cultivators do not buy magic tools. The price factor is only one aspect. On the other hand, it is also related to the stable environment of Guanghan Prefecture. But now it is different. Guanghan Prefecture is about to go to war. I ask, which cultivator dares to go to trouble these zombies with empty hands? Chapter 155. Vacant Pill Market. Besides, the Zhao family is a family famous for alchemy, and the number of alchemists in the family is second only to the Zhao family. Even from the perspective of the proportion of alchemists, the Zhao family is the first alchemy family in Guanghan Prefecture. Now that the Zhao family has been destroyed, Guanghan Prefecture's medicine market has been emptied by nearly half. Such a large gap in the medicine market needs someone to fill it. Who will fill it? Compared with the magic weapon market, the profit of the medicine market is even more terrifying. In the past, the Chen family did not have an alchemy inheritance. Even if they wanted to get involved, there was no way. Now it is different. The Chen family has an alchemy inheritance and is still training alchemists in batches. Perhaps their Chen family can bite off a large profit from this gap in the medicine market. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan's originally depressed mood became excited again. In Wang Xinghe and even Xian Yanzhao, the ups and downs of major cultivation forces are common. If Chen Daoxuan is sentimental, he can't be sentimental at all. All he has to do is to continue to strengthen the family's strength. When the Chen family encounters the same thing, you Xian like strength to tell the enemy that they have messed with the wrong person. Chen Daoxuan's escape light was extremely fast. In less than half a day, Chuanghu Island was in sight. Seeing the quiet and peaceful Chuanghu Island, Chen Daoxuan and Chen Xian both breathed a sigh of relief. It was just as Zhao Mubei said. The outbreak of the corpse chaos should be centered on the Zhao family and continue to spread outward. Judging from the map of Guanghan Prefecture, the next family to be hit by the corpse tide is probably the Wu family. Because the Wu family is not far from the Zhao family, only more than 10,000 miles away. If the corpse chaos wants to spread to the Chen family of Xuanhu Island, theoretically it should cross the Wu family, Zhao family and Lingsao city that are blocking them. Therefore, Xuanhu Island is still a relatively safe rear of Guanghan Prefecture for the time being. Of course, once a war breaks out, there is no such thing as absolute safety. After all, this is the Wangxing Sea. These zombies can fly and hide in the sky and can do everything. They can attack from the sky and invade the islands of major families from the underwater world. It's just that they usually don't do this. The reason is very simple. Just like the war between monks, it is necessary to build a fairy city and advance steadily. Each immortal city built by the monks can not only provide spiritual energy for the monks' army, but also provide logistical support for the monks' army. The logistics here refer to magic tools, spiritual armor, spiritual talismans, various elixirs, etc. Without these logistical supports, the combat effectiveness of the monks' army will be sharply reduced to an extremely low level. Not to mention invading others, it would be considered strong enough if they were not beaten to a loss of their own. The same is true for these evil things that need to be tempered by yin shaki and restore their own consumption. If zombies want to fight continuously, of course they have to consume some. What they consume is the corpse key stored in the corpse pill. How does the corpse key come from? It comes from refining yin shaki. Therefore, the corpse tide must also advance steadily like the monk's army, taking the Zhao family's third level yin vein as the foundation, and constantly attacking the surrounding spiritual veins, and transforming them into yin veins. From this point of view, the first to bear the brunt is likely to be the Wu family and the Zhao family. Of course, it is not ruled out that this group of zombies abandon Guanghan Prefecture and directly attack Kangzhou Immortal City. However, Kangzhou Immortal City is the family land of the Yi family. The Yi family is the strongest family in Kangzhou anyway. Two zombies with perfect purple mansion strength want to cause trouble for the Yi family, which is undoubtedly courting death. Even if the real person Shenja left enough backups for the Sun brothers, it would be difficult for them to cause trouble for Kangzhou Xianqing at the beginning. If it were Chen Daoxuan, he would definitely swallow up Guanghan Prefecture step by step. Then he would transform all the spiritual veins of Guanghan Prefecture into yin veins, and then refine the zombie army to attack Kangzhou Xianqing in one fell swoop. Only in this way can the entire Kangzhou be turned into a zombie kingdom step by step. Therefore, the first target that the other party will attack next is likely to be the Wu family. Because the Zhao family is too strong, they are not opponents at all. The Wu family is just right. It has a large population, but its strength is not enough to pose a threat to the Sun brothers. It is the best target. Of course, the Zhao family will not wait for the other party to attack. They will invite fellows from Guanghan Prefecture to form a coalition to break through the corpse refining place on Lionhe Island. As the escape light landed, Chen Daoxuan and Chen Zion stepped on the land of Shuanghu Island again and felt fulfilled in their hearts. You go and do your thing. I'll go to the clan school to take a look. Chen Zion is now teaching the Chen family's children to learn Gyeo and Gong in the clan school. At present, it seems that some progress has been made. After thinking for a while, Chen Daoxuan stopped Chen Zion and said, 13th uncle, I think the situation has changed now. I'm afraid we have to think about the step-by-step training plan we planned before. What do you mean? Chen Daoxuan nodded. I mean, give the first batch of Fu's generation of immortal seedlings Tang Maiden to help them embark on the path of cultivation. This Chen Zion frowned, then nodded. It can only be done this way. He knew that, now that the corpse chaos broke out, Shuanghu Island would be in danger at any time. It would not work to develop slowly and steadily like before, and it must move forward with great strides, including the 9-year compulsory training system that Chen Daoxuan had previously formulated. It must be cancelled. Continue to use the 8-year-old factory system. He knew that Guanghan Prefecture would be in chaos all over the prefecture. Although the Zhao family will form a coalition to wipe out the corpse refining place on Lotus Island. But based on what Chen Daoxuan knew about the Shenzhou rebellion in ancient books, the zombies refined by Shenzhou Zenran would never be so easily wiped out by the monks of Guanghan Prefecture. It is very likely that a protracted war will break out between the two sides. The Chen family must do everything possible to improve the strength of the family. As for keeping a low profile and fear of exposing strength, all of them were thrown aside by Chen Daoxuan. Now as long as the Sun brothers dare to sneak attack Shuanghu Island with their corpse servants, I'm afraid that no one in the entire Shuanghu Island will survive except Chen Daoxuan. At this moment of life and death, it is useless to keep a low profile. Chen Daoxuan will not hope that the Sun brothers can't find the location of Shuanghu Island, right? What's the difference between this and stealing the bell while covering one's ears? Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan immediately felt a sense of urgency in his heart. Chen Zion also knew the seriousness of the matter and immediately agreed to Chen Daoxuan's suggestion. Daoxuan, from now on, you can make the decision on family affairs without asking for my opinion. Seeing that Chen Daoxuan wanted to speak, Chen Zion raised his hand and said seriously, I know that with the current strength of our Chen family, the possibility of surviving this corpse chaos is extremely low, so we must do everything we can to strengthen the family's strength. I'm afraid I will hold you back. Uncle 13, you don't have to say anything. Just remember that you are now the patriarch of the Chen family, and the safety of the entire family is yours. Chen Zion raised his hand and said. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan thought of the Zhao family whose entire family was slaughtered, and nodded solemnly. I know, Uncle 13. Si estás escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas. Significa que lo descargaran y subirán sin esfuerzo te invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas y encontrarás la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos géneros. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 156 Centrifugal Wall Breaker. 3 months later, in the courtyard of the spiritual mansion, Chen Daoxuan looked at the strange cylindrical magic weapon in his hand, his face full of excitement. It really works, Chen Daoxuan said excitedly. Since he got the alchemy inheritance and learned the alchemy techniques recorded above, Chen Daoxuan suddenly had a whim whether he could learn from some methods in his previous life to refine pills. There are several methods for refining pills in the world of immortal cultivation. The mainstream method is fire alchemy. Fire alchemy refers to the alchemist using the alchemy furnace to remove the impurities in the spiritual medicine little by little with the civil and military flames, and finally refine the essence left by the spiritual medicine into pills. In summary, There are probably two steps. First, remove impurities, and second, refine into pills. Unlike refining tools, these two steps of alchemy are very difficult. Whether it is removing impurities in spiritual medicine or finally refining the essence of spiritual medicine into pills, cultivators need to use their spiritual consciousness and true energy carefully, and no mistakes can be made in the middle. Otherwise, if the impurities are not removed cleanly, the refined pill will be useless. Although the waste pills have a certain medicinal effect, the poison of the pills is more terrifying than the medicinal effect. Eating waste pills to death is no joke. Similarly, even if the impurities in the spiritual medicine are removed, if the final refining of the pill is not mastered well, it will also fail. For example, if the fire is not controlled well, the strong flames will directly burn the pill liquid dry. In short, the failure rate of alchemists in refining pills is often higher than that of equipment refiners. Theoretically, a furnace of pills can produce a maximum of 10 pills. But even a senior first level upper grade alchemist can hardly refine 10 first level lower grade spiritual pills in one furnace, and there will always be a few wastes. It's not that the alchemist did it on purpose, but it's too difficult to make 10 pills. To divide a furnace of pills into 10 parts, the alchemist needs to be distracted at the same time, and remove the impurities in each part of the pill liquid, and finally refine the 10 parts of the pill liquid into pills. In this process, there can be no mistakes. This abnormal requirement is difficult to achieve even for experienced alchemists. Chen Daoxuan's sudden idea is to use a special instrument called a centrifugal wall breaker to remove impurities from the elixir in the first step of alchemy. The working principle of this instrument is to use the different masses of different components in the elixir to separate the different components under the high-speed rotation of the centrifugal wall breaker. Among them, impurities are divided into one layer, and the essence of the elixir is divided into another layer. Finally, gravity is used to take out the stratified elixir essence. In this way, the alchemist does not have to be distracted and control the flame to remove impurities. Just wait for the essence of the elixir to leak out under the centrifugal wall breaker, and then refine it into an elixir. In addition, the alchemist can control the speed at which the essence of the elixir leaks out. For example, if some alchemists refine the elixir quickly, they can adjust the speed of the elixir essence leaking out faster by controlling the valve. If some alchemists refine the elixir slowly, they can slow down the speed, which is very humane. In this way, there will be no waste of elixir. Traditional alchemists remove impurities from 10 elixir liquids at the same time, and then refine 10 elixir pills at the same time. The alchemist envisioned by Chen Daoxuan only needs to concentrate on refining one elixir, and the centrifugal wall breaker will do all the rest. Under this condition, even if a pig demon is put on the operation, it is estimated that practice makes perfect over time. After 3 months of experiments, Chen Daoxuan finally refined this special magic weapon. According to the function of the centrifugal wall breaker he refined, when refining different elixirs, the alchemist only needs to equip the corresponding number of centrifugal wall breakers according to the number of spiritual medicines. For example, to refine the lowest level first level inferior spiritual medicine, the key recovering pill, 3 kinds of spiritual medicines are needed. At this time, only 3 centrifugal wall breakers are needed to extract the essence of the spiritual medicines at the same time. Finally, the essence of the spiritual liquid in the 3 centrifugal wall breakers is taken out from the bottom of the magic weapon, and then refined into a pill. It greatly improves the efficiency and success rate of the alchemist's alchemy. And these 2 points are directly related to the profit of the elixir. If other alchemists have a 70% success rate in refining a furnace of elixirs, and yours is 100%, the profit difference is huge. If the success rate of a furnace of elixirs is 70%, if its cost is 100 spirit stones and the selling price is 50 spirit stones per pill, the profit is 250 spirit stones. If the success rate is 100%, the profit is 400 spirit stones, and the profit rate suddenly increases by 60%. Taking into account the improvement of the efficiency of alchemists, the profit is definitely far more than that of the Chen family's Hongmeng magic tool factory, and it will become the first pillar industry of the Chen family. It is said that alchemy is the most profitable industry, and it is indeed true. Chen Daoxuan thought secretly. He happily put the centrifugal wall breaker and the jade slips related to refining this magic tool into the storage bag. Chen Daoxuan stood up. It is too late to popularize this magic tool now. Because according to the agreement, today is the day when the Zhao family invites fellows from Guanghan Prefecture to discuss the establishment of a coalition. So much time has passed. With the ability of the Zhao family, it must have notified all the families and casual cultivators in Guanghan Prefecture. The annihilation of the Zhao family caused great panic among the scattered cultivators in Guanghan Prefecture. After all, in the eyes of scattered cultivators, the Zhao family is a large family second only to the Zhao and Yang families, and the number of cultivators in the family is almost the same as that of the Wu family. Such a large family was destroyed at any time. What about other small families and scattered cultivators? At this moment, everyone was uneasy. There is no wall that is impenetrable. The annihilation of the Zhao family in Guanghan Prefecture soon spread throughout Kangzhou. Even the reason for the annihilation of the Zhao family was deliberately spread by the Zhao family. The information about the chaos of corpses and the real person of God Ju made the major families in Guanghan Prefecture restless. Just when people's hearts were floating, Carnean Sword Sect sent a message again, demarcating Kangzhou as a new war zone. This time, Kangzhou and other Wangxinghe cultivators will record their military exploits according to the strength and number of zombies killed. At that time, Carnean Sword Sect will send special military exploit recorders to Kangzhou to record military exploits. This news immediately caused an uproar in the entire Kangzhou cultivation world. Carnean Sword Sect actually really didn't care and regarded this corpse chaos as a test for Kangzhou cultivators. Some knowledgeable people can see that there is a certain degree of military training in this. As for why Carnean Sword Sect wanted to train troops in Kangzhou, the purpose is naturally self-evident. Chuan Kingdom, Zenan Pass. For more than 50 years, the loss of Zenan Pass by Kangzhou cultivators has never been forgotten. On the contrary, with the successive victories on other fronts, the loss of Zenan Pass is particularly glaring. In addition, the loss of Zenan Pass poses a serious threat to the defense system built by Carnean Sword Sect. Therefore, it is necessary for Carnean Sword Sect to take back Zenan Pass. Before this, the suppression of the corpse chaos in Guanghan Prefecture was just a small test for Kangzhou cultivators. If even a small corpse chaos cannot be solved, let alone the matter of regaining Zenan Pass. Anyway, most of the cultivators in the outside world think so. As for Master Shenju, he was ignored by the Carnean Sword Sect intentionally or unintentionally. Chapter 157, Allied Forces. Lingbei Island. When Chen Daoxuan arrived at Lingbei Island, he found that the port of Guanghan Prefecture was seriously congested. This was the time when he had seen the most ships in the port of Guanghan Prefecture, although there were countless ships at ordinary times. But at this moment, the sails of the port of Guanghan Prefecture were almost larger than the urban circle of Guanghan Prefecture, stretching for hundreds of miles on the sea. Feeling the solemn atmosphere of Guanghan Prefecture, Chen Daoxuan took a deep breath and flew towards the Zhao family's residence in the fairy city of Guanghan Prefecture. For convenience, Guanghan Prefecture directly lifted the air-ban formation today. Chen Daoxuan remembered that the last time Guanghan Prefecture lifted the air-ban formation was when the mermaids attacked Guanghan Prefecture. It was just that everyone was in a playful and watching state of mind at that time. But this time, everyone was obviously not in the mood to watch the show. After all, the bodies of millions of Zhao family members were still warm. The bloody facts told them that this time, the disaster of the monks of Guanghan Prefecture had come. The escape light flashed and landed at the Zhao family's residence in a blink of an eye. Speaking of which, this is the second time that Chen Daoxuan has come to the Zhao family's residence. The last time he came here, he was to find Zhao Mubei to seek Chen Ziyan's foundation building method. This time, it was for the common fate of the Guanghan Prefecture cultivators. Although Chen Daoxuan knew in his heart that the Carnean Sword Sect was likely to have arranged a hidden hand, but he knew even more clearly that the Carnean Sword Sect was completely likely to sacrifice the Guanghan Prefecture cultivators in order to eliminate the true man Shenju. They were not only the front line on the surface, but also the bait to lure the true man Shenju. If they thought that the Kainian sword sect had arranged a hidden hand, the Guanghan prefecture cultivators could rest easy, and they probably wouldn't even know how they died. This was also clearly seen by the Zhao family head and Zhao Mubei. Therefore, their faces were very solemn at the moment, and they didn't look like they had a backup plan at all. The foundation building cultivators of Guanghan prefecture couldn't help but feel even heavier when they saw the expression of the Zhao family ancestor, Brother Zhao. Seeing Zhao Mubei welcoming the cultivators in front of the palace dojo of the residents, Chen Daoxuan bowed and said, "Brother Chen." Seeing Chen Daoxuan, Zhao Mubei, who had a life and death friendship, smiled and said, "You go in and sit down first, and we'll talk later." Okay. Chen Daoxuan nodded and walked into the palace. Entering the palace, the interior was almost full of cultivators. Although this palace is extremely large, it is not a problem to accommodate tens of thousands of cultivators. But this time, there are more foundation building cultivators coming to Guanghan prefecture, estimated to reach nearly 50,000. This time, almost all the foundation building cultivators in the group of casual cultivators came. There is no way. The psychological impact of the annihilation of the Zhao family is too great for everyone. Everyone wants to find a backbone at this moment. The powerful Zhao family undoubtedly has the qualifications to be the backbone. As for the Guanghan Immortal Alliance, it is not taken seriously by everyone. It's okay to go to Lingzhou City to do business at ordinary times, but when it comes to risking your life, you have to look at the Zhao family. On this issue, no cultivator is a fool. As Chen Daoxuan stepped into the hall, the cultivators who recognized him made way for him, bowed their heads slightly, and showed a respectful attitude. "Is this the second sword cultivator in our Guanghan prefecture?" "Yes. I heard that he is a cultivator from a small family. He is really talented." Everyone whispered to each other and talked about it. In fact, there was no need to listen specifically. Just by looking at the expressions of the people, Chen Daoxuan knew that they were talking about him. But Chen Daoxuan didn't care at all. With his current strength, he didn't care about these discussions. Unconsciously, he was no longer on the same level as the foundation building cultivators present. Even the most basic true essence, Chen Daoxuan's true essence, both in quality and quantity, is far superior to the late foundation building cultivators. Not to mention the addition of the sword realm to strength. For various reasons, Chen Daoxuan now stands at the height of a purple mansion cultivator. Just thinking. A Zhao family cultivator trotted over, bowed to Chen Daoxuan, and said, "Senior Chen, your seat is there." This Zhao family cultivator was also a cultivator in the early stage of foundation building, and he actually called him senior. Chen Daoxuan knew that all these changes were brought about by strength. If he was not a sword cultivator, but just an early stage of foundation building, he would be no different from other foundation building cultivators in the hall. Not to mention, being invited to the high platform in the hall. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that those who can sit on the high platform are either strong or have a deep family background. Among the people inside, Chen Daoxuan knew several of them. They were Zhao Minghao, the head of the Zhao family, Yang Linian, the head of the Yang family, Wu Guanggai, the head of the Wu family, and a purple mansion cultivator that Chen Daoxuan had never seen before, probably a purple mansion casual cultivator. You know, it is quite rare for casual cultivators to cultivate to the purple mansion. At least it is quite rare in the Huangxing Sea, but it is very common in the battlefield of Izumo. The one in front of him seemed to have come back from the battlefield of Izumo on purpose. Because Chen Daoxuan could feel an aura very similar to Zhao Mucheng's on him. It was a murderous and evil aura left after a long period of fighting. With this murderous aura, just staring at an ordinary foundation building cultivator would make the cultivator's legs weak. However, this murderous aura had no effect on Chen Daoxuan. He was a man who had fought against even the perfect zombies of the Purple Mansion. Even though he was far from being the opponent of the perfect zombies of the Purple Mansion, this level of momentum could not suppress Chen Daoxuan. Even Zhao Mubei's aura, Chen Daoxuan could withstand it, not to mention the Purple Mansion cultivator in front of him. Glancing at Chen Daoxuan, the Purple Mansion cultivator who was wearing a red Taoist robe, with red hair and a wanton and arrogant face, laughed and said, "It is said that in addition to Mubei, our Guanghan prefecture has a second sword cultivator. Today, I see that he is indeed extraordinary. Brother Zhang, you are joking. Are there ordinary sword cultivators?" Zhao Minghao said with a smile. "Yes, of course." The purple mansion cultivator whom Zhao Minghao called Brother Zhang shook his head. Sword cultivators also have strengths and weaknesses. Although sword cultivators are known to be the best at attacking at the same level, they are not absolutely invincible at the same level. There are also ordinary cultivators like us who can rival sword cultivators of the same level. At this point, he paused. Isn't that fellow Shenju Zenran a typical example? When everyone heard him talk about Shenju Zenran, they all kept silent. Obviously, Shenju Zenran is a taboo for everyone. After all, the harm he once brought to the families present was too great. Chen Daoxuan walked in front of everyone, bowed his hands, and said, "Daoxuan greets all the seniors. Take a seat." Zhao Minghao said with a smile. Chen Daoxuan bowed his hands again and sat down. His seat was arranged between Wu Guanggai and Zhao Minghao, the second position from the beginning. Sitting high on the throne in the hall, looking down at the cultivators below, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but feel a different feeling in his heart. Today's seat not only symbolizes strength, but also symbolizes the status of each family in Guanghan Prefecture in the future. Unknowingly, under the influence of Chen Daoxuan, the Chen family of Shuanghu Island has reached its current position. Chapter 158 Defense Zone Division. My fellow Taoists. In the hall, the voice of Zhao Minghao, the head of the Zhao family, resounded throughout the venue, instantly suppressing the buzzing discussions below. Chen Daoxuan sat on the high throne, looking at the dark crowd below, silent. Seeing that the hall had returned to silence, Zhao Minghao nodded and continued, "You should all know that the entire Zhao family was wiped out 3 months ago. Today, my Zhao family, as well as the Yang family, the Wu family, and the Chen family, invite all of you fellow Taoists to come here to discuss how to solve the corpse chaos on Lotus Island. If you have any opinions, you can raise them now." After the words fell, the people below quarreled again. Ahem. Under the stirring of magic power, everyone felt their bodies slightly tense, and the hall became quiet again. Grandmaster Zhao, at this time, a late foundation building cultivator stood up and said, "Since our fellows from Guanghan Prefecture have gathered here today, they must be willing to obey the leadership and arrangements of the Zhao family. So, what should we do next? The Zhao family just needs to take out the rules and we will follow them." "That's right, your Zhao family says, we will follow it." "Yes." The response from below was a chorus. Seeing this scene, Zhao Minghao nodded with satisfaction and said, "In this case, I suggest that our Guanghan Prefecture cultivators form a coalition army, which will be led by our Zhao family, and invite the powerful cultivators from Guanghan Prefecture to serve as the commander, commanding this army of cultivators, to wipe out the corpse chaos on Lotus Island together." "Good. This is a good move. Okay. It's a good idea." In the hall, the cultivators kept nodding. Chen Daoxuan didn't need to look to know that the ones who took the lead among these cultivators were basically deliberately arranged by the Zhao family. Of course. In essence, everyone hopes to follow the Zhao family and survive this disaster. Otherwise, the cultivators of Guanghan Prefecture are not fools. How can they follow behind them just by finding a few people? Since everyone agrees to form a coalition, I hereby announce that the Guanghan Prefecture coalition will be officially established from now on. After saying that, Zhao Minghao continued, "Cultivators who are interested in joining the coalition can sign up for the army with my Zhao family cultivators after this meeting. Although the battle with the corpse type this time is not on the front line of Chuan country, you can also get military merits." As he said that, he pointed to the red-haired Taoist beside him and said loudly, "This is Zhang Daoyao who was transferred back from the front line of Cunning Sword Sect. He is responsible for according your military merits." Many of the casual cultivators present have been to the battlefield of Chuan country. Naturally, they know the military merit system of Cunning Sword Sect. It can be said that the military merit system of Cunning Sword Sect is the biggest reason why Wang Xinghe casual cultivators can rise in just 400 years. Otherwise, With the monopoly of the major immortal cultivation families in Wangxinghe on the resources for cultivation, the independent cultivators could not even get the spiritual energy they needed for their normal cultivation, let alone rise. Upon hearing this, the Taoist named Zhang stood up, bowed to everyone, and then sat down. Everyone seemed to be unfamiliar with this purple mansion cultivator named Zhang. After taking a curious look at him, they stopped paying attention. Everyone still had great trust in the fairness of Kainiu and Sword Sect's recording of military exploits. This was the foundation for Kainiu and Sword Sect to attack Shuan country, and there could not be any problems. Everyone, take a look. Zhao Minghao waved his sleeves, and a lifelike light and shadow map appeared in everyone's sight above the hall. Chen Daoxuan's eyes fixed, and he immediately recognized that this light and shadow map was the map of Guanghan Prefecture. The center of the map was Lingbei Island under everyone's feet. Lingbei Island was highlighted on the light and shadow map. In addition to Lingbei Island, to the east of the map was Lotus Island occupied by the zombies, and to the northwest of Lotus Island was Fengwu Island of the Wu family. The three islands of the Zhao family, Lingbei Island, the Wu family, Fengwu Island, and Lionhe Island, formed a triangular terrain on the map. The Yang family's Jinwu Island was above Lingbei Island, that is, due north. As for the Chen family's Shuanghu Island, it was the farthest from everyone's location, located behind Guanghan Prefecture, that is, due west of Lingbei Island. Theoretically speaking, if the corpse tide of Lionhe Island wanted to spread to the Chen family's Shuanghu Island, it had to break the three lines of defense of the Wu family, Zhao family, and Yang family. With the Sun Brothers' two purple mansions of perfect combat power, it was obviously impossible to do it. In the hall, Zhao Minghao continued, according to the terrain, I divided Guanghan Prefecture into 5 defense zones, namely the Central Defense Zone, the Eastern Defense Zone, the Southern Defense Zone, the Northern Defense Zone, and the Western Defense Zone. Zhao Minghao paused. As you can see from the map, the Eastern Defense Zone has direct contact with Lotus Island, and will also be the front line of our coalition forces' battle against the zombie tide of Lotus Island. Therefore, the leader of this defense zone must have extraordinary strength, so I nominate Zhao Mubei, the Xianjiao of my Zhao family, to be the leader of this defense zone. After speaking, Zhao Minghao looked around at everyone in the hall. Everyone nodded, and the name of man is like the shadow of a tree. No one objected to Zhao Mubei's appointment as the leader of the Eastern Defense Zone. In fact, even if Zhao Mubei served as the commander of the coalition forces, no one would object. After all, Zhao Mubei's strength is there. He was able to rank on the Purple Mansion Xianjiao list at the age of less than 100. His achievements were all killed by the flying sword in his hand. Seeing that no one objected, Zhao Minghao continued to announce, the Central Defense Zone will be located on Lingbei Island, and I will be in charge of it myself. The Southern Defense Zone will be led by Zhao Minghao, the third elder of our Zhao family. The Northern Defense Zone will be led by Yang Linian, and as for the Western Defense Zone, Zhao Minghao paused, it will be led by Chen Daoxuan. Boom. The first part was fine, but the last part about the Western Defense Zone's leader immediately caused an uproar in the audience. Immediately, a cultivator stood up to object. Grandmaster Zhao, we have no objection to your arrangement of the leaders of the first 4 defense zones, but the choice of the leader of the Western Defense Zone is up for discussion. Yes, Grandmaster Zhao, although fellow Daoist Chen is a sword cultivator, he is only at the foundation building stage after all. Why not send a Purple Mansion cultivator from the Zhao family to serve as the leader of the Western Defense Zone? Grandmaster Zhao, fellow Daoist Chen, please don't be surprised that I, Lei Zhen, speak bluntly. I think this is just nonsense, isn't it? That's right. Let's choose the Purple Mansion senior from the Zhao family to serve as the leader of the Western Defense Zone. Looking at the indignant scolding of the Guanghan Prefecture cultivators present, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but frown. He didn't know why he became the leader of the Western Defense Zone. Although the Western Defense Zone is in the rear and basically won't encounter any wars, it's hard to convince a foundation building cultivator to serve as the leader. Fortunately, Chen Daoxuan is a sword cultivator, and his combat power far exceeds that of cultivators of the same level. Otherwise there might be foundation building cultivators who would come out to ask him for advice. As long as Chen Daoxuan is defeated, even the ancestors will not be able to continue to force him to be the leader of the Western Defense Zone. Seeing that everyone is so opposed to Chen Daoxuan being the leader of the Western Defense Zone, Zhao Minghao also has a headache. Zhao Minghao naturally has his considerations for letting Chen Daoxuan be the leader of the Western Defense Zone. Chapter 159. Conquer. Compared with the other 4 defense zones, the Western Defense Zone is least likely to encounter war, and there are no decent big families in the west of Lingbai Island, let alone Purple Mansion monks. If you want to take care of the Western Defense Zone, you can only draw Purple Mansion monks from the Zhao family. However, how dare the Zhao family send out too many Purple Mansion combat forces now? You know, it is not just the 2 Purple Mansion perfection zombies of the Sun Brothers who are eyeing them covetously, but also the peerless vicious man Shenju Zenran. At that time, once the war is rotten, Lingbai Island and other spiritual veins in the Zhao family's jurisdiction are attacked. The Zhao family may not even be able to draw Purple Mansion monks. In this way, it is better not to divide the troops at the beginning, but to choose to concentrate the power in the Eastern Defense Zone and the Central Defense Zone. Especially the Eastern Defense Zone headed by Zhao Mubei. Besides, the main purpose of setting up the Western Defense Zone is not to fight, but to prevent this group of evil things from borrowing the Wangxinghe underwater world, to sneak attack the rear islands of Guang'an Prefecture, and disrupt the deployment of the Guang'an Prefecture coalition forces. In this way, the strength requirements for the Western Defense Zone are not so high. With Chen Daoxuan's strength, he is fully qualified for this position. In desperation, after Zhao Minghao communicated with Chen Daoxuan through voice transmission, he said in a tough attitude, "Since you agree to join the coalition, you must abide by the rules set by my Zhao family, otherwise, you will find someone else." This time, everyone stopped arguing. They gathered here to seek shelter from the Zhao family. Now in the entire Guang'an Prefecture, except for the Zhao family, no other family can give them a sense of security. Now seeing that Zhao Laozu is angry, how dare everyone talk to him? But there are always those who are not afraid of death. Lei Zhen is a typical example of a casual cultivator who is not afraid of death. He stepped out of the crowd and bowed his hands and said, "Zhao Laozu, everyone, I'm willing to join the coalition, but I'm unwilling to accept the leadership of a cultivator in the early stage of foundation building. It is said that sword cultivators are unparalleled in attack, and I, Lei Zhen, have not experienced it yet." As he said, he looked at Chen Daoxuan with a burning gaze. "Lei Zhen, you are a jerk." Zhao Minghao was very angry with him. But thinking of Lei Zhen's reputation among the independent cultivators, it was not easy to drive him out directly at this moment. After all, to eliminate the corpse tide this time, the cultivators of Guang'an Prefecture had to work together, especially a large number of independent cultivators. And Lei Zhen was one of the representatives of the independent cultivators who had established their foundation. At this moment, Chen Daoxuan knew that he could no longer remain silent. The division of several major defense zones in Guang'an Prefecture, to a certain extent, was also the division of the sphere of influence of the major families in Guang'an Prefecture in the future. Unknowingly, the Chen family had reached the point where they could divide the cake under the Zhao family. It had to be said that compared with the time when he and Chen Zion carefully visited the Guang'an Prefecture Immortal City, the changes were too great. Chen Daoxuan knew that all this came from his own strength and potential, not the strength of the Chen family. Otherwise, how could the Zhao family recommend a mere cultivator in the early stage of foundation building to be the leader of the Western Defense Zone? Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan stood up from the throne on the high platform. Although his voice was light, it rang clearly in everyone's ears. "Lei Zhen, buddy, right?" Hearing this, Lei Zhen cupped his hands and grinned. "That's right. I wonder what kind of strength do you think is qualified to be the leader of the Western Defense Zone?" This, Lei Zhen was stunned. He just felt that Chen Daoxuan's cultivation was lower than his, so he was somewhat reluctant to let him be the leader of the Western Defense Zone. But Lei Zhen knew that in terms of strength, Chen Daoxuan should be stronger than him. This point, just look at Zhao Mubei. The first level of Purple Mansion can beat the late Purple Mansion to death. The third level of Purple Mansion is 1 against 4, and there are 2 Purple Mansion perfection. Not only that, 1 against 4, but also suppress the opponent. It is conceivable how terrifying the sword cultivator is. In a one-on-one duel, Lei Zhen is naturally not an opponent, but he does not admit defeat. He said in front of everyone, "It's okay, as long as your strength can make me convinced." He said to be convinced, not to defeat him. The gap here is huge. Even if Chen Daoxuan hangs him up and hammers him, it's useless for him to say he is not convinced. Of course, if it really came to that, other casual cultivators would not continue to accompany Lei Zhen in making trouble. After all, other casual cultivators were dissatisfied with Chen Daoxuan's position as the leader of the Western Defense Zone, because they did not know enough about his strength. If Chen Daoxuan's strength was strong enough, then naturally no one would object. After all, the position of leader of each major defense zone still depends on the individual strength of the cultivator. In this regard, the family background must stand aside. For example, the Wu family did not have a single person serving as the leader of each major defense zone. After all, the strongest person in the Wu family was just an ordinary foundation building perfect cultivator. In front of a purple mansion cultivator, he was not good enough. Chen Daoxuan nodded. "In that case, why don't you and I have a fight on this?" "Okay, it's great." Lei Zhen shouted. "Let's go. This place is too small. We can't show off. You come with me for a trip." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan shook his head. Seeing this, Lei Zhen sneered. "Why, are you scared?" "No." Chen Daoxuan said calmly. "I think it's good here. There's no need to go out and take the trouble." "It's good here?" Lei Zhen frowned. "What do you mean?" "No. Do you want to fight or not?" As he said that, Chen Daoxuan flew to the center of the hall, took out his natal flying sword, and kept circling in front of him. "Okay. Come on." Lei Zhen was provoked by him, and he didn't care that this was inside the hall. He directly controlled the flying sword to attack him. Who knew that the flying sword pierced Chen Daoxuan's figure, but not even a drop of blood flowed out. Not good. Lei Zhen was alert in his heart and raised his spiritual consciousness to the limit, trying desperately to find Chen Daoxuan's trace, but found nothing. The next moment, a voice came into Lei Zhen's ears. "Too slow." As soon as the words fell, a sword light from the flying sword was swallowed and spit out, hovering on Lei Zhen's neck, and a strand of hair slowly fell. Chen Daoxuan stood less than 3 meters away from him. Instant kill. When Chen Daoxuan used the move of turning into sword light to deal with the purple mansion perfection zombie, it was difficult to cause damage to the opponent. But when used against the foundation building cultivator, it was simply a one-sided slaughter. Lei Zhen didn't even have time to react before the flying sword was put on his neck. If the two of them were really fighting, wouldn't it mean that Chen Daoxuan could kill him in 1 second with one sword? Thinking of this, Lei Zhen couldn't help but shudder. I thought that among the foundation building cultivators, even if he was not the strongest, he was at the top level. But unexpectedly, he was defeated by Chen Daoxuan with one sword. This feeling is very uncomfortable. Although Lei Zhen did not use all his means, when did Chen Daoxuan use all his means? In this way, the real strength gap between the two may be even greater. Are you convinced? Chen Daoxuan retracted his natal flying sword into the Danshan Qi and asked. Hearing this, Lei Zhen bowed his hands and saluted, admitting his weakness. "Commander, your swordsmanship is unparalleled, and I'm naturally convinced." Chapter 160, Sky High Military Expenditure. The Zhao family was very efficient. Soon, the matter of the Guanghan Prefecture coalition was handled by the Zhao family. The registration of Guanghan Prefecture monks to join the army was also carried out in an orderly manner. The Zhao family's residence in Guanghan Prefecture, in a unique fairy palace. This place is temporarily the headquarters of the Guanghan Prefecture coalition. Inside, the leaders of the 5 major defense zones and the Purple Palace monk Zhang who counted the war merits sat together to discuss the specific matters of the coalition. Sitting in the first place was naturally the head of the Zhao family and the commander of the Guanghan Prefecture coalition, Zhao Minghao. Zhao Minghao looked up at everyone and frowned and said, "This coalition seems to be very powerful, but there are far more problems than we imagined." He paused. Although the specific number of the coalition has not yet been determined, the military expenditure must be an astronomical figure. Just like the war between mortals, the monk army also needs to consume military expenditures. The military expenditure here includes personal magic tools, elixirs, talismans, large-scale war magic tools, formation materials, spiritual veins and resident sites, etc. Although Carnean Sword Sect provided Guang'an Prefecture's monks with a war merit system that could offset part of the military expenses, the major families in Guang'an Prefecture also had to pay a large sum of money, especially the Zhao family, which was the leader. In fact, it was normal to think about it. During the period of stability in Guang'an Prefecture, the Zhao family had the greatest benefits. When the disaster came, the Zhao family must also bear the greatest responsibility. Otherwise, once Guang'an Prefecture fell, the Zhao family would lose more than just the spiritual stones for military expenses. After hearing this, Yang Linyuan on the side said, "I wonder how many spiritual stones can Brother Zhao take out?" Zhao Minghao glanced at him, thought for a while and said, "Our Zhao family can take out 400 million spiritual stones to cover the military expenses this time." Hearing this, Yang Linyuan's right hand trembled slightly, and he sighed. In this case, our Guang'an Immortal Alliance is also willing to give out 100 million spiritual stones as military expenses. As he said that, he bowed to everyone and said, "Our Guang'an Immortal Alliance has spent a lot of money to build Lingzhou City. 100 million spiritual stones is already the greatest sincerity. Please don't despise it." After that, he bowed again to apologize. Chen Daoxuan, who was sitting with them, heard this and suddenly felt that the chair under his buttocks was quite hot. The whole person was a little restless. How could he respond? One family gave 400 million spiritual stones, and the other family gave 100 million spiritual stones. Since when did the spiritual stones start to be measured in 100 million? Chen Daoxuan finally understood why the big families looked down on the low-end magic weapon market. If it were his Chen family, which had so many spiritual stones, he would also look down on the low-end magic weapon market. The low-end magic weapon market makes tens of thousands of spiritual stones a year. Can that be called making money? Shabby. He lowered his head and felt out of tune with everyone present. Fortunately, everyone also knew the situation of his Shuanghu Island Chen family and did not expect them to be able to pay for the military expenses. The reason why Chen Daoxuan can sit here is not so much because of his amazing strength, but because of his amazing potential. There are very few short-sighted people who can become the patriarch of a large family in Wangxinghai. Zhao Minghao is not one of them, and Yang Linyuan is even less so. They all know that Chen Daoxuan's achievements in the future will be even more amazing than now. Whether it is the Zhao family or the Yang family, showing goodwill to Chen Daoxuan and the Chen family is investing in the future. Investing in the future is very important for large families. Connections may not be effective at ordinary times, but when it comes to critical moments, they may be able to save the family. In the Shenzhou Rebellion, so many families were exterminated. Why did the Zhao family wait for the timely rescue of the Carnean Sword Sect? Is it just because the Zhao family is lucky? Not necessarily. Seeing Yang Linyuan's statement, Zhao Minghao nodded and continued, "In this case, we will have a total of 500 million military expenses. Although this military expenditure is not much, it is enough to support for a period of time." Hearing this, everyone nodded. "In this case, I will simply divide this military expenditure." Hearing this, everyone perked up. Especially Chen Daoxuan. He is the commander of the Western Defense Zone, in charge of the security inspection and defense work of the large area in the west of Guang'an Prefecture. He will definitely get a part of the military expenditure, but I don't know if he can get 10 million spirit stones. Chen Daoxuan also knew that in this battle, the Eastern Defense Zone headed by Zhao Mubei will definitely get the most military expenditure. Because in the early stage, only their defense zone will directly fight the zombies of Lotus Island. As for other defense zones, it is mainly to prevent the zombies of Lotus Island from jumping off the wall and borrowing from the Wangxinghai underwater world to set fires everywhere in Guang'an Prefecture, cause instability in Guang'an Prefecture. In other words, the real combat force of Guang'an Prefecture is only the Eastern Defense Zone led by Zhao Mubei. Other defense zones are reserve forces, especially the Western Defense Zone headed by Chen Daoxuan, which is a security force. He is satisfied to get 10 million spirit stones of military expenditure. Seeing everyone perked up, Zhao Minghao said, new base Eastern Defense Zone will be allocated 250 million spiritual stones, because they will have to fight directly with the corpses of Lotus Island. Yangdaoyao's Northern Defense Zone is backed by Lingzhou City, and there is no need to spend military expenses to station troops in the spiritual veins, so it is less, only 70 million spiritual stones. As for Malingbi Island, various defense measures are complete, and the military expenditure is even less, only 50 million spiritual stones are enough. Mengai's Southern Defense Zone is located in the hinterland below Guang'an Prefecture, and the possibility of being exposed to war is relatively small, so only 50 million spiritual stones are needed. As for the Western Defense Zone, everyone turned their eyes to Chen Daoxuan, their eyes full of meaningful expressions. As far as I know, there are fewer spiritual veins in the area where Chen Daoxuan Island is located. If you choose to station troops there, you will have to spend a lot of spiritual stones to build spiritual veins, plus other consumption, so the investment will also be a little more, so let's temporarily set it at 80 million spiritual stones. Zhao Minghao said calmly, who knew that Chen Daoxuan's heart was pounding when he heard this. Although this amount of spiritual stones was military expenditure, not his personal property, but as the leader of the Western Defense Zone, he has the right to decide how to spend the money. In the end, most of the money will slowly fall into the pockets of the Chen family. If it weren't for the threat of the true Man Shenju, how could the Guang'an Prefecture family be willing to pay such a large sum of blood? Chen Daoxuan really felt like a windfall. He immediately had a good impression of Zhao Minghao, who insisted on letting him be the leader of the Western Defense Zone. Compared with Yang Linyuan's gift of a third-grade top-grade flying sword, the gift Zhao Minghao gave him was really a pattern. But this gift was given with great righteousness, so that no cultivator in Guang'an Prefecture could say no. Because some days ago in the hall, there were cultivators who opposed Chen Daoxuan's appointment as the leader of the Western Defense Zone. But they were defeated by Chen Daoxuan with a single sword. His being the leader was also recognized by all the cultivators. Seeing Chen Daoxuan's grateful eyes, Zhao Minghao smiled and nodded to him. Smart people don't need too many words. Just this exchange of eyes means that the Chen family and Chen Daoxuan have owed each other a favor. It can be said that this sky-high military expenditure came at the right time. Although the Chen family now has a low-end magic weapon business, the current production capacity is still somewhat insufficient. Therefore, it is difficult for the Chen family to get a large amount of spiritual stones in a short period of time. In addition, the food generation of cultivators are gradually embarking on the immortal path, and the Chen family's first-level spiritual veins are gradually unable to meet the needs of the Chen family cultivators. The construction of the second-level spiritual vein has also been put on the agenda. A second-level spiritual vein requires 1 million spiritual stones. After spending this amount of spiritual stones, the spiritual stones in the Chen family's clan treasury are estimated to be at the bottom. Even part of the spiritual, or stored in the family, must be sold. Now, with 80 million spiritual stones, the Chen family can do a lot of things. Although this amount of spiritual stones is only military expenditure, not Chen Daoxuan's personal property, he can use this amount of spiritual stones for various investments. For example, the most basic spiritual vein investment. Spiritual vein investment is an investment that the immortal world will never lose. The various spiritual veins built by the Yang family within a radius of 10,000 miles in Lingzhou City have proved this truth. With this huge amount of spiritual stones, Chen Daoxuan also plans to implement the same plan. That is to build spiritual veins within a radius of 10,000 miles with Shuanghu Island as the core. Of course, the specific use of the built spiritual veins must be considered in actual conditions. But compared with the Yang family, the Chen family has a huge advantage. That is, the ability to quickly process raw materials such as spiritual ores and spiritual medicines into products. This advantage is unique in the entire Wanxing Sea and even the entire Xiuxin world. In Chen Daoxuan's eyes, this world is too powerful because the power of the cultivators is too strong. As a result, the cultivators are too superstitious about their own power and ignore the power of the machine. But he is different. As a person who travels through time, he has a completely different worldview and cognition from this world. In other words, he knows the strengths and disadvantages of the two worlds. What Chen Daoxuan has to do is to use the strengths of the previous world to make up for the shortcomings of this world. The shortcomings of this world refer to far more than just productivity, including system, economy, and even culture. It's just that, if you want to change all this, you need to build on your own strength, otherwise it will be empty talk. Just like the Zhao family, a wave of water will disappear in the dust of history. After leaving the headquarters of the Allied forces, Chen Daoxuan walked with a floating look. "Brother Chen." Zhao Mubei's voice suddenly rang out from behind. "Brother Zhao." When Chen Daoxuan saw him, he immediately felt like he saw a relative. This feeling was not only because he and Zhao Mubei had a life and death friendship, but also because of the huge sum of money that the Zhao family had just given him, which made him feel extremely kind when he saw anyone in the Zhao family. Seeing Chen Daoxuan like this, Zhao Mubei smiled and shook his head, jokingly saying, "I didn't expect you to have such a money-grubbing side." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan was immediately unhappy and said, "Brother Zhao, you were born in a wealthy family, how could you know the suffering of us monks from small families?" Shaking his head, he said seriously, "Brother Zhao, do you have any specific plans for this attack on Lotus Island?" Hearing this, Zhao Mubei pondered for a moment and said, "My plan is very simple. Fortify the city and clear the countryside." Fortify the city and clear the countryside? Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but frowned. "Why don't you just attack Lotus Island?" Chapter 161 Station. Hearing this, Zhao Mubei shook his head. Although the zombies entrenched in Lotus Island are not strong, the hidden Master Shenju is the big trouble. In addition, we don't know if Master Shenju has left any backup. It is not a good idea to attack Lotus Island rashly. Chen Daoxuan frowned and said, "But according to our last investigation, there should be only 2 Purple Mansion Perfection zombies and 3 Purple Mansion Initial Stage zombies on Lotus Island. Things are not that simple," Zhao Mubei said as he walked. "Did you find out? Those 3 Purple Mansion Initial Stage zombies were all cultivators from the Wu and Zhao families when they were alive." "You mean?" Chen Daoxuan was suddenly shocked. "You know, the Wu and Zhao families don't have Purple Mansion cultivators, which means that the 2 Purple Mansion Initial Stage zombies were promoted to Purple Mansion combat power after death. But how long have they been dead? Even the Wu family cultivator who has been dead the longest has only been dead for a few months, and the Zhao family cultivator has just died. In such a short time, the corpse of a foundation building cultivator was forcibly refined into a Purple Mansion zombie, which means that the real person Shenju can mass produce Purple Mansion combat power." Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan felt creepy. Kaimia and Sword Sect wanted the cultivators of Guanghan Prefecture to lure out the real person Shenju. If this goes wrong, the entire Guanghan Prefecture cultivators will be wiped out. Regarding this situation, the cultivators of Guanghan Prefecture certainly don't want to be the first to come forward. So the Zhao family thought of a way to withdraw all the cultivators from the direction of Guanghan Prefecture on Lionhe Island. Fortunately, these islands are inhabited by casual cultivators and children of small families, and there are very few spiritual veins. It's just that there are a lot of mortals. In order to transport these mortals, the Zhao family and the Yang family spent a lot of effort to transfer these people to the spiritual veins within 10,000 miles of Lingbei Island. After transferring these mortals and low-level cultivators, Zhao Mubei will build several solid lines of defense on several islands from Lianhu Island to the Wu and Zhao families to prevent the corpse tide from spreading to Guanghan Prefecture. In this way, feeling the pressure from Guanghan Prefecture, the corpse tide is likely to spread in the opposite direction of Guanghan Prefecture. The direction from Lotus Island to Guanghan Prefecture is exactly the direction of Kangshao Immortal City. There is a clanland of the Yi family, the first family in Kangshao. This is also the real plan of the Guanghan Prefecture coalition forces, to divert the trouble to the east. As for whether the Yi family chooses to block the corpse tide like Guanghan Prefecture, or directly send monks to eliminate it, it has nothing to do with Guanghan Prefecture. Zhao Mubei just needs to firmly hold the defense line of Guanghan Prefecture. As for the disaster of the Yi family, Zhao Mubei didn't have time to applaud, so how could he send monks to help them? Besides, Zhao Mubei didn't believe that Kainiuan sword sect would remain indifferent when the Yi family was in trouble. Hearing this explanation, Chen Daoxuan and Zhao Mubei smiled at each other. The Yi family has too many enemies. The Zhao family has a grudge against the Yi family, the Chen family also has a grudge against the Yi family, and the Yang family is the same. In Kangshao, perhaps there are few families that have no grudges against the Yi family. The days that followed, after Chen Daoxuan selected the soldiers of the Western Defense Zone, he returned to Redwood Island with them. This time, in order to support the Western Defense Zone, the Zhao family seconded a full 10 Lingsu warships. At this moment, each Lingsu warship carried 100 foundation building monks. Added together, there were a total of 1,000 foundation building monks stationed in the Western Defense Zone, not including ordinary soldiers in the key refining period. The total number of monks in the entire Western Defense Zone was nearly 100,000. This was only the smallest defense zone. There was no way. In order to deal with the corpse tied in the true man Shenju, the monks of Guanghan Prefecture had to unite. These 100,000 people were only the transfer of monks for the time being, not including the number of mortals. You know, in Guanghan Prefecture, behind every monk, there is a large group of mortals serving him. Whether it is a family monk or a casual cultivator, it is basically the same. Behind the family monks, there are naturally a very large number of clansmen. And behind the casual cultivators, there are also a large number of slaves. Even these slaves will build cities and reproduce under the protection of casual cultivators. After several generations, the descendants of slaves generally no longer have the status of slaves and will automatically become ordinary civilians. At that time, these civilians may embark on the path of cultivation under the guidance of casual cultivators. This is also the largest source of casual cultivators in Wangxinghe. Family cultivators use blood as a bond to reproduce and cultivate cultivators. The advantage of doing so is that the clan members are united and have a strong centripetal force, and casual cultivators use ordinary civilians or slaves to support themselves. It is possible that before dying, they will accept a few disciples and pass on their mantle. However, since there is not much affection between disciples, they often become passers-by in the future. If the casual cultivator who left behind the inheritance is powerful enough, such as the Taoist tradition left by a great immortal, it will be different. Such inheritance will often evolve into a sect in the end, instead of disappearing after 1 or 2 generations. Of course, in the world of immortal cultivation, it is not surprising that sects have declined and finally disappeared. For example, the Kainiuan sword sect is the Taoist tradition left by a great immortal, and then slowly developed to the point it is today. There are also powerful families in the cultivation of immortals, which are not weaker than the sects. In fact, in this world, no matter what kind of cultivation force, there are their own advantages and disadvantages. The advantage of the cultivation force of the family is that the clan members are united enough, and the disadvantage is that they are inevitably selfish. The cultivation force of the sect is much more tolerant than the family. As long as they are talented immortal seedlings within the direct jurisdiction, regardless of their bloodline, they will be taken into the sect for training before a certain age. In this way, in terms of the range of disciples they are born with, they are much wider than the family forces. In addition, their inheritance is not weak. Generally speaking, the sect forces in the world of cultivation are larger than the family forces. For example, Kainiuan Sword Sect, Zuanayang Sect, Qinghu Dao Sect, Qianji Hall, etc. But the sect forces also have their disadvantages when they develop later, that is, the system is imperfect. After they grow to a certain extent, they have to rely on the family forces to rule the territory under their command. In this way, it is bound to cause unstable rule. Don't look at the Kainiuan sword sect's control over the Wangxing Sea is extremely solid, that is, it is under the premise of its unparalleled momentum. When Kainiuan sword sect shows a slight decline, the major families in Wangxinghe will inevitably disobey its laws. It's not just Wangxinghe, the family forces under the jurisdiction of other sects in Xian'an are basically the same. Some people may say, in this case, why not completely break the family system and bring the entire territory under the rule of the sect? It can only be said that this idea is beautiful, but it is actually impossible. This world is a bit similar to the ancient society of Chen Daoxuan's previous life, but the inner world is completely different. The biggest difference is that this world is a world where great power belongs to oneself. And people are precisely the most contradictory creatures. They may sacrifice their lives for their ideals and the forces they belong to, but they will also have no bottom line for their descendants. If Carnean Sword Sect had completely wiped out all the families when it unified Wang Xinghe, what will happen next is almost foreseeable. Will the high-level people in Carnean Sword Sect have descendants? Of course. Will these high-level descendants choose to stay in Carnean Sword Sect or drive them out? Generally speaking, in order to maintain the long-term stability of the sect rarely devotes resources to the children of the higher-level people, because in this way, after several generations, the sect became a union of several families, and after several generations of fighting, it finally became a family. The sect leaders will naturally not sit idly by and watch this happen. Therefore, the descendants of the sect leaders often go out independently to open up a family of immortal cultivation. In this way, the problem returns to the starting point, and the Immortal Cultivation family is born again. So it's not that the family system is not abolished, but that there is no way to cancel it. On the deck of the Lingsu battleship, Chen Daoxuan looked at Zhao Muchen and Zhao Siliang standing beside him, and smiled. Uncle Zhao, brother Siliang, this time you go to Redwood Island with me, you have to start all over again. Haha, I'm satisfied to be able to save my life. Besides, now I'm under your command, nephew. Can you still treat my father and me badly? Zhao Muchen laughed. That's not the case, Chen Daoxuan said with a smile, but brother Siliang will probably not be able to adapt to Redwood Island. Brother Chen, don't scare me, Zhao Siliang said with a stern look on his face. It's not really a wild place, is it? It's not a wild place, it's just that there's no place to have fun. That's great. Zhao Muchen couldn't help but applaud and laugh when he heard this. Hearing this, Zhao Siliang immediately put on a bitter face. Everyone was talking and laughing. Behind him, a cultivator in armor came over and bowed, saying, Commander, Redwood Island is almost here. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan glanced at the red island below and nodded. I know. Yes. Lei Zhen bowed and retreated. This late-stage foundation building cultivator named Lei Zhen seemed to be impressed by Chen Daoxuan and followed Chen Daoxuan to Redwood Island. Although there were more than 1,000 foundation building cultivators who came this time, but most of them are cultivators in the early stage of foundation building, and even the number of cultivators in the middle stage of foundation building is small. As for the late stage of foundation building, there are only Zhao Muchen and Lei Zhen. These two, one is in the 7th level of foundation building, and the other is in the 8th level of foundation building, which can be regarded as good hands among the foundation building cultivators. Compared with Zhao Mubei in the Eastern Defense Zone, this strength is simply too shabby. However, the main function of the Western Defense Zone is patrol and defense, and it does not require fighting on the front line. This force is more than enough for patrol and defense. Even if it were not for Chen Daoxuan, the Zhao family could do this little thing by themselves, and there was no need to establish a Western Defense Zone. It's just that the Chen family Shuanghu Island is here. In order to maintain a harmonious relationship between the two families in the future, the Zhao family naturally has to plan the sphere of influence of both parties in advance to avoid future conflicts between the two parties. This Western Defense Zone is more like the sphere of influence of the Chen family than a defense zone. In other words, now with Shuanghu Island as the center, the sea area of more than 10,000 miles will be the sphere of influence of the Chen family. Compared with the initial sphere of influence that could only be roamed in a few nearby islands, the sphere of influence of the Chen family has expanded by more than 100 times. It's just that, although the sphere of influence has expanded, the Chen family still faces a problem, that is, lack of manpower, and a serious shortage. Chapter 162 Development of Redwood Island. Boom. Lingsu warships cut through the sky. Soon, one Lingsu warship after another landed on Redwood Island in an orderly manner. Rays of light flew down the warships, and everyone looked at each other in surprise when they saw the scene in front of them. This is actually a deserted island. You know, the cultivators present are at least in the initial stage of foundation building. With their cultivation, at least they have a first level spiritual vein. to supply them with cultivation. A completely deserted island made them feel particularly uncomfortable as they were used to seeing high-level spiritual veins. Seeing the disappointed eyes of the cultivators, Chen Daoxuan encouraged the morale and said, although the island under our feet is a deserted island, the island is huge, not much smaller than Lingbai Island, Jinwu Island and other large islands. It is just suitable to be the base of our western defense zone. Besides, as long as there are spiritual stones, spiritual veins can be cultivated, so there is no need to worry. I plan to cultivate a third level spiritual vein here for the use of our western defense zone garrison. Third level spiritual vein? Isn't that the same as Guang'an Prefecture Fairy City and Lingzhou Fairy City? I just mean that as one of the 5 major defense zones, we are not much worse than others. Now it seems that we may have taken advantage. You know, we have the least people in our defense zone, which means that each of us has the most spiritual resources. Well said. Seeing that everyone has regained their morale, Chen Daoxuan nodded slightly. There is another important reason why he chose Redwood Island as the garrison of the Western Defense Zone. That is, it is the closest to the Chen family Shuanghu Island, which is only a mere 400 miles away. With Chen Daoxuan's speed of escaping light, it only takes a few hundred breaths to rush back. In this way, he can take care of any danger encountered by the family in the first time. If he is really asked to be the commander of other defense zones, Chen Daoxuan will decisively refuse. Because in addition to his combat power comparable to that of the Purple Mansion, the strongest cultivator in the Chen family is only at the 9th level of key refining, and there is not even a foundation building cultivator. Once the zombies of Lotus Island attack, the Chen family has no resistance at all. Seeing that everyone has regained their morale, Chen Daoxuan continued, we are the first batch of cultivators to come. It will take 3 months for the large army to rush over. During this period, we should work hard first and open up our own caves. I will cultivate the spirit veins here first. It should be the commander who is working hard. Opening up caves is nothing for casual cultivators like us. Yes, 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 you have worked hard, Commander. Thank you, Commander. Hearing that Chen Daoxuan was going to set up a spirit formation for them, everyone was excited. Cultivating a third level spiritual vein not only requires more than 10 million spiritual stones, but also a third level spiritual formation. Generally speaking, a third level formation master is needed. However, with Chen Daoxuan's attainments in formations, plus the ability of the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra to store enlightenment, it is not too difficult to set up this set of formations. It just takes a little time. Chen Daoxuan estimated that it would take about a month to complete the arrangement of this third level spiritual formation, and it would take a year for the spiritual vein to be promoted to the third level. During this period of time, Chen Daoxuan would certainly not just wait like this. You know, the people who came to Redwood Island this time are not only 100,000 key refining cultivators and 1,000 foundation building cultivators, but also a large group of mortals behind them. Among these cultivators, some are family cultivators, and some are independent cultivators. But no matter what kind of cultivator, they have a large number of mortals behind them. In addition to settling these cultivators, Chen Daoxuan also has to settle these mortals. He estimated that the number of mortals behind this group of cultivators is at least more than 10 million. Immigrating so many people is an extremely huge project, but it is also a helpless move. Now Guang'an Prefecture is always facing the threat of the corpse tide of Lotus Island. Ordinary key refining families and independent cultivators dare not disperse on various islands in Guang'an Prefecture as before. The end of this can be seen from the Zhao family. It is impossible for any cultivator to think that his family or his own strength is stronger than the Zhao family. It is a wise choice to keep warm together. This is also the reason why everyone strongly opposed when they heard that Chen Daoxuan was the leader of the Western Defense Zone. What they need is the protection of the strong, not a cultivator with the same or even inferior cultivation as them. It is foreseeable. As Redwood Island is developed, the Western Defense Zone will station troops here. More and more cultivators and mortals will gather towards Redwood Island, especially those who usually live in the west of Guang'an Prefecture. As for settling in Guang'an Prefecture Immortal City and Lingzhou Immortal City, that also requires a place. Now that Guang'an prefecture is in chaos with corpses, everyone is trying their best to find a safe shelter. The first choice must be Zhaolingbei Island. But the total population of Guang'an prefecture is more than hundreds of millions. Lingbei Island simply cannot support so many people. The cannot support here does not mean that there is not enough land for living. In fact, with the land of Zhaolingbei Island and the surrounding spiritual veins, there is no problem for hundreds of millions of people to live. The cannot support here means that so many mortals cannot be supported. After all, mortals are different from monks. Monks can live on air and refine spiritual energy without eating or drinking. But mortals can't do that. If they don't eat or drink, they will starve to death. Hundreds of millions of mortals need to consume food every day, which is an astronomical figure. It is necessary to cultivate large enough fields to feed these mortals. Therefore, it is impossible for the Zhao family to gather all mortals on a few islands. That is unrealistic. Even if Redwood Island is developed, Chen Daoxuan can't arrange all the more than 10 million people on Redwood Island. He will only take Redwood Island as a core and develop the surrounding islands as food production areas for mortals. Only in this way can a large population be fed. The situation is stable enough for now, and food can still be imported. But when the corpse chaos breaks out in the future, or Master Shenju makes some new moves, causing chaos in the entire Guang'an prefecture, it is very important to have a stable food base. Only by holding the food back firmly can there be a possibility of development. Otherwise, mortals will starve to death, and the cultivation forces will not be far from decline. Chen Daoxuan certainly understands this simple truth. Redwood Island, a simple port. Several cargo ships of the Chen family are parked here. On the cargo ship, a white-haired old man walked down the cargo ship with a cane. "Mr. Chen, please slow down." Chen Daoxuan looked at the staggering Chen Biwang, stepped forward a few steps, and supported him. "Thank you." Young Patriarch Chen Biwang bowed to Chen Daoxuan, then raised his head and looked at the fiery red Redwood Island in front of him. "Young Patriarch, is this the island you are talking about?" "Yes." Chen Daoxuan nodded, thought for a moment and said, "Old Chen, let me show you the whole picture of Redwood Island." As he spoke, he waved his sleeves. A gentle breeze enveloped the two of them, and Chen Biwang and Chen Daoxuan slowly rose into the sky. When Chen Biwang was on Xuanhu Island, he was taken by the monks to survey the landforms in this way. Therefore, he was very calm. It took more than an hour. Chen Daoxuan took Chen Biwang to roughly survey the landforms of the entire Redwood Island. After seeing the whole picture of Redwood Island, Chen Biwang bowed and said, "Young Patriarch, this island is mostly plains, with many trees, freshwater lakes and rivers. It is very suitable for building a city on the coast. Compared with Xuanhu Island, the geographical location here is better." Chen Daoxuan certainly understood this. The ancestor of the Chen family chose to open up the family on Xuanhu Island because of the spiritual and red copper mine on the Red Copper Mountain. Otherwise, choosing Redwood Island is obviously much better than choosing Xuanhu Island. Hearing what Chen Biwang said, Chen Daoxuan nodded with relief and said, "If I'll let you build this city, is there any problem?" Hearing this, Chen Biwang was happy at first, then shook his head with a gloomy face, and said bitterly, "With the power of mortals, it takes at least 10 years or even decades to build a city. I can't wait that long. I'm afraid I will disappoint the young patriarch." Chen Biwang arched his hands and said, "Don't be pessimistic, old Chen, you are still strong." After comforting him, Chen Daoxuan continued, "I know it takes a long time to build this city with mortals as the main force. What if it is built with the power of cultivators?" "You mean?" Chen Biwang's heart moved, and he said a little excitedly, "Yes, I want you, old Chen, to lead the construction of this city. As for the specific construction tasks, they will be completed by the monks." But Chen Biwang didn't know how to explain it. After a long while, he said hesitantly, "But I'm just a mortal. How can I command the immortal master to do things? This is treason." Chen Daoxuan raised his hand and stopped him, saying, "It's settled. Don't worry, old Chen. I promise that they will be very obedient." This Chen Biwang immediately thought of Chen Liangyu, the director of the family's flying sword factory. The monks working in the factory of the family should also be under the jurisdiction of Chen Liangyu in theory. But, after all, they are monks of the clan and children of the clan. They accept Chen Liangyu's management. Although Chen Biwang was also surprised, he could accept it. Now he has to command unfamiliar monks to complete the work of building the city. This is completely different from Chen Biwang's management of the family monks. Will the monks really obey the command of a mortal? Chen Biwang was very skeptical. But seeing Chen Daoxuan's eyes, Chen Biwang put away all the doubts in his heart. After all, in Chen Biwang's eyes, there is nothing that Chen Daoxuan can't do. The Chen family has grown step by step at a speed visible to the naked eye on Shuanghu Island, and Chen Daoxuan has made great contributions. Today's Chen family has become the most powerful family within a radius of 10,000 miles, although the strongest is very exaggerated, mostly based on Chen Daoxuan's personal strength. But with this momentum, the Chen family's strength will soon catch up. The largest group of cultivators of the Fu generation is now 6 years old. In 2 years, they will be able to enter the factory continuously. Only then will the Chen family really take off. By then, what the Chen family needs to worry about is not the problem of insufficient production capacity, but the problem of insufficient market. Chen Daoxuan knows that once the scale of industrialization is expanded, the increase in productivity will be explosive. Si esta se escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas. Significa que lo descargaran y subieran sin esfuerzo ten invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas ali encontrarás la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos géneros. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 163 Super Military Supply List. Redwood Island. Inside a newly built palace. This is the temporary headquarters of the West Defense Zone. What? Let us help mortals build a city? A foundation building monk in a green Taoist robe stood up suddenly, his face full of disbelief. Seeing this, all the generals in the West Defense Zone looked at him. Commander, please forgive me for being blunt. We are stationed here to guard against the corpse tide of Lotus Island, not to build a city for mortals. The monk in a green Taoist robe was filled with righteous indignation, as if building a city for mortals caused him great humiliation. Seeing this scene, other monks also showed an indifferent attitude. Monks are monks, and mortals are mortals. In this world, only mortals kowtow to monks. How can monks carry bricks to build a city for mortals? Since the human race became the overlord of this world with the power of monks, monks have always been high and mighty. They kill and punish ordinary mortals at will. In the Wangxing Sea, this phenomenon is a little better, because the laws of the Cunning sword sect provide the most basic protection for mortals. Killing mortals wantonly violates the laws of the Cunning sword sect, even if the mortal is a slave. But Chen Daoxuan asked the cultivators to build houses and cities for mortals, which was a little difficult for the cultivators to accept. This is like asking the high-ranking leaders to run to the front line of the construction site to move bricks. Even out of their own arrogance as a ruling class, the cultivators felt particularly uncomfortable. It was also thanks to Chen Daoxuan, who gave them this order, that he was their direct superior and a sword cultivator, that the cultivators of the same level looked up to. If other cultivators of the same level dared to say this to him, he might have to argue with the other party with a sword. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan looked at the cultivators in the palace. He found that even Zhao Muchen and Zhao Xiliang frowned at this moment, as if Chen Daoxuan's behavior really challenged everyone's bottom line. But Chen Daoxuan was unwilling and impossible to give in to the cultivators at this moment. He said coldly, "If I remember correctly, you are a cultivator of the Wei family, right? Report to the commander. I'm a member of the Wei family." The middle-aged cultivator in the green Taoist robe bowed his hands and said respectfully. He was still convinced by Chen Daoxuan from the bottom of his heart. After all, a few days ago, Chen Daoxuan defeated Lei Zhen, a well-known cultivator among the casual cultivators, with a sword in public, which shocked everyone. You know, Lei Zhen's fame among casual cultivators is so great, not only because of his public-spirited character, but also because of his top strength among the foundation-building cultivators. Even so, he was still defeated by Chen Daoxuan, a cultivator in the early stage of foundation building. And Wei Ladeo asked himself, with his cultivation in the middle stage of foundation building, he is definitely not the opponent of Lei Zhen in the late stage of foundation building. It is conceivable how big the gap in strength between him and Chen Daoxuan is. Why do cultivators judge their status by their cultivation level? In essence, it is because of the difference in strength. Because normally, the strength of high-level cultivators will be overwhelming that of low-level cultivators. But it does not include the geniuses like Chen Daoxuan and Zhao Mubei. The combat power of such geniuses is often difficult to estimate by cultivation. For them, fighting across levels is as easy as a daily routine. For such geniuses, Wei Ladeo naturally dare not offend them at all. If it were not for the fact that Chen Daoxuan's request was really unreasonable, Wei Ladeo would not stand up and raise objections. After all, this was the first formal order issued by his commander after he came to the station. Very good. Chen Daoxuan nodded. Let me ask you, do your Wei family members choose to stay in the original clan land or migrate to Redwood Island? Hearing this, Wei Ladeo frowned and bowed his hands and said, of course, they will migrate here with my subordinates. How many clansmen do you have? Report to the commander. My Wei family has more than 300,000 clansmen. More than 300,000 people. Tell me, where do they live when they come to Redwood Island? This. Wei Ladeo was dumbfounded for a moment. Indeed, with so many people migrating here, where to live is a very serious question. Because mortals are different from cultivators. If a cultivator wants to build a palace cave, he can just wave his hand and it will be built in 1 or 2 days. Besides, with the cultivator's ability to adapt to the environment, even if they have to eat wind and drink dew, it is a trivial matter for them. But mortals can't do that. Without a house and food, they will freeze to death or starve to death. Compared with cultivators, mortals are much more fragile. Moreover, the Wei family members are only a part of the mortals who migrated here, and there will be more mortals from families and independent cultivators who will continue to migrate here. There is no other way. In order to deal with the tide of corpses and to deal with the real person Shenju, everyone has to gather together to keep warm. Otherwise, if a single family or independent cultivator encounters the invasion of Purple Mansion zombies, it will be no different from sending themselves to death. The Zhao family is so powerful, but the whole family was killed in the chaos of corpses, let alone other families. Seeing Wei Ladeo speechless, Chen Daoxuan continued, the first batch of mortals will arrive here in a month at most. Before that, if we don't build the first batch of houses, they will freeze to death. Chen Daoxuan looked around at everyone, folded his hands and said, why, do you want to see your own people or mortals under your command freeze to death? Under Chen Daoxuan's sweeping eyes, everyone lowered their heads. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan gave Zhao Mucheng a look, and after understanding, Zhao Mucheng immediately stood up and said, in an emergency, I'm willing to build a city for the mortals. Everyone looked at each other when they heard this, so they all bowed and said, we are willing to. Very good, Chen Daoxuan smiled. Not only are you willing, but the 10 of you, as the captains of my western defense zone, must also let the soldiers under your command understand this meaning, and help the mortals build the city together. Now is a time of disaster in Guanghan Prefecture. Whether it is cultivators or mortals, we must work together to overcome the difficulties. Here, don't let me hear that there are any cultivators oppressing mortals. Otherwise, I recognize him, but I don't recognize the sword in my hand. At the end, Chen Daoxuan's tone revealed a cold murderous intent. At this moment, everyone realized that the commander in front of them was not only a foundation building cultivator in his 20s, but also a genius sword cultivator with 100,000 troops. The cultivators who had been to the front line knew that, just because Wei Ladeo refuted Chen Daoxuan's order just now, he was enough to be executed on the front line of Izumo. The crime was naturally disobeying military orders. The current Guanghan Prefecture is no different from the front line of Izumo State, and it has also been designated as a war zone by the Kainiuan Sword Sect. Since it is a war zone, the laws of the front line will naturally be implemented. Wei Ladeo also reacted at this moment. He had just been through a circle of hell, and he couldn't help but sweat on his back. Seeing that everyone was silent, Chen Daoxuan nodded with satisfaction and continued, the second thing is about the supply of magic weapons in the western defense zone. Does anyone have any good channels to buy magic weapons? Everyone is not stupid. When they heard this, they immediately knew that the opportunity to flatter their boss had come. Lei Zhen was the first to stand up. His voice was like thunder, blasting the hall with a rumble. He said, "Commander-in-Chief, our magic weapons are mainly for those key refining soldiers who don't have magic weapons. Therefore, I think that the first grade low grade and first grade middle grade magic weapons are enough. Although the first grade high grade magic weapons are good, they are too expensive and can only be equipped with a small number of elite key refining cultivators. In Guanghan Prefecture, the best low grade magic weapons are naturally made by the Chen family of Xuanhu Island. This is well known." Everyone nodded in agreement when they heard this. Seeing that his subordinates were so sensible, Chen Daoxuan was very satisfied and finally had a taste of being a commander. "Since you all think that my Chen family makes the best low-grade magic weapons, then this military supply order will be handed over to my Chen family." Chen Daoxuan immediately decided, since the amount of this military supply is large, you have to pay my Chen family a part of the deposit. Otherwise I'm afraid my Chen family will go bankrupt. Ha 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 ha. It should be done. All the cultivators echoed. For the first batch of military supplies, I plan to buy 50,000 flying swords, including 30,000 first grade low grade flying swords and 20,000 first grade medium grade flying swords. According to the market price, this batch of flying swords will cost 3.5 million spiritual stones. First pay half of the deposit to the Chen family, which is 1.75 million spiritual stones. The subsequent spiritual stones will be settled within 3 years. The Chen family must also deliver this batch of flying swords within 3 years. Hearing this, everyone felt that there was no big problem. The only question was why it was 50,000 flying swords instead of 100,000. Hearing this question, Chen Daoxuan explained, "If I buy too much at one time, I'm afraid my Chen family can't take it. Let's take it slowly." Everyone nodded. At this time, as long as you are not stupid, you know that magic tools and some special elixirs and spiritual talismans will become scarce resources. War is fought with logistics. The same is true for wars between monks. However, compared with the ancient wars in the previous life, the war between monks, in addition to these logistical resources, also depends on the gap in the strength of the monks on both sides. For example, a cultivator in the key refining stage, even if he has the best magic weapon, cannot be the opponent of a purple mansion cultivator, even if the purple mansion cultivator does not use any magic weapon or any external objects. To a certain extent, the difference in cultivation level cannot be made up by external objects. This is the biggest difference between the war between cultivators and mortals. Compared with the war between mortals, that relies solely on equipment, the war between cultivators, in the final analysis, depends on the strength of the warring parties. Take this large military supply order. The Chen family did nothing, and immediately got 1.75 million spirit stones. This is just the first business. In the future, these 80 million spirit stones, except for the consumption of building spirit veins, will basically fall into the pockets of the Chen family slowly. If this cannot be done, Chen Daoxuan has been in vain all these years. Besides, these constructed spirit veins will eventually be disposed of by the Chen family. This is no different from the Chen family's own spirit veins. As long as he continues to serve as the commander of this western defense zone, is there anyone who can compete with him for the disposal rights of these spirit veins? As for the position of the commander of the western defense zone, even if Chen Daoxuan steps down in the future, only the Chen family cultivators can take up the position. Because the area west of Guanghan Prefecture is already the sphere of influence of the Chen family. This point was determined when the Zhao family divided the defense zones a few days ago. Chapter 164 Changping Pharmaceutical Factory, Xuanhu Island. A Lingsu warship broke through the air and slowly landed towards the location of the Chen family's spiritual vein. Then, one after another, figures flew down from the Lingsu warship. When the Chen family cultivators heard the noise, they all put down their things and rushed out to watch the excitement. In the past few days, The Chen family cultivators have known that their young patriarch has become the commander of the Western Defense Zone of Guang'an Prefecture, and he is in charge of 100,000 cultivators and soldiers. In the area west of Guang'an Prefecture, it can be said that he has great power. Although the Chen family has been thriving in recent years and the family has become stronger and stronger, but it is undoubtedly difficult for the Chen family cultivators to accept that it has suddenly become one of the largest families in Guang'an Prefecture, especially Chen Daoxuan and Chen Daoxuan. It seems that some time ago, they were still worried about the cultivation resources of the fourth generation cultivators in the family after they were promoted to the second level spiritual vein. It has only been a few months. Chen Daoxuan not only brought the Chen family to a new height, but also solved their urgent need for spiritual stones. Wow. Chen Daoxuan exclaimed at the treasure chests filled with spiritual stones in front of him. Chen Zion was also a little uneasy when he saw this scene. His nephew had only joined the Guang'an Prefecture coalition on behalf of the Chen family, so how could he get a position as the commander of the Western Defense Zone? Although Chen Daoxuan had explained to him the power of the matter a few days ago, but after seeing the piles of spiritual stone treasure chests in front of him, he still couldn't help himself. The Chen family has been working diligently for so many years. The cultivators in the family have been producing flying swords day and night to save up a little over 1 million spiritual stones. Now the Chen family has done nothing. Looking at the spiritual stones in front of them, I'm afraid that they will exceed the inventory in the family treasury. Thinking of this, Chen Zion couldn't help asking, Daoxuan, how much is this? Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan gestured and said, a total of 1.75 million spiritual stones. This is just a deposit, and 1.75 million spiritual stones will be delivered to my Chen family later. 1.75 million spiritual stones, and it's just a prepaid deposit. Chen Zion felt a little dizzy at the moment. This speed of making money was a little hard for him to accept. Chen Daoxuan couldn't feel much change now, because there were nearly 80 million spirit stones waiting for him to deal with at the headquarters of the Western Defense Zone. Even if more than 11 million spirit stones for cultivating the third level spirit veins were deducted, there were still more than 60 million spirit stones left. Such a huge fortune was enough for Chen Daoxuan to slowly implement the plan that he had not dared to implement before. In addition to this amount of spirit stones, a large number of people will migrate to Redwood Island in the future. This is different from the female slaves he bought from Izumo in Guang'an Prefecture before. These large numbers of mortals can provide the Chen family with a large number of women who can marry with the men of the Chen family. And the women of the Chen family can also marry into the affiliated families attached to the Chen family in the future. In this way, after a few decades, these mortals will be slowly assimilated by the Chen family and become the helpers of the Chen family. Because compared with other families, the Chen family will always encourage their people to have children with enough women, and the Chen family's policy of encouraging childbirth, the Chen family will surely develop into a truly powerful family in Guang'an Prefecture. Unlike now, it is a powerful family that only relies on Chen Daoxuan's reputation as a genius swordsman. Commander, we will take our leave for now. After carrying the spirit stones, Lei Zhen stepped forward and bowed. Chen Daoxuan waved his hand and said, thank you for your hard work, brothers. This is a little gift for you. As he said that, Chen Daoxuan threw a storage bag over, which contained 5,000 whole spirit stones. Thank you for the reward, Commander. Lei Zhen took the storage bag and said with a happy face, yeah. Chen Daoxuan nodded and watched the Lingsu warship under his command leave. It's really convenient. If my Chen family can use this kind of spirit boat to transport goods in the future, it will be great. Chen Zion looked at the Lingsu warship with envy in his eyes. Chen Daoxuan shook his head. Lingsu warships are not suitable for transporting supplies. The ones that are really suitable for transporting supplies should be the frontline transport ships of Kainio and Sword Sect. That's enough. Chen Zion glared. I'm just talking, and you're still panting. The large transport ship that transports supplies to the front lines of Wangxinghai and Izumo Kingdom is a strategic transport spiritual boat that Kainio and Sword Sect has spent a lot of effort to refine. It can not only carry dead objects, but also transport living things. It is said that there is a miniature cave inside it, but I don't know what it looks like. Seeing Chen's giant's look, Chen Daoxuan laughed. He still remembered that he said he wanted to train a large number of weapon refiners for the Chen family. Chen Zion also said that the Zhao family didn't dare to think about it. Now it seems it won't be long before the Chen family will further expand the Flying Sword Factory. Even more than just the Flying Sword Factory. Chuanghu Island Industrial Zone. In a newly built factory building. Chen Daoxuan and Chen Daolian looked at the strange looking magic weapon in Chen Daoxuan's hand and were a little confused. Young patriarch, what is this used for? Chen Daoxuan pointed at the cylindrical magic weapon in Chen Daoxuan's hand and asked curiously. I call this magic weapon a centrifugal wall breaker, also known as a centrifugal wall breaker. You will know its specific use later. Chen Daoxuan smiled mysteriously. After speaking, Chen Daoxuan took out 3 kinds of spiritual medicine from the storage bag, namely, the soul returning grass, the weeping blood flower, and the key returning root. These 3 spiritual medicines are all first level low grade spiritual medicines, and their total value is about 30 spiritual stones. Chen Daolian recognized at a glance that these were the 3 spiritual medicines for refining the first level low grade spiritual pill, the key returning pill. Seeing the curiosity in Chen Daolian's eyes, Chen Daoxuan smiled and said, watch it carefully. After speaking, he put the 3 spiritual medicines into 3 different cylindrical centrifugal wall breakers. The next second, he pressed a button on the centrifugal wall breaker. But the centrifugal wall breaker started to rotate at high speed. Chen Daolian and Chen Daoxuan were confused, not knowing what kind of medicine Chen Daoxuan was selling. But less than half a cup of tea had passed. Chen Daolian's face suddenly became serious. How is it possible? She looked at Chen Daoxuan, her pretty face full of shock. Chen Daoxuan didn't know how to make pills, and couldn't figure out what was going on. At this moment, he looked uncomfortable and said, what's wrong? This thing separates all the impurities and essences in the spiritual medicine. Chen Daolian pointed at the machine in front of her tremblingly, and was even more shocked than when she saw the wrangling furnace. What's the use of this? Chen Daoxuan still had a puzzled look on his face. Forget it, you are not an alchemist, and it doesn't make sense to you. Chen Daolian said with contempt on her face. Chen Daoxuan turned his head away depressed. Chen Daoxuan ignored the 2 people's bickering and followed the same method, pressing all the buttons of the 3 centrifugal wall breaking machines. Soon, the 3 kinds of spiritual medicine, under the action of 3 centrifugal wall breaking machines, all separated the spiritual medicine impurities and spiritual medicine essence. Then, Chen Daoxuan said, I will turn on this valve later, and the spiritual medicine essence will flow down. You must refine these 3 spiritual medicine essences into pills as soon as possible, understand? Yes. Chen Daolian nodded. So much time has passed. She has long been a qualified first level middle grade alchemist, and she is also a teacher of alchemy courses at Changping No. 1 Primary School. Refining the most basic first level low grade spiritual medicine, the key recovering pill, is of course not difficult for Chen Daolian. Seeing her like this, Chen Daoxuan immediately turned on the valve. The next second, the 3 kinds of spiritual medicine essences flowed down directly under the action of gravity. Chen Daolian did not dare to neglect it, and immediately used the method of refining pills to catch the 3 kinds of spiritual medicine essences that flowed down, and then slowly refined them into pills. In less than half a cup of tea, the 3 kinds of spiritual medicine essences were refined into key recovering pills by Chen Daolian, floating in front of the 3 people. It's done already? Chen Daoxuan on the side asked in surprise. When you were refining the elixir before, didn't you use the alchemy furnace to help control the fire, to prevent the elixir from being burned? Why don't you use it now? When Chen Daolian heard this, he immediately put on an expression, as if he was too lazy to explain. Chen Daoxuan did not explain the idea of alchemy knowledge to an equipment refiner who knew nothing. He turned to look at Chen Daolian and said, how much do you think this machine can help alchemists? This is simply an alchemy artifact. Chen Daolian commented, I used to use the alchemy furnace to refine key recovering pills, and the success rate was about 60%. With the cost of refining a furnace of key recovering pills of 30 spirit stones, I could probably earn about 30 spirit stones. And now, she shook her head and sighed. Using this machine to assist in refining key recovering pills, I will never fail. The most important thing is that it saves me too much time to refine the impurities of spiritual medicines. It took me about 3 hours to refine a furnace of key recovering pills before. Now it only takes 1 stick of incense at most, and I can refine 10 key recovering pills. On average, it takes less than half a cup of tea to refine one. Half a cup of tea, that is, 5 minutes to refine one. Even if it is only refined for 10 hours a day, it is 120 key recovering pills, and the price of each key recovering pill is 10 spirit stones, and the income can reach 1,200 spirit stones. This is just the income of a first-class low-grade alchemist in one day. Excluding the cost, the gross profit is about 840 spirit stones. Compared with the flying sword factory, where a refiner refines 5 flying swords a day and earns a profit of barely 100 spirit stones, the two are simply not on the same level. This is just the most basic first-class low-grade spiritual pill, the key recovering pill. If you switch to spiritual pills that assist in cultivation, the profit will be even greater. For example, a first-class medium-grade spiritual pill, the key gathering pill, costs 50 spirit stones. Even if the speed of refining this kind of spiritual pill is a little slower, and only 100 can be refined a day, the income can reach 5,000 spirit stones a day. Excluding the cost, the gross profit can reach a terrifying 4,000 spirit stones a day. Moreover, whether in the Wangxing Sea or in other cultivation circles, the demand for elixirs is always the greatest, far greater than the demand for magic tools, and there is no worry about the market problem. A cultivator in the key refining stage can use a first-class magic tool for 10 years, but what about elixirs? If you eat them freely, you will need to eat one a month, at least a dozen a year. This is just the elixir for auxiliary cultivation. In times of war, elixirs for restoring true ki and essence, elixirs for recovering injuries, elixirs for detoxification, etc. are all in great demand. For example, in Guanghan Prefecture now, apart from the elixirs for auxiliary cultivation and realm-breaking elixirs, which are always in demand, there is a huge demand for the 3 elixirs of ki recovering elixir, detoxification elixir, and shattering elixir. Especially in the East Defense Zone, which is on the front line. Chen Daoxuan can now imagine that Zhao Mubei must be quite worried about shattering elixir and detoxification elixir, because these 2 elixirs are simply essential for dealing with zombies. Without them, the danger of cultivators facing zombies will increase by more than 2 levels. Chen Daoxuan has felt the power of shattering elixir, and the effect is amazing. Of course, he was taking a 2nd grade superior shattering elixir at the time, which is naturally not comparable to the ordinary 1st grade shattering elixir. But even so, he and Zhao Mubei were able to kill out of the opponent's 10,000 corpses blood evil formation, and shattering elixir played an indispensable role. If it weren't for the sha-breaking pill that blocked most of the bloody evil spirits for them, he and Zhao Mubei would have been in a much more dangerous situation that day. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan looked at Chen Daolian and said, "How are the Fu generation disciples in the clan school learning the knowledge of alchemy now?" Hearing this, Chen Daolian hesitated a little and said, "Young clan leader, they are only 6 years old." Chen Daoxuan was embarrassed when his thoughts were exposed, and then he hardened his heart. Isn't this just in time for the turmoil in Guanghan Prefecture? I can't do anything about it. He looked at the brand new factory and said, "Daolian, after the test results come out this year, let's put the 50 Fu generation disciples with the best alchemy results here. It can be regarded as learning and producing at the same time, without delaying either." When Chen Daoxuan heard this, he looked at Chen Daoxuan with a trembling look. To cruel. When their batch of Dao generation monks entered the factory at the age of 8, he already felt that Chen Daoxuan was cruel enough. Now that the family is living a good life, the cultivation environment of the children of the Fu generation will be more superior, but the time to enter the factory has been advanced to 6 years old. What Chen Daoxuan did, even if the capitalists in the previous life saw it, I'm afraid they would shout in admiration. If it were in the previous life, shooting him 10 times would not be enough to appease the public anger. But Chen Daoxuan had no choice. He did want to develop slowly, but the general environment did not give him the opportunity to develop slowly. Now he wanted to use catalysts to directly grow up those food generation fairy seedlings that had not grown up. The Chen family was too short of manpower. An industrial production can't do anything without people. At least before entering the intelligentization, a large population is an indispensable factor for industrialization. As for letting outsiders enter the Chen family's factory, to be honest, Chen Daoxuan was not at ease. Or rather, he did not have enough strength to resist this risk. If he was a Yuanying Zhenjin at this moment, Chen Daoxuan would dare to boldly use casual cultivators or other family children to work for the Chen family factory. But now, he absolutely dare not. Since we are going to officially start production here, why don't we give it a name? Chen Daoxuan suggested. Name. Chen Daolian lowered his head to think. Why not call it Changping Pharmaceutical Factory? Chen Daoxuan thought for a while and said, Changping Pharmaceutical Factory. The two thought about it and then nodded in agreement. This name is quite standard and there is nothing to refute. After naming it, Chen Daoxuan looked at Chen Daoxuan and said, do you know why I asked you to come? I don't know. Chen Daoxuan shook his head with a bad feeling in his heart. This year, I plan to expand the Hongmeng Flying Sword Factory and the Changping Pharmaceutical Factory. These two factories, one needs a soul melting furnace and the other needs a centrifugal wall breaking machine. Both of these special magic tools need you to refine them. What? Chen Daoxuan was stunned when he heard this. Chapter 165 City Building. Looking at Chen Daoxuan's resentful eyes, Chen Daoxuan smiled and said, don't look at me like that. I have to set up a soul formation for the family in Redwood Island, especially Redwood Island. Next, our family will build a fairy city there. Build a fairy city? Chen Daoxuan and Chen Daolian were attracted by his words. Is it a fairy city like Guanghan Prefecture's fairy city? The two of them said with a bright look in their eyes. Of course it is not as good as Guanghan Prefecture's fairy city now, but it's hard to say in the future. Chen Daoxuan said meaningfully. The demarcation of the Western Defense Zone means that the large area west of Guanghan Prefecture will be the sphere of influence of the Chen family in the future. You know, there are far more families living and multiplying in this area than just the Chen family. In fact, even if the area west of Guanghan Prefecture is vast and sparsely populated, if you really count it, the population is tens of millions. With so many people, the number of cultivators is at least hundreds of thousands. This does not include people who will rush here from other areas in the future. The reason is very simple. Although the West Defense Zone is the weakest, it is also the rear area of Guanghan Prefecture. The East Defense Zone, the North Defense Zone, and Lingbei Island are on the front line. For those casual cultivators who are unwilling to go to the front line, or dare not go to the front line, the South Defense Zone and the West Defense Zone are their best choices. Especially the West Defense Zone. Because the Zhao family is also in charge of the South Defense Zone. If the war on Lingbei Island gets worse in the future, they will definitely have to support Lingbei Island and get involved in the war. Only the West Defense Zone seems to be the safest at present. In addition to guarding against the zombies from the bottom of the Huangxing Sea, there will be almost no danger. This situation is not difficult to analyze for casual cultivators with a slightly clear mind. Hearing that the family is going to build a fairy city on Redwood Island, Chen Daoxuan and Chen Daolian were immediately excited. Their bodies, which were originally a little tired, were full of motivation again. Watching the family grow and develop step by step in their hands, they have an incomparable sense of accomplishment and pride. Including Chen Daoxuan, now has this feeling. Indeed, with Chen Daoxuan's talent, perhaps abandoning his family and going to the front line of Chuan State as a casual cultivator would be smoother and easier. But at the same time, he would never be able to gain this sense of pride and satisfaction. What is the purpose of cultivation? Just for immortality? If it is just for immortality, turning into a zombie like the Sun brothers, isn't it also a kind of immortality to some extent? Obviously not. In Chen Daoxuan's view, the ultimate goal of cultivation is to allow oneself to live freely and comfortably. In the world, it is too difficult to achieve the word free and easy. It is even more difficult than immortality and becoming an immortal. By the way, how is your true ki being polished now? Chen Daoxuan suddenly asked, as if he remembered something. Hearing this question, Chen Daoxuan's face was full of confidence, and he said, in at most 1 year, my true ki can be polished. So fast? Chen Daoxuan raised his eyebrows. The speed of polishing the true ki was not only not slower than his, but even faster. Of course. Polishing the true ki has nothing to do with spiritual roots, it depends entirely on one's physique. Obviously, Chen Daoxuan's physique makes it easier to polish the true ki to perfection. Seeing Chen Daoxuan's smug look, Chen Daolian's pretty face was a little puffed up, and she said, report to the young clan leader, my true ki has only been polished to 1/3. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan nodded, this speed is not slow. In 2 years at most, you can also build a foundation. Hearing the progress of the two people's cultivation, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but feel emotional. Chen Daoxuan and Chen Daolian are the same age, and they are less than 15 years old this year. Chen Daoxuan will build a foundation next year, and he will be only 16 years old, while Chen Daolian will be a little older, about 17 years old. In other words, these two people have all broken Zhao Mubei's foundation record. Of course. From Chen Daoxuan's perspective, although the two of them broke Zhao Mubei's foundation record, their true talents are still far behind Zhao Mubei. The reason why Chen Daoxuan and Chen Daolian's cultivation speed is more exaggerated than that of the cultivators with heavenly spiritual roots is entirely due to the unlimited cultivation resources invested by the Chen family. This kind of investment is completely irrational in the eyes of the big cultivation forces. But the Chen family doesn't care. Chen Daolian and Chen Daoxuan are the few upper spiritual root cultivators of the Dao generation. In the short term, Chen Daoxuan still hopes that the two of them can share the heavy responsibility for him. With their cultivation in the key refining period, they are definitely unable to share the heavy responsibility for him, but after building the foundation, they can do more things. At least in the future, it will be more impressive to represent the Chen family, to communicate with other families. It is not the case that the Chen family really relies on Chen Daoxuan alone to support the facade. This kind of big family is inevitably a bit laughable. After encouraging Chen Daoxuan and Chen Daolian, Chen Daoxuan left the Shuanghu Island industrial zone. He began to arrange the second level soul formation of Shuanghu Island. From the name of this formation, it can be seen that this is a second level formation. In the entire Chen family, no one except Chen Daoxuan can arrange it. The second level soul enriching formation is much more complicated than the first level soul enriching formation. Even with Chen Daoxuan's attainments in formation, it took him 10 days to complete the arrangement. Chen Daoxuan, who had cultivated a first level spiritual vein, knew it well. In the following days, he would watch the power of creation in the spirit stone slowly transform the spiritual vein, and upgrade the Chen family's first level spiritual vein to the second level. This time would be about half a year. By then, the Chen family would have a second level spiritual vein, which could be used for the family members to build the foundation, and provide enough spiritual energy for the increasing number of monks of the Fu generation. After arranging the spiritual vein of Shuanghu Island, Chen Daoxuan followed the same method, and began to arrange the spiritual vein of Redwood Island. After dragging on for so many days, seeing that the commander had finally started to cultivate the third level spiritual vein for them, everyone was in high spirits. Redwood Island is a deserted island, which means that it is difficult for everyone to practice for such a long time. At most, they can refine the free spiritual energy in the air and restore their true essence. In normal times, in this harsh environment, the cultivators would have exploded long ago. But the cultivators also knew that Guang'an Prefecture was in turmoil at this time, and the front line was constantly threatened by the corpse tide from Lotus Island. It would be good if they could stay in a safe place. Otherwise, they could return to their respective clans. But after seeing the fate of the Zhao family, who would dare to stay on their original island alone? Commander. Seeing Chen Daoxuan's escape light, a captain of 10,000 soldiers in the middle stage of foundation building stopped cutting trees with his flying sword, and bowed to Chen Daoxuan. Well, Chen Daoxuan looked around the busy construction site and said, "Where is Mr. Chen?" "General Chen is in front." Following the direction of the captain's finger, Chen Daoxuan saw Chen Biwang hunched over, lying in front of a huge blueprint, explaining something to the cultivators. Although the cultivators were not as proficient in architecture as Chen Biwang, who had built houses all his life, they were not completely ignorant of architecture, because they would open caves on their own. Under Chen Biwang's guidance, the cultivators soon understood what Chen Biwang meant. Lei Zhen cupped his hands and said, "We understand what Elder Chen meant. Don't worry. However, we have too many people to build the house. I'm afraid there are not enough cultivators to cut down trees and carry and cut stones." Obviously, Chen Biwang didn't understand the construction speed of the cultivators, and he still allocated manpower according to the proportion of ordinary people. Hearing Lei Zhen's words at this moment, he was stunned. Then according to the Immortal Master's opinion, how should the manpower be allocated? Chen Biwang said respectfully, "I think that 70% of people go to deal with building materials, and 30% of people build houses and pave roads. This ratio is more appropriate. Okay, let's do as the Immortal Master says." Chen Biwang nodded. "Elder Chen." As he was speaking, Chen Daoxuan came over from behind Chen Biwang. "Commander-in-Chief. Commander-in-Chief." Seeing Chen Daoxuan, everyone bowed to him. Chen Daoxuan responded one by one, then looked at Chen Biwang and said in surprise, "You have come up with the design of the city so quickly?" Hearing this, Chen Biwang stroked his beard proudly and said, "For so many years, I have built bridges and roads for my Chen family, built houses, and expanded the county town of Changping County. It is not that the people under my command have not made any progress at all." Hearing this explanation, Chen Daoxuan nodded in understanding. Indeed, it is not just the cultivators of the Chen family who have made progress. The progress of mortals is actually greater than that of cultivators. It's just that Chen Daoxuan's eyes have always been on the cultivators, ignoring the progress of ordinary members of the Chen family. Step forward. Chen Daoxuan picked up the extremely complex city planning drawings on the table, looked at them carefully, and raised his head and said, "Old Chen, didn't you leave space for the inner city?" "Inner city?" Chen Biwang looked at Chen Daoxuan in confusion, not knowing what he meant by the inner city. But all the foundation building cultivators present changed their faces. How could they not understand the meaning of the inner city? The so-called inner city is the immortal city built within the mortal city, such as Guang'an Prefecture Immortal City, Lingzhou Immortal City, etc. Obviously, Chen Daoxuan also wants to build an immortal city on Redwood Island. Moreover, it seems that the spiritual stones owned by the Western Defense Zone are indeed enough to build such an immortal city. However, Commander-in-Chief, Lei Zhen thought for a while and said carefully, "Part of our military expenditure is the military pay of the soldiers." "I know." Chen Daoxuan glanced at him and smiled. "Don't worry, I will pay the soldiers' military pay in full. Whether it is on the front line of Chuan Kingdom, or in the current Guang'an Prefecture coalition, there are military pays for monks who join the army. However, on the front line of Chuan Kingdom, the military pay is paid in the form of military merit. In the Guang'an Prefecture coalition, it is paid in the form of spiritual stones. Although the military pay is not high, there are a total of 100,000 soldiers in the Western Defense Zone, which is a terrifying number when added together. As for embezzling military pay, Chen Daoxuan can't do it. In his opinion, even if the military pay was distributed to the soldiers, they would have to spend it sooner or later. After all, it would be returned to the Chen family, so why should they be so unkind and give others an advantage? Chapter 166, Dust-Filled Banner. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, half a year has passed. Redwood Island, Seaview Pavilion. The waves hit the stone bench of the Seaview Pavilion, making a rustling sound. A figure with the upper half of a human body and the lower half of a fishtail. The enchanting upper body appeared from the sea, looking at the harbor with ships constantly coming and going at the end of the sight, and sighed, "I didn't expect that in just 1 year. The changes here are so great." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan followed Luoli's line of sight. In the distant harbor, white sails were connected together. Most of them were major families with their own clansmen, constantly rushing to Redwood Island. This is the garrison of the Western Defense Zone. In the eyes of the monks of Guang'an Prefecture, it is also one of the safest places. In just half a year, with the concerted efforts of a group of monks, the prototype of a city has been slowly built on Redwood Island. With the arrival of mortals, the city began to gradually become popular and prosperous. Eluoli looked at the harbor city in the distance, turned around and asked, "What's its name?" "Guanhei City." "Guanhei City," Eluoli muttered, then looked at the ugly pavilion in front of her and couldn't help but burst out laughing. "What's wrong?" Chen Daoxuan looked at her strangely. "Nothing, just thought of something interesting." Eluoli shook her head. "Then I'm leaving. It seems that I can't trade with you here in the future. There are more and more people here now." As she said that, Eluoli's eyes revealed a hint of fear. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan smiled. "Why can't you trade with me here?" "I'm not afraid." "What are you afraid of?" Seeing him like this, Eluoli said unhappily, "Isn't it because I'm afraid of causing you trouble?" "Trouble? What trouble?" Chen Daoxuan said with a normal look. "The so-called trouble is just an excuse for insufficient strength. Since the big clans all have affiliated races in the Wangxinghai underwater world, isn't it natural for my Chen family to have an affiliated race?" But Eluoli didn't know how to refute. As if he could see that Eluoli had misunderstood, Chen Daoxuan smiled and said, "Who do you think built that city?" He pointed to Guanhei City in the distance. "Wasn't it built by a big family in Guangdong Prefecture?" Eluoli's pretty face was full of astonishment. "Yes, it was built by the big family in front of you." "Your Chen family?" Eluoli looked at Chen Daoxuan, her pretty face full of disbelief. Although the mermaids didn't know how powerful the Chen family was, they knew that the Chen family was definitely not a big family in Guangdong Prefecture. In Guangdong Prefecture, the only big families that could be called big families, apart from the Zhao family, were the Yang, Wu, and Zhao families. Among them, the Chen family was not included. Zhao family? Hearing Eluoli mention the Zhao family, Chen Daoxuan shook his head. "The Zhao family is gone." "Gone?" Eluoli was a little unresponsive. "What do you mean gone?" Seeing her like this, Chen Daoxuan told her what happened on Lotus Island. After hearing this news, Eluoli's pretty face was full of horror. "You mean that Shenju Zenran is not dead?" Eluoli's voice trembled slightly. "Yes." Chen Daoxuan frowned. "Does Shenju Zenran scare you so much?" Hearing this, Eluoli took a deep breath, calmed down his emotions, and said seriously, "You don't understand. According to the records of my clan, Shenju Zenran not only caused chaos in the nearby states, but also in our underwater world. At that time, Kangzhou, Taizhou, and Jingzhou formed a coalition of cultivators, but they failed to strangle Shenju Zenran. In the end, it was Carnean Sword Sect that sent 3 Yuanying Zhenjin to suppress the Shenju rebellion. Is a late giant and cultivator so difficult to deal with?" Chen Daoxuan frowned. "Difficult. Very difficult." Eluoli nodded. "The most difficult thing about Master Shenju is not that his strength far exceeds that of the cultivators of the same level, but his ability to escape." "Oh. What is his ability to escape?" He did see in the ancient books of the Zhao family that Master Shenju was very good at escaping, but the ancient books did not record his means of escape in detail. "You should know that Master Shenju has inherited the legacy of an immortal from the upper realm, right?" Chen Daoxuan nodded. This rumor was almost known to everyone. The reason why casual cultivators are so interested in Master Shenju is also because of his legendary experience. An ordinary casual cultivator, who inherited the legacy of an immortal, has since dominated the world. To some extent, Master Shenju's experience is simply a classic template for the protagonist in a vernacular novel. Of course, he ultimately failed to succeed in defying the will of heaven, and was directly killed by the 3 Yuanying Zhenjin sent by the Carnean Sword Sect. But the damage brought to Kangzhou and several surrounding states by the Shenju rebellion was simply devastating. Eluoli didn't know what Chen Daoxuan was thinking, and continued. "Legend has it that the immortal god Ju received the immortal inheritance in a secret space, opened up by an immortal dungeon." "Yes." Eluoli nodded. "The cave opened up by the immortal." She paused. "In this cave immortal mansion, the immortal god Ju received several important inheritances and magic tools, one of which is called the Michin Banner, which can escape 100,000 miles away in an instant. 100,000 miles? Chen Daoxuan stared at her blankly, wondering if she was talking in her sleep. What does it mean to escape 100,000 miles away in an instant? Even if Chen Daoxuan was flying with all his strength, it would take him nearly a day to reach the destination. Even if it was a Yuan Ying's engine, it would take nearly half an hour to cross a distance of 100,000 miles. In other words, even if it was a Yuan Ying's engine, it would be almost impossible to catch the immortal god Ju holding the Michin banner. I just don't know how the 3 Yuan Ying's engines of the Carnean sword sect trap the immortal god Ju. But think about it carefully. It is nothing more than using formations or special instruments to seal off space, leaving Shenju Zenran nowhere to escape. Not only that, Shenju Zenran's Michin banner is said to be able to set the space node for transmission in advance. You mean he placed the transmission node in the immortal cave? Yes. Luoli nodded. It's so cowardly. Now, Chen Daoxuan finally knew why Carnean sword sect sent a secret hand to deal with Shenju Zenran. To a certain extent. As long as Shenju Zenran does not take the initiative to expose the cave opened by the immortal, no one in this world can find the spatial location of this cave. Carnean sword sect knew that Shenju Zenran was hiding in this cave, but they just couldn't do anything about him. Moreover, Shenju Zenran's character is extremely cautious. He only sent a group of corpse servants to make trouble, but he hid behind the scenes. It seems that the fall 400 years ago made him completely remember, and he also knew the truth, that there is a world outside the world. But this is not good news for Carnean sword sect. Indeed, with the strength of Master Shenju, he is not a threat to Carnean sword sect. But there is always such a person in your hinterland, and Carnean sword sect must feel like there is something wrong with it. Even if they don't get rid of him, Carnean sword sect can't attack Chuan Kingdom with all their strength. Because Master Shenju may set fire to Carnean sword sect's backyard at any time. Watching Luoli leave, Chen Daoxuan fell into deep thought. He is now finally sure that the war with the corpse servants of Lotus Island is nothing at all. Whether it is Taoist Shenju or Carnean sword sect, I'm afraid they won't care about the outcome of this war. For Carnean sword sect, the most important thing is to pull out Master Shenju. But for Master Shenju, what is the most important thing? Also, he has been hiding for so long. Why did he suddenly come out to make trouble? Could it be that he couldn't stand the loneliness? Too many puzzles lingered in Chen Daoxuan's heart, making him feel heavy. Although the battle with the corpse tied on Lotus Island is not important to Carnean sword sect, for the monks of Guang'an Prefecture, this war is a war to defend their homeland. They must not fail. Otherwise, the monks of Guang'an Prefecture will have to hide in other prefectures like a stray dog. But in the Huangxing Sea, where else can the monks of Guang'an Prefecture settle in? Even if the big clans have enough spiritual stones to cultivate new spiritual veins. But without Guang'an Prefecture as a base, even the Zhao family will inevitably decline. Because in addition to spiritual veins, monks also need various cultivation resources for cultivation. These cultivation resources must be purchased with spiritual stones. Without Guang'an Prefecture, where can the Zhao family get enough spiritual stones to meet the survival needs of tens of millions of Zhao family members and the cultivation needs of hundreds of thousands of monks? The same is true for the Chen family of Shuanghu Island. The Chen family finally obtained the recognition of the Zhao, Yang and other big clans in Guang'an Prefecture, and the family development is booming. Seeing his family growing stronger and stronger, how could Chen Daoxuan be willing to leave his hometown like this? Therefore, for the monks of Guang'an Prefecture, especially the monks of the Guang'an Prefecture family, this battle can only be won but not lost. With a heavy heart, Chen Daoxuan's escape light flashed and flew towards Shuanghu Island. Shuanghu Island. Changping Pharmaceutical Factory. Entering the factory. Looking at the young figures in the factory, Chen Daoxuan felt a little sour in his nose. If there was any way, Chen Daoxuan would never let such a young monk of the Chen family come to the pharmaceutical factory to refine pills. Fuan, how did you do it? It's been half a year. Why can't you refine the detoxification pill perfectly? You only refine one pill each time. You can make mistakes. Chen Daolian, who was already 16 years old, saw Chen Fuan failed to refine the pill, and her eyebrows were raised, and she scolded. It seemed that she was frightened by Chen Daolian's scolding. The little girl named Chen Fuan trembled slightly, and tears were faintly rolling in her eyes. Ahem. Chen Daoxuan coughed lightly. Hearing this cough, Chen Daoxuan, who was concentrating on teaching everyone to refine pills, came back to his senses, stood up quickly, bowed and said, "Young clan leader." "Yeah." Chen Daoxuan nodded and smiled. "How is it? Are you adapting to studying here?" Chen Daoxuan knew what Chen Daoxuan was most concerned about, and smiled and said, "Compared to the clan school classroom, there are many more opportunities for practice here. In just half a year, these 50 food generation disciples can almost refine first level low grade pills. At this rate, at most 1 year, they can refine first level middle grade pills." Good. Hearing this good news, Chen Daoxuan nodded with satisfaction. The cultivators of the Chen family finally did not disappoint him. Chapter 167 Seeking Help. Unlike the peaceful West Defense Zone behind Guang'an Prefecture, the war with the Corpse Tide of Lotus Island in the East Defense Zone has been fierce since the beginning. The East Defense Zone coalition led by Zhao Mubei was attacked by the Corpse Tide of Lotus Island before they even had time to cultivate spiritual veins and build city gates. Fortunately, Zhao Mubei and the 3 Purple Palace monks of the Zhao family turned the tide and stabilized the war situation that was almost collapsed. Finally, a foundation was established on the 4 islands near Lotus Island. In the next 6 months, 4 immortal cities were built, completely blocking the road from the entire Lotus Island to Guang'an Prefecture. In this way, if the Corpse Tide of Lotus Island wants to spread to Guang'an Prefecture, it can only tear through the defense line set by Zhao Mubei. For a full 6 months, the 2 sides fought several major battles around the 4 city gates. Small battles were even more difficult to count. After 6 months of fierce fighting, Zhao Mubei took the opportunity to explode and annihilated tens of thousands of enemy zombies in one move, causing the Sun Brothers of Lotus Island to change their strategy. They chose to reduce the scale of the war and turn the large-scale war into a small-scale harassment attack. So far, the 2 sides have entered a stage of tug-of-war and attrition war around the 4 city gates. Every day, there are monks falling in front of the city gates. Every moment, countless zombies are strangled on the spot by the coalition monks. However, compared with consumption, how can the monks be the opponent of the corpse servants of Lotus Island? According to statistics from the East Defense Zone Coalition, the corpse refining ground of Lotus Island has at least tens of millions of zombies. Even if the strength of a single monk is far superior to that of ordinary zombies, facing such a huge tide of corpses, especially under the invasion of the evil spirit of Lotus Island, it is almost impossible to counterattack Lotus Island. You know, the entire East Defense Zone Coalition has only more than 900,000 soldiers. Among them, most of them are cultivators in the key refining stage. Besides, Zhao Mubei is not sure how many Purple Mansion level zombies there are on Lotus Island now. If it is true as he guessed, the Purple Mansion zombies of Lotus Island can be refined in batches, then he will not have such good luck as last time if he rushes in. The last time he and Chen Daoxuan joined forces to fight their way out of Lotus Island, it was based on the fact that the other side only had 5 Purple Mansion zombies. Otherwise, if there were 1 or 2 more Purple Mansion zombies last time, and if the consumption continued, once Zhao Mubei's mana was exhausted, he and Chen Daoxuan would both be defeated on Lotus Island, an island near Lotus Island. On the city gate, a cultivator wearing spiritual armor strode towards Zhao Mubei. At this time, Zhao Mubei was also wearing spiritual armor, and he exuded a strong murderous aura. "Commander." The spiritual armor cultivator bowed to Zhao Mubei. The corpse tied at the 4th city gate has retreated. Hearing this, Zhao Mubei nodded in understanding, and his clenched hands relaxed slightly. Usually, not many zombies dared to cause trouble in the city gate he guarded. But the city gates of the other 3 islands were almost always facing the invasion of the corpse tide of Lotus Island. There was no way, because the other Purple Mansion cultivators of the Zhao family did not have such deterrents. It would be fine if the zombies on Lotus Island were all a group of brainless and sinister creatures. But they have 2 commanders. Zhao Mubei always felt extremely regretful when he thought of this. If he had forced himself to kill the white-faced zombie that was fighting with him, it would have been fine. because he knew that the coalition was facing such a big trouble now, and it was all this guy who was behind the scenes. Even from the beginning, the Wu family's cargo ship was intercepted and killed, attracting the attention of Guang'an Prefecture, and then taking the opportunity to sneak attack the Zhao family and slaughter the entire Zhao family. It was all premeditated. As for taking the opportunity to eliminate the Zhao family's Purple Mansion cultivator who went to investigate, it was all a matter of convenience. If it weren't for him, Zhao Mubei, and Chen Daoxuan who went there that day, if the 3 Purple Mansion cultivators of the Zhao family joined forces to investigate, the Zhao family would be missing 3 Purple Mansion combat forces now. Zhao Mubei had no doubt about this. The reason why Zhao Mubei felt that the Sun brothers' elimination of the Zhao family was a premeditated act was because their East Defense Zone coalition was in urgent need of supplies, especially the 2 kinds of elixirs, the detoxification pill and the evil breaking pill. If the Zhao family was still there, they would definitely be able to provide the coalition with medicinal resources. But unfortunately, the Zhao family is gone. Although the Zhao family is also a large alchemy family, the Zhao family alone cannot supply the medicinal resources consumed by the coalition forces in the East Defense Zone. And without detoxification pills and evil breaking pills, the danger of the coalition's key refining cultivators facing zombies will increase by more than 2 levels. Many cultivators did not die under the fangs of zombies, but died in the subsequent corpse poison. This made Zhao Mubei extremely annoyed. But he had no choice. Although his strength was strong, it was basically his limit to kill tens of thousands of zombies in one blow when he exploded. And he had to give the other party a chance. Since the other party discovered that Zhao Mubei was so fierce, they had hardly launched a large-scale invasion, all of which were small-scale large-scale harassment. No matter how strong Zhao Mubei was, how could he take care of 4 islands and so many battlefields? Commander-in-Chief, Wu Guanggai, who was wearing spiritual armor, hesitated. The pills shipped from Guang'an Prefecture have run out again. It's only been a few days, how come they are used up so quickly? Zhao Mubei looked at him with a frown. Seeing him like this, Wu Guanggai frowned and smiled bitterly. Commander-in-Chief, this month, our 1st, 2nd, and 4th city gates have all had more than 10 small-scale harassment wars. Each of these 3 city gates consumes at least 10,000 pills a day, and the speed at which Guang'an Prefecture refines pills is not enough. They are consuming our army's logistics. Zhao Mubei took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. He knew that this must be the intentional act of the corpse group on Lotus Island. Once the logistics of the East Defense Zone coalition are exhausted, the so-called cultivators will become vulnerable. There are no detoxification pills, no evil breaking pills, and no recovery pills. The sustained combat capability of the cultivators in the key refining stage will drop by several levels. At that time, the balance of victory will naturally tilt towards the corpses of Lotus Island. In terms of consumption, how can human monks compare with a group of zombies, and a group of zombies that are organized and obey orders? The coalition forces in the East Defense Zone have had to burn the bodies of their comrades in time after each battle, to avoid adding manpower to the enemy. But even so, there will still be situations where the bodies of key refining soldiers are robbed. If the logistics are not guaranteed, this situation will become more and more common. In the end, the enemy will become more and more numerous, and our own people will become fewer and fewer. How can this battle be fought? No. This can't go on. Zhao Mubei's eyes condensed. At this rate of consumption, these 4 city gates will not last for 10 years, and the monks will be exhausted. And the most terrifying thing is not this, but the moral problem. Zombies are not afraid, they will only obey the orders of their masters. But monks are not like that. They will be afraid, and will choose to be deserters, because of heavy casualties. If the logistics are not guaranteed, Zhao Mubei estimates that deserters will begin to appear in the East Defense Zone in at most 1 year. Now everyone is killing zombies and gaining military merits, and with fewer monks dying, everyone is very happy. But when the logistics are exhausted and the casualties increase greatly, even military merits cannot stop everyone from being afraid of fighting. We must ask for help from the rear. At least let the rear guarantee the logistics resources of the front line. Thinking of this, Zhao Mubei walked towards a hall inside the city gate. This hall is the headquarters of the East Defense Zone Coalition. The decoration inside the hall is very simple. The only thing that attracts attention is the communication formation inside the hall. Walking to the communication formation, Zhao Mubei sent a message to Zhao Minghao, who was far away in Guanghan Prefecture, Lingbei Island, the Zhao family residence in Guanghan Prefecture. Zhao Minghao looked at the message sent by Zhao Mubei, sighed, and said, "Hold a combat meeting, and let Brother Yang come to participate." After thinking for a while, he said, "Also notify Brother Chen." Yes, clan leader. The Zhao family monk took the military order and retreated quickly. The war is difficult. Zhao Minghao sighed. He knew that fighting the zombies on Lotus Island was nothing. The real danger had not yet been encountered by the monks of Guanghan Prefecture. His only hope now was that the backup plan arranged by Carneo and Sword Sect was strong enough to enable their fellow monks in Guanghan Prefecture to survive this disaster. Redwood Island, Guanhai City, the main hall of the West Defense Zone headquarters. Chen Daoxuan received the message from Zhao Minghao and fell into deep thought. Hold a combat meeting? Logically speaking, except for the East Defense Zone and the zombies on Lotus Island, other defense zones have not seen even a shadow of zombies. Some small families even began to clamor to return to their clans. For these fearless people, Chen Daoxuan had no choice but to let them go. As for whether they would regret it in the future, that was their own business. In the past 6 months, Chen Daoxuan and Zhao Mubei had also contacted each other several times using the communication array. Last time, I heard that he was so powerful that he wiped out tens of thousands of enemy zombies in one fell swoop. Why did he suddenly hold a combat meeting this time? Chen Daoxuan had a vague guess in his mind, but he was not sure. If his guess was true, then the next step would be the moment for the Chen family to take off. Crisis is crisis. Danger also means the arrival of opportunities. For the current Chen family, this tide of corpses on Lotus Island is a danger, but also an opportunity. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan told Zhao Mucheng and Lei Zhen a few words. Then he flew towards Guanghan Prefecture with his light. The communication array can only send simple messages. It is still unrealistic to use the communication array to hold a combat meeting. Therefore, Chen Daoxuan must attend this combat meeting in person. Fortunately, his current light speed is amazing, comparable to that of a purple mansion cultivator. It only took more than half a day to reach the Guanghan Prefecture Immortal City. Without stopping all the way, Chen Daoxuan's light flew directly towards the Zhao family's residence. When Chen Daoxuan arrived, he found that he was the last one to arrive. In fact, it is quite normal if you think about it carefully. Redwood Island in the Western Defense Zone is the farthest from Lingbei Island. Although his speed of flight is comparable to that of a purple mansion cultivator, everyone present is a purple mansion cultivator and their speed of flight is not slower than his. Sorry, I'm late. Seeing Chen Daoxuan, Zhao Minghao smiled and shook his head, saying, "Since fellow Daoist Chen is here, let's get started." Chapter 168 Crazy Pill Market. Lingbei Island, Guanghan Prefecture Allied Forces Headquarters. This is the situation now. Zhao Minghao finished speaking and looked at everyone. Seeing Zhao Minghao looking at him, Yang Linyuan frowned and bowed his hands and said, "Fellow Daoist Zhao, my Yang family is not good at refining pills. The alchemists in the family can't even guarantee the supply of pills for their own people. The pills for the cultivation of ordinary people have to rely on external purchases. This matter." Yang Linyuan shook his head. The Yang family is good at shipbuilding, but they are not very good at refining pills and refining equipment. Hearing this, Zhao Minghao sighed and said, "Fellow Daoist Yang, see if you can suspend the supply of pills for the people of the family and give priority to the supply of pills to the front line. Otherwise the East Defense Zone will be breached and Guanghan Prefecture will be devastated." After thinking about it, Yang Linyuan nodded with difficulty. He knew that this was not the time to worry about the cultivation of the people of the family. The most important thing at the moment is to stop the tide of corpses from spreading to Guanghan Prefecture, and it would be best to force them to head towards Kangzhou Immortal City, leaving this headache to the Yi family. This is also the reason why Zhao Mubei deliberately left a gap for Lotus Island on the front line, and did not surround Lotus Island to death. Thank you, Brother Yang, for your understanding of justice. Zhao Minghao stood up and bowed to Yang Linyuan. Brother Zhao, you are too kind. Yang Linyuan did not dare to be arrogant and stood up quickly. In fact, Zhao Minghao is not only a perfect purple mansion cultivator, but also much older than him. It's just that the Zhao and Yang families are not so close, and the seniority of the two is calculated entirely according to their cultivation. When the two sat down again, Zhao Minghao was still frowning. Although the Yang family agreed to allocate the supply of elixirs for the clan members to the front line, as Yang Linyuan said, the Yang family is not good at refining elixirs. Compared with the huge consumption of elixirs on the front line, this supply of elixirs is just a drop in the bucket. And his Zhao family had already transferred all the elixir supply of the clan members to the front line. Even so, the monks on the front line still complained that the elixir was not enough. In fact, think about it carefully. The 4 city gates on the front line consume an average of 30,000 to 40,000 elixirs every day. Although these elixirs are the lowest level first level elixirs, the quantity is huge. This is the premise that there is no large scale war on the front line. The two sides have been engaged in a tug-of-war and a war of attrition. Otherwise, the consumption of elixirs will increase more than tenfold a day. Which family can withstand such a huge elixir logistics, especially now that the Zhao family has been destroyed? The elixir market in Guanghan Prefecture is like crazy, and the prices of various elixirs have skyrocketed. The key gathering pill, which usually costs 50 spirit stones, has risen to 80 spirit stones at this time, and it is still in short supply. As for the detoxification pill, the evil breaking pill, and the key restoring pill, which are the most in demand on the front line, they have risen to sky-high prices. Just when everyone was at a loss, Chen Daoxuan coughed lightly. Seeing everyone's eyes on him, Chen Daoxuan said, "Excuse me, Senior Zhao, the elixirs needed by the East Defense Zone Coalition are mainly low-level detoxification pills, right?" "That's right." Zhao Minghao's eyes lit up. "Could it be that your Chen family?" "Yes." Chen Daoxuan nodded. "Over the years, my Chen family has trained a large number of alchemists, but the elixirs they refine are of lower quality. For the time being, they can only refine first level inferior detoxification pills, evil breaking pills and key recovering pills. Enough. Enough." Hearing this, Zhao Minghao seemed to hear the sound of nature. The most in demand on the front battlefield is not high-level elixirs, but low-level elixirs used by key refining cultivators. There are more than 900,000 cultivators on the front line of the East Defense Zone, and how many tens of thousands of foundation building cultivators are there? The vast majority are key refining cultivators. This is also the same on the front line of Izumo. It's just that the soldiers on the front line of Izumo are basically in the late stage of key refining. There are very few troops like the Guanghan Prefecture Coalition Army, which is filled with a large number of cultivators in the early and middle stages of key refining. Zhao Minghao looked at Chen Daoxuan with a happy face, and said with a cupped hand, "I wonder how many pills your Chen family can provide." Yang Linyuan on the side did not have high expectations. In his eyes, the Chen family was recognized by the Zhao family and the Yang family, more because of Chen Daoxuan, a genius sword cultivator. As for the Chen family itself, it is still too weak for the time being. How can such a weak family support the huge consumption of pills on the front line? But the next moment, Chen Daoxuan's words almost made Yang Linyuan's eyes pop out. My Chen family does not refine many pills a day now, only less than 10,000 first grade low grade pills of various types. However, our Chen family has been stockpiling pills since a year ago. Now there is a lot of inventory, which should be able to solve the urgent needs of the front line. Chen Daoxuan said with a cupped hand. Hearing this, Zhao Minghao was overjoyed, while Yang Linyuan was stunned. Even the Purple Mansion cultivator Zhang, who had been listening, looked at Chen Daoxuan in surprise. "How many exactly?" Zhao Minghao looked at Chen Daoxuan with an expectant look. "I haven't counted the exact number, but it should be no less than 1 million. Hearing this, even with Zhao Minghao's cunning, his heart couldn't help but beat violently. 1 million pills. Even if it was 1 million low-level pills, it would take at least hundreds of alchemists to refine them for a year without rest. With such a huge number of pills, even the Zhao family couldn't take them out at once. It's not that the Zhao family didn't have hundreds of alchemists, but all of their pills had long been supplied to the frontline defense area. The Zhao family almost sent as many pills as they refined to the front line. Logically, as such a large family, the Zhao family should have a stock of pills. But pills are not like magic tools. After they are refined, even if they are sealed in jade bottles, they can only be preserved for less than a few years, and the efficacy will slowly disappear. So generally speaking, the pills used by cultivators are all newly refined not long ago, so as to ensure the maximum efficacy. There is another reason. Generally speaking, it is possible for large families to store key recovering pills. But who would store so many detoxification pills and evil breaking pills for no reason? If it weren't for the corpse chaos, the demand for these two kinds of pills has always been very low. It is far less than the demand for pills that assist in cultivation. Seeing everyone so excited, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but pour cold water and said, "But my Chen family doesn't have enough spiritual medicine for refining pills now." Before he finished speaking, Yang Linyuan and Zhao Minghao smiled at each other and said, "Fellow Daoist Chen, don't worry. We can supply as many spiritual medicines as you want to the Chen family. You just need to concentrate on refining pills." "That's right." Yang Linyuan nodded in agreement. Whether it is Lingzhou City or Guanghan Prefecture Immortal City, a large number of spiritual veins have been built in the surrounding thousands of miles. The independent cultivators who live on these spiritual veins have planted countless spiritual medicines over the years. Therefore, the thing Guanghan Prefecture lacks the least now is probably spiritual medicine. If the Zhao family had not been destroyed in this environment, there would be more and more alchemists in Guanghan Prefecture. Thinking of this, Yang Linyuan didn't know what he felt in his heart. Originally, he just wanted to use the method of building spiritual veins to snatch profits from the Zhao family, but he didn't expect that he would hit the mark and now provide sufficient raw materials for the pills consumed on the front line. Otherwise, not only is the problem of pills unsolvable now, but even the raw materials for refining pills are in urgent need. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan was completely relieved. Since the Chen family can solve the problem of pills, then the next thing is to talk about the price of pills. Now affected by the destruction of the Zhao family and the corpse chaos, the pill market in the entire Guanghan Prefecture has become a little abnormal, especially the low-level spiritual pills that are needed in large quantities on the front line. It is difficult to buy them with spirit stones. Fellow Daoist Chen, I wonder how much your spiritual pills cost? Zhao Minghao asked. Relationships are relationships, and business is business. Without enough profit, the Chen family cannot continue to refine pills. Zhao Minghao and Yang Linyuan both understand this simple truth. However, if the elixir is purchased at the current market price of Guanghan Prefecture, even with the foundation of the Zhao and Yang families, it will be too much to bear. After all, they don't know how long this war will last. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan thought for a while and said, logically speaking, as a member of Guanghan Prefecture, my Chen family should have a share of the original military expenditure, but my Chen family is really short of money. Therefore, this time the supply of pills will be based on the previous market price. Hearing this, Zhao Minghao and Yang Linyuan breathed a sigh of relief. They really didn't make a mistake. Chen Daoxuan is not only talented, but also knows how to give up. Know when to make the most correct decision. Indeed, Chen Daoxuan will lose a lot of profits by doing this. But as long as Guanghan Prefecture is defended, the Chen family will be able to obtain greater benefits in the future. Because the Zhao family is gone, the rise of the Chen family just makes up for the Zhao family's pill market. This is the biggest gain for the Chen family. But the premise of all this is that Guanghan Prefecture can be preserved. The original market price of the three kinds of elixirs, the detoxification pill, the sha-breaking pill, and the rejuvenation pill, is 10 lingxi each. Chen Daoxuan paused. The elixirs provided by my Chen family are also based on this price, but I have a small request. Fellow Daoist Chen, just say it directly. Zhao Minghao smiled. I want to settle part of this elixir with the cunning and sword sex military merits. Is that okay? Hearing this, everyone looked at the red-haired purple mansion cultivator named Zhang who had been listening and not speaking. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, The red-haired cultivator opened his eyes and said, as long as the soldiers on the front line have no objection, they can trade with military merits at any time. Great. Chen Daoxuan was excited. Compared with spiritual stones, what the Chen family lacks more at this time is various things that enhance the family heritage, such as alchemy, refining inheritance, skills, sword techniques, etc. Let's not talk about other things. For example, since Chen Daoxuan broke through to the foundation building stage, he has never switched to the foundation building stage. On the one hand, it is because the true essence after the sword will is tempered as relatively violent, and Chen Daoxuan needs to polish it carefully for 2 years. Another important reason is that Chen Daoxuan does not have a suitable foundation building stage technique. Although he bought a fire attributed foundation building technique at the auction before, the power of that foundation building technique is mediocre, which is not what he wants. You know, when a cultivator chooses a technique in the foundation building stage, there will be an opportunity to increase the true essence. Chen Daoxuan certainly does not want to make a choice so casually, and the technique purchased at the auction house is not as powerful as the technique exchanged for military merits in Kainyuan Sword Sect. Chapter 169, Battle Merit Calculation. Chuanghu Island Industrial Zone. Changping Pharmaceutical Factory. In the brand new factory, cylindrical machines hummed and made a roar that was inconsistent with this era. From the valve below the centrifugal wall breaking machine, strands of spiritual medicine essence kept falling. They were skillfully caught by the monks of the Fu generation of the Chen family and then refined into pills. After half a year of continuous practice, after countless times of refining pills, except for a few people, the monks of the Fu generation can easily refine a pill with their eyes closed. After the pills were refined, they were skillfully put into jade bottles by female workers and then stored in boxes made of gold and silkwood. With such cooperation, the alchemist only needs a simple refining action. As for putting the spiritual medicine into the centrifugal wall breaking machine, adjusting the speed of the machine, adjusting the speed of the spiritual medicine essence flowing, and putting the pill into the bottle, all were done by ordinary Chen family members. The efficiency of alchemy was greatly improved, with the cooperation of both parties for more than half a year. Whether it is an ordinary worker or a professional alchemist, both sides have reached an excellent tacit understanding. Now, each alchemist can refine about 150 pills per day on average, which is nearly 1.5 times more efficient than the 100 pills per day at the beginning. Chen Daoxuan looked at the young figures of the people and their skilled operations. While feeling a little distressed, he couldn't help but feel proud of the Chen family. For such a long time, no monk of the Fu generation complained about being tired. You know, they are less than 7 years old this year. Hongmeng Flying Sword Factory. The heat wave was overwhelming, and the furnace operators and apprentices in the factory were all sweating. Although the monks were powerful and did not sweat, but the long-term and high-intensity refining of flying swords still made everyone mentally exhausted. However, now everyone knows the disaster faced by Guang'an Prefecture. Although they cannot go to the front line to kill the enemy, they produce magic tools in the rear, and their role is no less than that of the soldiers on the front line. Therefore, even the Fu generation monks, under the guidance of the Dao generation monks, began to refine the first-grade low-grade red shadow flying swords. As for the earliest batch of Dao generation monks, they have already started to refine the first-grade high-grade flying swords. Compared with Changping Pharmaceutical Factory, the types and grades of magic tools in Hongmeng Flying Sword Factory are much wider. Changping No. 1 Zeuxan Primary School. Chen Daoxuan is explaining the matters needing attention in practicing returning to the origin gong to the Fu generation monks who have just enrolled. It seems that he heard the birds singing outside the window. Chen Daoxuan looked out the window, and his thoughts gradually drifted farther and farther. Old Patriarch, a Fu generation fairy seedling, seemed to notice that Chen Daoxuan was distracted and couldn't help but call softly, "I'm fine." Chen Daoxuan smiled. "Let's continue where we were just talking about." Yes, the technique of refining spiritual energy. Looking down from the sky, the entire Xuanhu Island presents a thriving scene. However, compared to the sparsely populated Xuanhu Island, the Guanhe city on Redwood Island is truly prosperous. Thanks to the concerted efforts of the cultivators, Guanhei City has been almost completely completed. The rest is to continue to expand the urban circle outward as the population expands further. The inner city of Guanhei City is the same as the urban structure of Wangxinghai, where the fairy city is located. However, now this fairy city can only be regarded as a large market town at most. But as the cultivators continue to gather in Redwood Island, this market town will definitely gradually evolve into a fairy city in the future. No one will doubt this. Fairy cities always have the characteristics of attracting cultivators. Because fairy cities are built on spiritual veins, and casual cultivators lack spiritual energy to cultivate, this is also the reason why the Yang family built spiritual veins for casual cultivators, and the casual cultivators are so excited. Lingbei Island. The main hall of the Guanghan Prefecture Allied Forces headquarters. I have asked, and the soldiers in the East Defense Zone are willing to exchange their military merits for elixirs. After communicating with the East Defense Zone again, Zhao Minghao spoke. Chen Daoxuan looked at Zhao Minghao and asked, I wonder how to settle the accounts, based on military merit. Let's let fellow Daoist Zhang talk about this. Hearing this, the red-haired monk named Zhang nodded and said, according to the rules of Carnean Sword Sect, there are two types of military merits on the front line, small merits and big merits. 100 small merits can be exchanged for 1 big merit. On the front battlefield, 1 small merit can be exchanged for 1 spirit stone. But spirit stones cannot be exchanged for small merits. Chen Daoxuan nodded in understanding, and it was a unilateral exchange. After a moment of silence, Chen Daoxuan said, in this case, 10 small merits can buy 1 pill. Hearing this, the red-haired monk surnamed Zhang looked at Chen Daoxuan deeply, and said with a smile, although the Carnean Sword Sect cannot exchange spiritual stones for war merits, privately, the exchange ratio between small merits and spiritual stones among soldiers is 10 small merits for 12 spiritual stones. Zhao Minghao on the side waved his hand and said, just follow the price mentioned by Chen Daoxuan. Then he looked at Chen Daoxuan and said, how many war merits do you plan to exchange? I plan to exchange 50% of the spiritual pills supplied by the Chen family for war merits. 50%. Zhao Minghao nodded. Okay, no problem. On behalf of the Guanghan Prefecture Coalition, I agree to your Chen family's request. Thank you, Senior Zhao. Chen Daoxuan bowed. No, I should thank you. Zhao Minghao said solemnly, if we win this battle, your Chen family will make great contributions. I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it. Chen Daoxuan waved his hands again and again. However, he also knew that at this time, the Chen family did a great job in supporting the shaky logistics of the Guanghan Prefecture Coalition. Next, the Zhao family directly dispatched 2 Lingsu warships, along with Chen Daoxuan, to go back to Xuanhu Island to get the elixir. 1 day later, Chen Daoxuan followed the 2 Lingsu warships back. From a distance, he saw Zhao Minghao waiting eagerly in front of the headquarters hall. Seeing boxes of elixir being moved down from the Lingsu warships, Zhao Minghao couldn't wait to step forward, open the wooden boxes, and look at the bottles of sealed elixir inside. Zhao Minghao's face was full of joy. Good, good, good. Zhao Minghao took out a bottle of elixir at random, opened the seal, and a burst of medicinal fragrance came to his nose. It was the detoxification elixir that was in short supply on the front line. Seeing Zhao Minghao personally checking the elixir, Chen Daoxuan bowed and introduced, this time, my Chen family brought a total of 540,000 detoxification elixir, 300,000 evil breaking elixir, and 230,000 key recovering elixir, a total of 1.07 million elixir. Zhao Minghao's spiritual sense swept through, and he knew that what Chen Daoxuan said was not wrong. He nodded immediately and said, according to the price we agreed on, 50% of the elixirs will be paid with spirit stones, and the other 50% will be paid with military merits. The East Defense Zone Coalition needs to pay your Chen family a total of 5.35 million spirit stones and 53,500 great merits. I have prepared the spirit stones for you, and you can withdraw them at any time. As for the military merits, he looked at the red-haired Zifu monk beside him. The red-haired monk nodded and said, since the frontline soldiers are willing to pay with military merits, I can allocate the military merits of the East Defense Zone Coalition to your Chen family. After saying that, he took out a disc-shaped magic weapon and tapped it lightly. Immediately, a light screen projection appeared in front of everyone. This is the Arc Shadow Disc, a magic weapon specially made by the Carnean Sword Sect for according military merits. After a brief introduction, the red-haired monk kept sliding his fingertips on the light screen projection. When Chen Daoxuan saw this scene, he suddenly felt like watching a holographic projection in a high-tech movie. The red-haired monk didn't know what Chen Daoxuan was thinking. After some operations, he nodded and said, okay, 53,500 great merits have all been allocated to your name. You can use these merits to exchange for various resources provided by Carnean Sword Sect. After that, he handed Chen Daoxuan a jade slip. Here are the types and prices of resources that can be exchanged in Carnean Sword Sect. You can take it back and learn more about it. As he said, he had an inexplicable smile on his face. This is the first time I have seen that people who have not been to the front line can get so many merits. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan's face froze slightly, as if thinking that Chen Daoxuan had misunderstood. The red-haired monk waved his hand and said, don't misunderstand, fellow Daoist Chen. I just think that your Chen family monks are really lucky. Thank you for your good words. My Chen family monks have always had good luck. Hearing this, the red-haired monk said nothing more. In fact, Chen Daoxuan also knew this red-haired purple mansion monk, as a monk who was born as a frontline cultivator, must have experienced countless battles to get to where he is today. Unfortunately, his fighting for so many years was not as good as Chen Daoxuan's business this time. Such a huge gap, how could he not feel unfair? But in a flash, he also understood that these military exploits were not owned by Chen Daoxuan alone, but the result of a year of hard work by hundreds of alchemists in the Chen family, so he had nothing to be jealous of. Returning to the spiritual residence prepared by the Zhao family for him to stay, Chen Daoxuan couldn't wait to take out the jade slips in the storage bag and read them carefully. The resources provided by Carnean Sword Sect are simply everything. But in general, they can be roughly divided into two categories. The first is knowledge. The second is material. The so-called knowledge category includes skills, spells, alchemy inheritance, instrument refining inheritance, talisman inheritance, formation inheritance, puppetry, and material categories of various treasures, such as unprocessed spiritual minerals, spiritual medicines, spiritual plants, and even various rare spiritual objects. There are also processed treasures, such as magic tools, spiritual pills, spiritual talismans, formation plates, etc. Look through them roughly. In general, it is most cost-effective to exchange knowledge resources with war merits, while it is not as cost-effective to exchange material resources with spirit stones. Chen Daoxuan was dazzled by the various resources in the jade slip, and he didn't know how to choose. Fortunately, his goal this time was clear. First of all, he must exchange the cultivation method for the family cultivators. At present, the Chen family only has one foundation building period cultivation method, Qiangong, which was purchased from the auction house last time. This cultivation method is not bad, but it is indeed too ordinary, and the range of choice is too narrow. In the future, all the cultivators of the Chen family will not practice the same cultivation method. If a cultivator with a water attribute spirit body appears in the Chen family in the future, won't there be no cultivation method to practice? Therefore, the Chen family must have at least one foundation building period or even purple mansion period cultivation method for each of the 5 elements. And it is best to have a cultivation method with a very high upper limit. For example, the cultivation method of the Carnean Sword Sect, the Carnean Sword Sutra, is a cultivation method with a very high upper limit. Chen Daoxuan searched carefully and found that the cultivation method Carnean Sword Sutra was listed. I've heard before that the Carnean Sword Sect took out all of the sect's guardian techniques to exchange with the cultivators on the front line. Now I see that it is true. Chen Daoxuan took a closer look and found some differences. Si estas escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas, significa que lo descargaron y sabiran sin esfuso te invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas ali encontrarás la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos géneros. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 170 Exchange. The Carnean sword scripture can indeed be exchanged by frontline cultivators, but it is limited to the content of the foundation building stage and the purple mansion stage. Subsequent skills can also be exchanged with the Carnean sword sect, but the cultivators must go to the Carnean sword sect in person to exchange. This is done to prevent the enemies of the Chuan kingdom from breaking into the Wangxing Sea and defrauding the Carnean sword sect protecting skills. Sure enough, there are restrictions. Chen Daoxuan nodded. That's right. If there were no restrictions at all, Chen Daoxuan would be surprised. You know, this Carnean sword scripture is said to have been passed down by Qianyanzi, the founder of the Carnean sword sect. Qianyanzi is a great immortal, and finally ascended to the upper realm. The skills he left behind were actually spread so widely by his descendants. At this moment, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but be very curious about the leader of the Carnean sword sect. What kind of person could have such great courage and courage? He actually spread the sect protecting skills to the world without hesitation. At least, Chen Daoxuan was not willing to spread the Chen family's unique knowledge of industrial alchemy and refining. Although he knew that doing so would quickly improve the strength of the entire Wangxing He. But whether Chen Daoxuan was short-sighted or only considered his own family, he could not be so selfless to spread the knowledge of industrialization to the world. At least in Chen Daoxuan's eyes now, the only people who could be truly recognized by him from the bottom of his heart were his 13th uncle and those Chen family cultivators who were blood thicker than water. The foundation building period Carnean sword sutra requires 10,000 great merits, and the purple mansion period Carnean sword sutra his. Chen Daoxuan took a breath. 100,000 great merits, equivalent to tens of millions of spirit stones. Such a practice that is limited to one's own practice is actually equivalent to a third level spirit vein. He thought that he had 53,500 great merits and was already very rich, but after seeing the exchange price of Carnean sword sutra, he felt that he was still very poor. He now vaguely understood why the leader of Carnean sword sect would exchange this top level technique. Would the cultivators who practiced the Carnean sword sutra in the foundation building period be willing to switch to other mediocre techniques after entering the Purple Palace in the future? Of course not. Since they are unwilling, they must work hard to earn military merits and serve Carnean sword sect until death. It can be said that Carnean sword sect only use this technique to capture the hearts of thousands of sword cultivators in Wangxing He. As a sword cultivator, Chen Daoxuan himself has experienced the combat power of sword cultivators. He now has no doubt that Zhao Mubei must have practiced this technique. As a sword cultivator, as a cultivator who is known as a ceiling of combat power at the same level, no one wants to be weaker than other cultivators. Even Zhao Mubei was upset that he did not comprehend the sword meaning and the key refining period. Because compared with Chen Daoxuan, he lost an opportunity to temper his true ki, and he will always be 1 point weaker than Chen Daoxuan of the same level. For sword cultivators, this weak point is often the difference between heaven and earth. Change it. He glanced at the foundation building period Carnean sword scripture and decisively chose to exchange it. Continue to look through it. Chen Daoxuan did not look in the knowledge category anymore, but in the spiritual medicine category. Found it. Chen Daoxuan's face was full of surprise. 1,000-year-old ZHU fruit. Looking at the red and jade-like spiritual fruit in the jade slip, Chen Daoxuan's face was full of excitement. This is exactly the 1,000-year-old ZHU fruit he saw at the Guang'an Prefecture auction. It is said that it has the effect of extending life for 30 years. This time, Chen Daoxuan no longer needs to dissuade his uncle and decisively decides to exchange it. The exchange price of the 1,000-year-old ZHU fruit is 15,000 great merits, which is half more expensive than the foundation building period Carnean sword scripture. But Chen Daoxuan thinks it's worth it. Without the silent persistence of his uncle, the Chen family might have disappeared long ago, and there would be no rise today. All the cultivators of the Chen family should be grateful for Chen Ziyan's contribution. This treasure of longevity, Chen Ziyan, deserves it. Decided to exchange for the foundation building period Carnelian sword scripture and the millennium red fruit. Chen Daoxuan only had 28,500 great merits left. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency in his heart. Look for other 5 element skills. Chen Daoxuan took a deep breath and continued to look for skills for the future foundation building cultivators of the Chen family. Soon, 5 element skills with the highest upper limit up to the nascent soul stage were selected by Chen Daoxuan. Of course, he only exchanged the foundation building period part. A complete skill that directly reaches the nascent soul stage is not something Chen Daoxuan can afford to exchange. This skill exchange actually has the difference between personal exchange and family exchange. Chen Daoxuan was quite troubled. The Carnelian sword scripture he chose was a personal exchange. In other words, when he exchanged this skill, he had to make a great oath that he could only practice it himself and could not pass it on to others. And the family exchange. This skill can be practiced by all cultivators of the Chen family. The exchange price of this skill is a full 10 times more expensive than the personal exchange. In fact, if you calculate carefully, family exchange is definitely more cost effective than individual exchange. Because it is impossible for a normal family to have only 10 cultivators. When the immortal generation cultivators of the Chen family went to the Carnelian sword sect to exchange for the weapon refining inheritance, they used family exchange. Chen Daoxuan turned back to the introduction of the Carnelian sword sutra and found that there was no family exchange, only individual exchange. Seeing this, his face was full of resentment. I thought I could get a big bargain, but I didn't expect that the Carnelian sword sect had already considered everything. Think about it carefully. Since this war merit system has been implemented for 400 years, even if there were loopholes, they must have been blocked by the Carnelian sword sect long ago. Forget it. Anyway, my Chen family has no other sword cultivator besides me, and it is a waste to exchange this Carnelian sword sutra at 10 times the price. Chen Daoxuan comforted himself. It only takes 2,500 great merits to exchange for the 5 element of the foundation building period, but the price of family exchange is 10 times that of 25,000 great merits. Now, Chen Daoxuan's war merits are only 3,500 great merits. The high-level techniques that can be cultivated to the nascent soul stage are too expensive. Chen Daoxuan's face was full of distress. This is only part of the techniques for the foundation building stage. Wouldn't it cost a fortune to exchange for the complete techniques? He finally knew how Carnelian sword sect paid the military expenses of countless cultivators on the front line. It was these techniques, spells, sword techniques, inheritance and other intangible knowledge. And these are what independent cultivators and even family cultivators lack the most. As for the fact that family cultivators or independent cultivators can compete with Carnelian sword sect after obtaining these techniques and becoming stronger, it is completely overthinking. In the process of attacking Chuan Kingdom, most of the resources plundered by Carnelian sword sect were digested and absorbed by it. In addition, Carnelian sword sect has a basic base in the underwater world of Wangxinghe, and its various inheritances are more complete and complex than any other forces in Wangxinghe. In addition, it has countless mortal populations in its vast territory, and its heritage as a Mahayana true immortal sect. If you think you have inherited a few skills and want to resist Carnelian sword sect, your fate will definitely be 100 times worse than that of Shenju Zenran. Shenju Zenran at least got the complete inheritance of the immortals, and there is also a fairy cave where he can escape. Which of the major families in Wangxinghe, including the Yuanying family, has such conditions? There are still 3,500 great merits. What should I exchange for? Chen Daoxuan continued to search in the jade slip. It can be said that he wants everything in it. Whether it is various inheritances or substantial treasures, they can quickly increase the strength of the Chen family. But helpless. Too few military merits. Alas, I will choose you. After searching for a long time, Chen Daoxuan reluctantly withdrew his consciousness from the jade slip. What he finally chose was not inheritance, not treasures, but a formation. To be precise, a 4th level mountain protection formation. Logically speaking, arranging a 4th level formation is beyond Chen Daoxuan's ability. However, he has the cheat of Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra, and he has a deep understanding of formations. He believes that after careful study, he will be able to arrange this formation sooner or later. He looked at the various materials for the formation of this 4th level mountain protection formation. It is not a rare thing. They are all things that can be purchased in Guanghan Prefecture. Since it is something that Guanghan Prefecture can buy, it will cost a few spirit stones. This amount of spirit stones, let alone the Chen family, is not short of it now. There are nearly 70 million spirit stones lying in the main hall of the West Defense District headquarters alone. You know, arranging the mountain protection formation is not only the business of the Chen family. Guanhei City on Redwood Island also needs to arrange this formation. The Chen family buys the formation knowledge of the mountain protection formation, and the West Defense District uses spirit stones to buy the materials for the formation. It is very fair, and no one can say no. Seeing that he only has 500 great merits left, Chen Daoxuan put the jade slip back into the storage bag distressedly. Now that the decision has been made, I will go to the red-haired monk named Zhang to exchange it tomorrow. Things like the Millennium Vermilion fruit might need to be specially transported here, but he should be able to get all kinds of knowledge inheritance on the spot. He had already consulted Zhao Minghao about these things in detail. The next day, Chen Daoxuan reported the various resources he wanted to exchange one by one. The red-haired monk's cheeks twitched as Chen Daoxuan spoke. Are you sure you want to exchange for the Carnean sword scripture technique? Sure. Chen Daoxuan nodded. Swear. Immediately, Chen Daoxuan swore a great oath, promising not to pass on the Carnean sword scripture. The next moment, the red-haired monk took out the arc shadow plate and swiped on it again. Soon, a slender beam of light shot out from the arc shadow plate and headed straight for Chen Daoxuan's brow. Chen Daoxuan knew that this was the normal procedure for exchanging techniques. He then closed his eyes. The next second, a mysterious and unusual technique appeared in his sea of consciousness. Without time to take a closer look, Chen Daoxuan opened his eyes and looked at the arc shadow disc in the other part of his hand with curiosity, saying, "This magic weapon is really magical. Of course, this is an important guarantee for the perfect implementation of my Carnean sword sect's war merit system. Otherwise, it would not be so easy for countless cultivators on the front line to exchange their skills." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan nodded in agreement. As a refiner, he could clearly know how amazing the talent of the person who refined this magic weapon was. Chen Daoxuan created a new magic weapon by storing his enlightenment in the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra. And this refiner relied entirely on his own amazing talent. A glimpse of the leopard in the cage can reveal how many crouching tigers and hidden dragons there are in the Carnean sword sect. Chapter 171. Interests cannot measure everything. All the knowledge of the 6 techniques and formations were transmitted to Chen Daoxuan's sea of consciousness. Even with his spiritual strength comparable to that of a purple mansion cultivator, he still felt a bit strenuous. The red-haired cultivator named Zhang glanced at Chen Daoxuan and said, "It will take some time for the 1,000-year-old red fruit you want to be delivered." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan frowned. After some time, "Yes," the red-haired cultivator checked and said, "You are lucky. There happens to be a frontline transport ship in Kangzhou Immortal City right now. It will take about 3 days to come. However, you have to pay for the transportation fee." Transportation fee? Chen Daoxuan looked surprised. Of course there is a transportation fee. Otherwise, how much face do you have to pay for a frontline transport ship to run a special trip for you? Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan said helplessly, "Didn't you say that the frontline transport ship is in Kangzhou Xiancheng? Can't I go and get it myself?" Hearing this, the red-haired monk's face was full of deep meaning. Transporting various resources for the frontline soldiers is also a way of making money for a senior of Carnean sword sect. Are you sure you want to do this? Chen Daoxuan arched his hands. The junior is not aware of it. I hope the senior will forgive me. When it comes to the interests of the senior leaders of Kainyuan sword sect, he will naturally not break this rule and make others unhappy. It's just a matter of spending some spirit stones or military merits. There is no need to offend people. Seeing Chen Daoxuan so tactful, the red-haired monk couldn't help but value him a little more. In Wangxinghai, there are many talented monks who are successful at a young age, so they are frivolous and ignorant, but they don't know that they have offended many people they can't afford to offend without knowing it. These monks often end up in a miserable way. Obviously, the sword cultivator in front of him, named Chen Daoxuan, knew how to advance and retreat, and how to make choices. At this moment, he finally understood why the Zhao family and the Yang family were so optimistic about the young cultivator in front of him. It was not just because of his talent in swordsmanship, but also because of his other characteristics. If a person only has talent, but makes enemies everywhere, such a person is destined to not go far. Only people like Chen Daoxuan, who are talented and cunning, can go a long way on the complicated road of cultivation. To transport 1,000-year-old red fruit from Kangzhou Xiancheng to here, you need to pay 100 great merits or 10,000 spirit stones. You can choose a payment method. I choose spirit stones. The red-haired cultivator named Zhang nodded. He was not surprised at all by Chen Daoxuan's choice. On the front battlefield of Chuan country, most cultivators who need to exchange special resources use spirit stones to pay for transportation. After all, war merits can buy many resources that spirit stones cannot buy. In the eyes of cultivators, it is much more precious than spirit stones. Otherwise, 10 small merits would not be able to exchange 12 spirit stones among soldiers. After waiting for less than 3 days, a beam of light flew towards the Zhao family residence in Guang'an Prefecture Immortal City. Chen Daoxuan stood in front of the hall. His eyes focused slightly and found that the person in front of him was also a purple mansion cultivator, but his cultivation was too low, so he couldn't tell the specific level of the other party's purple mansion cultivation. But he could sense that the other party was definitely not a purple mansion cultivator in the early stage. The man was wearing a green Taoist robe with a jade crown on his head. His face was thin and energetic. Seeing the purple mansion cultivator named Zhang, the man immediately bowed and said, "Brother Zhang." "Yes." The red-haired cultivator named Zhang nodded. "Did you bring the things?" "Yes, it's here." As he said that, the man took out a jade box from the storage bag, and the entire jade box was sealed by restrictions. Seeing this, the red-haired monk named Zhang took the jade box from the young purple mansion monk and handed it to Chen Daoxuan, saying, "This is the 1,000-year-old red fruit you asked for. Check it out." "Okay." Chen Daoxuan couldn't wait to take the jade box and immediately lifted the restrictions on the jade box. After a careful inspection, he nodded and said, "The things are correct." After saying that, he looked at the purple mansion monk who was delivering the goods for him, bowed his hands and thanked him. "Thank you, senior. No trouble, no trouble. If you have such good things in the future, just call me more often. My name is Zheng Heng." The purple mansion monk named Zheng Heng bowed politely, not looking down on Chen Daoxuan because of his low cultivation. Seeing that he was looking at him eagerly, Chen Daoxuan immediately took out a storage bag from his waist, handed it over, and said, "This is the spiritual stone I prepared, senior. Please take a look." Hearing this, Zheng Heng took the storage bag without hesitation, immersed his spiritual consciousness into the storage bag in front of the two people, and counted it. It didn't take a moment. Zheng Heng raised his head, smiled and bowed, saying, "Yes, exactly 10,000 spirit stones." Chen Daoxuan quickly returned the greeting. Zheng Heng nodded, said hello to the red-haired monk Zhang, and then turned into a flash of light and disappeared in front of the two. After watching Zheng Heng leave, Chen Daoxuan bowed to the red-haired monk Zhang and said, "Since that's the case, I should go back to the West Defense Zone to take charge." The red-haired monk nodded and said, "Goodbye. Goodbye." After saying that, Chen Daoxuan flew towards Shuanghu Island with a flash of light. This time, Chen Daoxuan had to go back and digest the various resources he had exchanged for with his military merits. To his surprise, the price of high-level skills was too expensive. But fortunately, in the Wangxing Sea, cultivators actually had a way to get high-level skills. Kind and sword sex approach undoubtedly gave the lowest level casual cultivators a ladder to high level cultivators. This is also the reason why there have been an endless number of high level cultivators among casual cultivators in the past 400 years. Less than half a day, Chen Daoxuan's light of escape was retracted, and he landed on the Chen family's spiritual vein on Xuanhu Island. Feeling the abundant spiritual energy of the second level spiritual vein, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but smile. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, without alarming anyone, Chen Daoxuan rushed straight to the clan school. Changping No. 1 Immortal Cultivation Primary School. The second batch of Fu Generation Immortal seedlings have been enrolled for half a year. In the clan school, in addition to Chen Zian, the old teacher who has been sitting here all year round, young Dao Generation cultivators often come to the clan school to play guest teachers and teach the Fu Generation children all kinds of knowledge. On the contrary, Chen Daoxuan, due to being busy with the family, has only attended classes in the clan school for a few years in the past 2 years. Even the swordsmanship and talisman making classes he opened are often absent due to the lack of teachers. The swordsmanship class is not a big deal. Chen Zian can take over temporarily. After all, Chen Zian has been immersed in the chasing wind sword art for a lifetime and has long reached the state of great success. There is no problem in giving some guidance to the Fu Generation cultivators who know nothing. As for the talisman making class, no cultivator in the Chen family could replace Chen Daoxuan, because apart from Chen Daoxuan, no cultivator in the Chen family knew how to make talismans. When Chen Daoxuan walked to the door of the classroom, Chen Zian was teaching the swordsmanship class. The essence of chasing the wind sword art lies in the word fast. Chen Zian said, taking out a red shadow flying sword from the storage bag. Under his control, the red shadow flying sword circled above everyone's head. After a while, the red shadow flying sword turned into a phantom and could not be seen clearly. When the flying sword is fast to a certain extent, not only will its power increase greatly, but it will also make the enemy defenseless. When you practice to the extreme, before the cultivator's consciousness reacts, your flying sword has already taken the opponent's head. After the words fell, the flying sword suddenly disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. The next moment, the flying sword suddenly appeared in front of the forehead of a cultivator of the Fu Generation and hovered suddenly. Wow. In the classroom, the Fu Generation cultivator clapped his hands and burst into a thunderous cheer. Ha ha ha. Seeing this scene, Chen Zian stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Compared with the boring and complicated knowledge of refining equipment and alchemy, the flying sword class always makes it easier for the Fu Generation monks to be obsessed. Unfortunately, Chen Daoxuan, who opened this course, never taught the Fu Generation monks a few sword lessons from beginning to end. Outside the classroom, Chen Daoxuan looked at the harmonious scene of the Chen family, old and young, and couldn't help laughing. Inside the campus, Chen Zian and Chen Daoxuan walked side by side on the tree-lined avenue of the campus. Your breath concealing technique is getting better and better. Standing next to me, I didn't even know you were back. Chen Zian's old face was full of complex colors. Chen Daoxuan smiled and said, it's not that my breath concealing technique is excellent, but that you, Uncle 13, taught the class too seriously, so you didn't notice that I was back. Hearing this, Chen Zian smiled and waved his hands, saying, don't comfort me, I'm not a child, haha. After that, he changed the subject. By the way, how are the pills you sold to the front line? Half was settled with spirit stones, and half was settled with war merits, a total of 53,500 great merits. So much. Chen Zian looked at him in surprise, did a quick calculation, and nodded. So, we did make a profit. Although one small merit can be exchanged for one spirit stone, if you want to buy war merits with spirit stones, you have to pay a lot more. Indeed. Chen Daoxuan nodded. Then, he took out a jade box and smiled. By the way, I bought a gift for you, Uncle 13, on this trip. Huh. Seeing this, Chen Zian paused slightly. He took the jade box handed over by Chen Daoxuan with a look of surprise, and after lifting the ban, he slowly opened it. I saw. A red jade-like spirit fruit was lying quietly in the jade box. 1,000-year-old red fruit? Chen Zian's voice trembled slightly, and he looked at Chen Daoxuan suddenly, not knowing what to say. Daoxuan thinks that my Chen family still needs Uncle 13 to work hard for the family for a while. After saying that, he looked at Chen Daoxuan with a smile on his face. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan felt very complicated. If you ask Chen Daoxuan if he is afraid of death, he is definitely afraid of death. No one who is still conscious is not afraid of death. But if Chen Daoxuan sacrifices the interests of the family in exchange for his survival, he would rather die. However, Chen Daoxuan knows that this jade box is not only loaded with family interests, but also Chen Daoxuan's affection for him. I accept your gift. Chen Daoxuan breathed a sigh of relief, raised his head, and said with a smile. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan breathed a sigh of relief. Although he bought this 1000-year-old red fruit without telling Uncle 13, Uncle 13, who knew its price, is likely to sell it. Because in Chen Daoxuan's opinion, it was unwise to spend over 1,000,000 spirit stones for an old monk who was destined to be unable to build a foundation. But Chen Daoxuan also knew that not everything in this world could be measured by benefits. For example, Chen Daoxuan's feelings for him. He had always taught Chen Daoxuan, since he was a child, to have feelings for the family and not to abandon the family. This naturally included feelings for him, Chen Daoxuan. If Chen Daoxuan could give up Chen Daoxuan for the benefit of the family, would he give up the entire family for the sake of benefits one day? Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan was naturally relieved. He felt that his teaching of Chen Daoxuan was successful. Over the years, Chen Daoxuan's actions did not disappoint his earnest teachings, did not disappoint the expectations of the Chen ancestors, and did not disappoint the younger generations of the Chen family. Therefore, in the face of this gift, what reason did he have to refuse? Chapter 172, Ultimate True Essence. Chuanghu Island. In Chen Daoxuan's spiritual palace. In front of the spiritual pond. Chen Daoxuan sat cross-legged on the cushion, made by Wen Yu, slowly closed his eyes, and his consciousness sank into the sea of consciousness. In the sea of consciousness, in the center, the golden scripture was like an eternal and unchanging towering mountain, suppressing the sea of consciousness. Surrounding the golden scripture were 9 faint stardust. They chased each other and kept spinning, mysterious and beautiful. Deeper in the sea of consciousness, there were clusters of light balls emitting light. These light balls stored all the knowledge that Chen Daoxuan had learned in his previous life and this life. There was professional knowledge of the mechanical major in the previous life, as well as the skills, sword techniques, knowledge of refining equipment, knowledge of alchemy, knowledge of making talismans, etc. that he had practiced in this life. These light balls were large and small. But there were 7 light balls that were somewhat out of tune with the other light balls, as if they were forcibly stuffed into the sea of consciousness. Chen Daoxuan knew. The knowledge stored in these 7 light balls was what the red-haired monk named Zhang had forcibly stuffed into his sea of consciousness while holding the Arc Shadow Disc. Among them was the technique that Chen Daoxuan was going to practice next, Cunning Sword Sutra. Taking a deep breath, Chen Daoxuan immersed his consciousness into the light ball containing the Cunning Sword Sutra. The next second, Chen Daoxuan felt as if his head had suddenly exploded. Countless profound techniques and mysteries rushed towards him like a tide. Chen Daoxuan gathered his mind and accepted and absorbed all the knowledge of the techniques in one gulp. He planned to wait until the 10 stardusts were full and then use the power of enlightenment to comprehend them carefully. Otherwise, it would not be easy for him to comprehend the Cunning Sword Sutra by himself. Chen Daoxuan knew that the more advanced the technique, the more difficult it would be to practice. The first level of difficulty here was the comprehension of the technique. Some foundation building cultivators, even if they get top level skills, can't even comprehend the most basic comprehension, let alone start practicing. Chen Daoxuan has the help of Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra, and he has never been afraid of comprehension alone. After reading the foundation building skills of Cunning Sword Sutra, Chen Daoxuan's face became a little strange. The Cunning Sword Sutra records the path to the strongest sword cultivation, which is much more detailed than the sword jade slip given by Zhao Mubei. In this skill, it mentions a concept called limit state. The so-called limit state is the limit quality that a cultivator can reach in terms of true ki, true essence, and manner at that level. For example, when Chen Daoxuan was in the key refining stage, the true key, after being tempered by sword intent, was 3 times stronger than that of a key refining cultivator of the same level. This state is called the limit state by Cunning Sword Sutra. To achieve this limit state, sword intent tempering is just one of the means. Some cultivators have talents that other cultivators cannot envy, such as various spiritual bodies and treasure bodies. This special physique, after practicing the corresponding attribute of the exercises, will also have a tempering effect on one's own true ki, true essence and mana. For example, the water spirit body of Yang Gongwen, the prodigy of the Yang family, has this tempering effect. However, compared with the sword intention of the sword cultivator, the tempering effect is slightly worse. If there is a person who has this kind of spiritual body and comprehends the sword intention, wouldn't it be possible to double temper his true essence and achieve the effect of true essence surpassing the mana of the purple mansion cultivator? But in fact, it is indeed possible to do double tempering, but the effect of the second tempering is greatly discounted. A foundation building cultivator, no matter how much his true essence is tempered, will not exceed the mana of even the most ordinary purple mansion cultivator. At most, it can only reach 70% to 80% of the mana of the purple mansion cultivator. This state of true essence is described as the ultimate true essence in the Cunning Sword Sutra. There are not many ways to achieve this ultimate true essence. One is like the above, who has both a spiritual body and comprehends the sword intent in the foundation building period. Under the dual tempering, this limit state can be achieved. There is another kind. Like Chen Daoxuan, although he does not have a spiritual body, he has tempered his true ki once with the sword intent in the ki refining period. His foundation is 1 point better than other sword cultivators. He also has the opportunity to reach this limit of true essence. But no matter how evil the cultivator is, no matter how many times he tempers his true essence, he can only reach this limit state of true essence at most. Because the so-called limit state of true essence, if it takes another step forward, it will transform into the mana of the purple mansion cultivator. It is impossible for the true essence to be stronger than the mana. If the true essence is stronger than the mana, it proves that it has transformed into mana. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan's previous idea that the true essence will be infinitely stronger under the tempering of the sword intent was shattered like a bubble. How can an ordinary foundation building period technique have such a detailed explanation? This 10,000 dagang is worth it. Chen Daoxuan grinned. Some of the doubts about the foundation building period cultivation in the past were all solved at this moment. As Chen Daoxuan continued to read the Cunning Sword scripture, he stood up from time to time and paced excitedly in the courtyard. He gestured with his hands from time to time to verify his previous conjectures about the foundation building period. At this moment, he truly realized the gap between the top level skills and ordinary foundation building skills. After the sword cultivator comprehended the sword intent, he could actually create his own sword tactics that matched his own. Seeing this content recorded in the Cunning Sword scripture, Chen Daoxuan's eyes lit up. He suddenly remembered that when he and Zhao Mubei were investigating the Lotus Island together, the two were trapped in the 10,000 Corpses Blood Evil formation. The sword tactics that Zhao Mubei burst out at the end seemed to have never been seen in the Cunning Sword Sect 6 Change Jade Slip. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan took out the Cunning Sword Sect 6 Change Jade Slip from the storage bag again. After carefully looking through it again, he really did not find the Kinglian sword tactics that Mubei used. Thinking of this Kinglian sword tactics should be created by Zhao Mubei himself. Zhao Mubei's sword realm had long broken through the invisible realm and reached the second level of the visible realm, and he had also walked a considerable distance in the second level of the visible realm. It is estimated that he is about to touch the threshold of the third level of sword. In comparison, when Chen Daoxuan was building his foundation, his sword realm made great progress, but he just crossed the threshold of the visible realm. Until now, his sword realm is still a long way behind Zhao Mubei. But Chen Daoxuan was not discouraged. After all, compared with Zhao Mubei, the age gap between the two is too big. Chen Daoxuan's own sword talent may be far inferior to Zhao Mubei, but with a blessing of Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra, he believes that his sword talent is no less than any sword genius in the world. This is called not enough talent. Plug in to make up for it. Huh. After reading the entire content of Cunning Sword Sutra, Chen Daoxuan breathed a sigh of relief. Just wait for tomorrow. After accumulating 10 stardusts, he began to comprehend this technique. After comprehending it thoroughly, he would start to practice the Cunning Sword scripture. For a cultivator, changing the technique is a very troublesome thing. The lower the cultivation level, the lower the cost of changing the technique. It is basically the common choice for cultivators to change the technique during the foundation building period. Generally, the techniques that cultivators practice during the key refining period are some peaceful techniques without attributes. Although their power is average, they are moderate and peaceful. When they reach the foundation building period, there is no obstacle to changing to other techniques. However, if a cultivator cultivates to the purple mansion or even the golden core level, the price he pays for changing the technique is high. It is said that there was once a golden core cultivator who was moved after getting a technique that was particularly suitable for him. He then chose to change to this technique. As a result, it took nearly 50 years to completely change the technique. 50 years is a very long time even for a golden core cultivator. After all, the lifespan of a giant cultivator is only 800 years. And this cultivator must have spent hundreds of years to cultivate to the giant stage. In other words, he actually has only a few hundred years left. 50 years of time wasted all at once, just to switch to a cultivation method, and there was no improvement in cultivation during this period. If things go wrong, this giant cultivator will completely lose the opportunity to break through the Yuanying stage because of the change of cultivation method. Any cultivator with a slightly clear mind can measure how big the loss is. Of course, the cost of switching to a cultivation method in the foundation building stage is much lower. Especially the cultivation method that Chen Daoxuan practiced in the key refining stages Gyuan Gong, which is known as the most suitable cultivation method for Wang Xinghe to lay the foundation. It is easier to switch to other cultivation methods. Normally speaking, as long as Chen Daoxuan comprehends the Cunning Sword Sutra, he can switch to the cultivation method within about a year. At that time, he can improve his cultivation again and move towards a higher level of cultivation. Of course, the inability to improve his cultivation in this year does not mean that his strength cannot be improved. In fact, as a top-level sword cultivation technique, the Cunning Sword scripture can also increase the sword cultivator's true essence like other attribute techniques. Help the sword cultivator's true essence reach the limit state faster. Chen Daoxuan estimated that after he completely switched to the Cunning Sword scripture, his true essence strength could be increased to about 70% or 80%. But this 70% or 80% was not achieved overnight, but was gradually strengthened during the process of switching to the technique this year. So, in the next year, although his cultivation level could not be improved, his strength would not stagnate like the period of polishing the true essence. In front of the Lington, Chen Daoxuan gathered his mind again and slowly polished the true essence that was almost as good as his arm. Soon, a night passed. Watching the sky turn pale, the first ray of rosy clouds shone on his handsome face, making him look like an immortal. Chen Daoxuan opened his eyes. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, he once again silently recited the Hongmeng Enlightenment scripture. If you count carefully, he has been reciting this scripture silently since the first time he lit up his sea of consciousness. It has been more than 10 years now. It was also after he discovered the function of Hongmeng Enlightenment scripture to store enlightenment that he really rose all the way. It can be said that at least 80% of his achievements today are attributed to this golden scripture. But today, after Chen Daoxuan finished reciting Hongmeng Enlightenment scripture silently, his face suddenly changed drastically. Chapter 173, the second level of Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra. How could this happen? Chen Daoxuan looked at the space in his sea of consciousness. 10 stardusts were spinning and chasing each other, but the force that originally attracted each other after accumulating 10 stardusts disappeared. Even if Chen Daoxuan consciously controlled the 10 stardusts to collide with each other, the next second, the 10 stardusts would disperse again. How could this be? Chen Daoxuan murmured. His first reaction was that the ability of the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra to store enlightenment had disappeared. But then, he felt something was wrong. If the ability of the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra to store enlightenment had disappeared, how to explain these 10 stardusts? After years of silently reciting scriptures, Chen Daoxuan also had his own understanding of the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra. These stardusts accumulated in his sea of consciousness were the embodiment of the enlightenment he stored when he silently recited the scriptures. Chen Daoxuan didn't know what kind of power the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra had, and it could even materialize something as ethereal as enlightenment. But this did not prevent him from using this function of the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra. But now, this function has a problem. How can Chen Daoxuan, who has been relying on it for a long time, remain calm? Taking a deep breath, Chen Daoxuan began to analyze it carefully. Now that the stardust is still there, it proves that the ability of the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra to store enlightenment is still there. The inability to merge into one means that it can no longer make Chen Daoxuan enlightened, and the inability to make him enlightened can be divided into two situations. First, he will never be able to enlighten in the future, no matter how much enlightenment the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra stores. Second, the threshold for enlightenment has been raised. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan's eyes light up slightly. That's right, just like the cultivation of a cultivator will be promoted. Chen Daoxuan has been silently reciting the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra for so many years, and there will be new breakthroughs. Just like he had been silently reciting the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra for so many years, it only appeared that it had the ability to store enlightenment. If the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra was at the first level when the function of storing enlightenment first appeared, then now, it is very likely that his Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra has broken through to the second level. Yes, very likely. Chen Daoxuan thought about it, and his confidence grew stronger and stronger. This Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra is good in every way, except for one thing, which has no explanation. Even if he broke through, if these stardusts were no longer fused together, he would still not find any changes. In Chen Daoxuan's cognition, it was like an inexplicable existence, never explained, but unwavering. Whether it is exactly what I guessed, we have to see what happens tomorrow. Chen Daoxuan said silently. The next day, Chen Daoxuan silently recited the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra again. After a stick of incense, another stardust was added to the sea of consciousness, and the number of stardusts exceeded 10, reaching 11, which had never been seen before. Sure enough, seeing this scene, Chen Daoxuan breathed a sigh of relief. He could continue to store enlightenment, and things proved to be very consistent with his guess. That is, the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra broke through to a new level. The threshold for sudden enlightenment has been raised. There are advantages and disadvantages to raising the threshold for sudden enlightenment. The disadvantage is that in this way, the number of sudden enlightenments will be reduced in the future. In the past, it was to store enlightenment for 10 days, and have one sudden enlightenment. Now I don't know how long I have to store my comprehension to achieve an epiphany. But the advantage is that the effect of epiphany is definitely stronger. Before, I could only store 10 stardust at most. Within one stick of incense, my comprehension increased tenfold. Although the effect is powerful enough, compared with Chen Daoxuan's increasingly terrifying sword realm, this epiphany effect is no longer as exaggerated as it was at the beginning. Although his sword realm is still constantly improving with an epiphany every 10 days, the speed of improvement is definitely not as fast as when he first embarked on the sword. When Chen Daoxuan first practiced the chasing wind sword art, he achieved a minor success with 1 epiphany and a major success with 3 epiphanies. After several more epiphanies, he directly reached the perfect realm. This terrifying effect is probably enough to scare people who don't know the inside story. But as his sword realm continues to improve, the effect of epiphany is also constantly weakening. In fact, it's not that the effect of epiphany has weakened. It's that his sword realm has become more and more advanced, and it's getting more and more difficult to improve. In fact, the speed of his sword realm improvement is simply incomparably terrifying in the eyes of other sword cultivators. The entire Wang Xinghe, who can be like him, who has reached the second level of the tangible realm of sword intent at the age of just over 20, Others who succeed in building a foundation in their 20s will be praised as geniuses. Those who can become sword cultivators in their 20s are geniuses among geniuses and are like demons. And in their 20s, sword intent has reached the tangible realm. It is unclear whether there will be successors, but Chen Daoxuan is definitely unprecedented. Time passed day by day. Chen Daoxuan suppressed his patience. In addition to the normal polishing of true essence every day, he basically taught the Chen families for generation of immortal seedlings in the clan school. The main course he took was the swordsmanship class. Compared with Chen Ziyan, Chen Daoxuan's understanding of the swordsmanship is many levels higher than the other party. He explained the basics of the swordsmanship to the immortal seedlings, and it is unknown how much more thorough it is than Chen Ziyan. These days, Chen Daoxuan actually found a few good seedlings in the swordsmanship among this batch of immortal seedlings. This is the gap between him and Chen Ziyan. Even though Chen Ziyan had cultivated the chasing wind sword art to the great success level, his understanding of the chasing wind sword art was based on the word fast, not to mention his other understandings of the sword art. And Chen Daoxuan, whether it was the understanding of the chasing wind sword art or the covering rain sword art, even surpassed the person who created these two sword arts. With his current sword art realm, it was simply a matter of chance for him to create a sword art of this level. Those first level sword arts that seemed extremely profound to him in the past. From today's perspective, they were like children's paintings, which made people laugh. Soon, 20 days passed. In front of the Ling Fulington, in the time of an incense stick, Chen Daoxuan silently recited the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra again. In the space of the Sea of Consciousness, 30 stardusts emitted faint starlight and kept rotating around the golden scripture. This time, Chen Daoxuan finally felt the familiar attraction between the stardust again. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but smile. He stopped controlling the stardust and let them collide with each other. The next second, a shocking feeling, as if the world was created, completely overwhelmed Chen Daoxuan's consciousness. If there were outsiders present at this time, they would find that 2 lines of tears were sliding down Chen Daoxuan's eyes. This was the shock and emotion after getting a glimpse of the great Dao. There had never been a moment when Chen Daoxuan felt that he was so close to the great Dao, as if he could grab the other party by stretching out his hand. But soon, Chen Daoxuan's consciousness regained clarity. He knew that the feeling just now was just an illusion caused by the sudden increase in his understanding. It was like when he had just broken through the foundation building period, he felt that he could pierce the sky with a sword. Looking at the countless light balls floating in the sea of consciousness, Chen Daoxuan immediately chose to comprehend the Cunning Sword Sutra. The Cunning Sword Sutra, which was still obscure in his eyes before, now seemed as easy as 1 + 1. In less than a dozen breaths, all the contents of the Cunning Sword Sutra in the foundation building period were thoroughly comprehended by him. Not only that, on this basis, Chen Daoxuan also found a more suitable way of cultivation. In other words, in just a dozen breaths, he found a way to improve the Cunning Sword Sutra to be more suitable for him. You know, the Cunning Sword sect-defining technique, the Cunning Sword Sutra, has undergone earth-shaking changes compared to the original version passed down by the Mahayana Immortal, after being improved and perfected by countless generations of talented cultivators. But these changes are the accumulation of generations of powerful cultivators in the Cunning Sword sect. It is a crystallization of their wisdom. And now, Chen Daoxuan has made improvements and adjustments to the crystallization of the wisdom of countless generations in just a dozen breaths. To achieve this level, Chen Daoxuan must have an extremely profound understanding of this foundation building period Cunning Sword Sutra and himself. If it were replaced by accumulating 10 stardusts to achieve enlightenment once before, it would never be possible to achieve the current effect. Even if the enlightenment time is extended to 1 hour, it would not be possible. This is a threshold of understanding, not something that can be made up by simple time. Thinking that there is still a long time before the time of an incense stick, Chen Daoxuan was unwilling to waste it. After all, it was an opportunity for enlightenment that he had accumulated for a month. Thinking of this, he immersed himself in another ball of light again. This ball of light contained knowledge about the 4th level mountain protection formation. Originally, with Chen Daoxuan's attainments in formations, it was impossible for him to understand this 4th level formation. But this time, he surprisingly understood it. It was not a confused understanding, but he really understood it, although the speed of understanding was very slow. But he knew the principle of arranging this formation, and even knew how to improve his formation level to the 4th level. Just when he was immersed in it and felt overjoyed, the enlightenment stopped abruptly. At this moment, Chen Daoxuan felt like he had fallen from the sky to the mortal world. This feeling was a little more uncomfortable than before. Fortunately, he had the experience of countless enlightenments before, and soon overcame this sense of loss. In one enlightenment, I actually comprehended about 30% of this mountain protection formation. It's really unexpected, Chen Daoxuan said happily. Originally, he was counting on slowly grinding with 10 times of enlightenment and seeing if he could set up this formation after spending a few years. If it still doesn't work, then Chen Daoxuan can only take the second path and spend military merits to invite a 4th level formation master to come to Shuanghu Island and Redwood Island to set up the formation. However, there are too many secrets on Shuanghu Island. If there is no other way, Chen Daoxuan doesn't want outsiders to get involved here. Unexpectedly, this time, Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra broke through to the 2nd level, and 10 times the enlightenment became 30 times the enlightenment. The effect of enlightenment has greatly increased. The 4th level formation, that was considered a difficult problem before, is no longer a problem at this moment. Even with his ability of 30 times the enlightenment, he will soon be able to become a 4th level formation master. Becoming a 4th level formation master with foundation building cultivation has never happened in the world of Immortal Cultivation. Looking at the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra in the Sea of Consciousness space, Chen Daoxuan thought to himself, I don't know what kind of surprises you will give me in the future. Chapter 174 New Features. Changping number 1 Immortal Cultivation Primary School. In the classroom, Chen Daoxuan stood on the podium, looking at the little food generation cultivators below, with a slight smile on his face, and said, you all know that the essence of chasing wind sword art is the word fast. So how to achieve this word fast? Does anyone know? Hearing this, the children looked at each other, and the whole classroom was silent. Teacher, I know. Well, tell me. Chen Daoxuan looked at the child in front of him who was less than 1.2 meters tall. His name is Chen Fusheng. He is the immortal seedling with the best sword talent that Chen Daoxuan found among this group of food generation clansmen. Not only that, this Chen Fusheng also has a superior spiritual root and is the object that the Chen family intends to focus on training. Seeing him raise his hand, Chen Daoxuan's tone softened a little. Chen Fusheng stood up nervously and said, I think the essence of the chasing wind sword art is not speed, but the sword melting into the wind. Oh. Chen Daoxuan's eyes lit up slightly. Tell me more about it. When we cultivators do not use the sword art to control the flying sword, we rely entirely on the true key to force the flying sword, but in this way, most of the power of the flying sword is lost in the collision with the air. The principle of the chasing wind sword art is to minimize the collision between the flying sword and the air in the process of controlling the sword, and reach the ultimate state, and even melt the sword into the wind, and the sword is silent. The more Chen Fusheng spoke, the more confident he became. The trepidation he had just stood up disappeared without a trace, and the whole person was full of confidence in his statement. Okay. Chen Daoxuan nodded. I didn't expect that someone in our class actually understood the chasing wind sword art so deeply. He paused. Then do you know how to melt the sword into the wind? Hearing this, Chen Fusheng immediately showed a bitter face. Obviously, this question is a bit beyond the scope. To reach this step, you must at least practice the chasing wind sword art to the state of great success. The group of children in front of them have just taken Tang Mei Pill and become key refining level 1 cultivators. Because Chen Fusheng is the focus of the Chen family's training, he enjoys the core level training resources. In addition, he is diligent in his practice and has broken through to the 2nd level of key refining last month. But this seed disciple is rare in the entire 2nd batch of food generation. Not to mention that someone can practice the chasing wind sword art to the state of great success in such a short time. You know, Even among the outer disciples of Carneo and Sword Sect, there are only a handful of people who can practice the first level sword art, such as chasing wind sword art, to the state of great success in a few years. Such people, without exception, have extremely high sword talent. You can try to cultivate them in the direction of sword cultivation in the future. Once a first level sword art is practiced to perfection in the key refining period, the possibility of comprehending the sword intent in the future foundation building will be as high as 50%. Seeing him scratching his head, Chen Daoxuan smiled and waved his hand, motioning him to sit down. Then he said to everyone, the essence of the chasing wind sword art, to integrate the sword into the wind, lies in the subtle control of the true energy attached to the flying sword. Everyone, take a look. Soon, a kendo class ended with Chen Daoxuan's in-depth and easy-to-understand explanation. After class, everyone saluted Chen Daoxuan respectfully and ran towards the dormitory. But Chen Daoxuan said, "Chen Fusheng, stay for a while." Hearing this, Chen Fusheng hurriedly stopped, looked at his friends, and said, "You go back first." "Okay, goodbye Fusheng, goodbye teacher." Everyone waved to Chen Fusheng and Chen Daoxuan and left the classroom. Suddenly, only Chen Daoxuan and Chen Fusheng were left in the huge classroom, and it seemed a little quiet. For a long time, Chen Daoxuan was the first to break the silence. "I heard from your weapon refining teacher that you don't want to go the path of weapon refining." Hearing this, Chen Fusheng lowered his head and tightened his hand slightly. After a while, he raised his head and looked at Chen Daoxuan, saying, "Teacher, I want to be a sword cultivator, just like you." After saying that, he looked at Chen Daoxuan with burning eyes. Chen Daoxuan smiled slightly. "Do you know what a sword cultivator is?" Chen Fusheng shook his head blankly. "Then do you still want to be a sword cultivator?" "Yes," Chen Fusheng said, and added, "I like it." Seeing his eyes drifting to the flying sword he used to demonstrate in class, Chen Daoxuan said, "It's just a magic weapon. Sword cultivation is not as simple as controlling a flying sword. This road is much more difficult than becoming an alchemist, a weapon refiner, a talisman maker, or even a formation master. Maybe you can't embark on this path, even if you work hard all your life. Even so, are you willing?" Hearing this, a hint of hesitation flashed across Chen Fusheng's eyes, but he immediately threw it away. He nodded heavily at Chen Daoxuan and said, "I'm willing to give it a try, even if it means my path." Hearing such mature words from a 5-year-old child, Chen Daoxuan was still somewhat moved, even though he knew that children in this world were generally precocious. To become a sword cultivator, the talent for swordsmanship is certainly important, but unwavering faith is also important. It is even no less important than the talent for swordsmanship, because even people with excellent talent for swordsmanship will encounter setbacks and stagnation on the road to sword cultivation. After a year of stagnation, some people may continue to persist. What about 10 years, or even dozens of years? Perhaps cultivators of the same age have already entered a higher level of cultivation, while you are still struggling in the foundation building stage. This kind of pain and frustration cannot be sustained without a firm will. Yang Ganwen, the prodigy of the Yang family, was only one step away from comprehending the sword intent, but she eventually gave up. Even though she was doing it for the family, to some extent, she was still moved by external things, and her faith was not firm enough. Looking at Chen Fusheng's young but upright body, Chen Daoxuan said solemnly, "Since you have this confidence, as the young patriarch of the Chen family, I will naturally do my best to help you." He paused. "From today on, you will come to my house every day after school." Hearing this, the surprise on Chen Fusheng's little face flashed away. He bowed like an adult and said, "Thank you, young patriarch." "No need to be polite," Chen Daoxuan said seriously. "Since you are interested in the path of sword cultivation, in the future, you will focus all your energy on the sword. As for other courses such as refining equipment and alchemy, you don't have to take them." This, Chen Fusheng couldn't help but hesitate. He knew that the first batch of Fu's generation of children in the family entered the flying sword factory and the alchemy factory after studying for a year. If there is no accident, their Fu's generation of children will also enter the two factories after studying for a year, and his giving up alchemy and weapon refining meant that he would be completely separated from production work, unlike other Fu generation cultivators. From a certain perspective, this was undoubtedly unfair to other Fu generation clansmen. Seeing him hesitated, Chen Daoxuan knew what he was thinking and said, "You can't even overcome this little grudge in your heart, and you still want to comprehend the sword meaning and become a sword cultivator?" Hearing this, Chen Fusheng felt a chill on his back and bowed, saying, "Fusheng, I will teach you." Seeing him like this, Chen Daoxuan nodded with satisfaction. "Follow me." Yes. Then, a flash of light flashed across, and the two of them landed in the courtyard where Chen Daoxuan usually practiced. Feeling the spiritual energy in the courtyard that far exceeded the outside world, Chen Fusheng's little face suddenly smiled. "Come back to your senses." A blast sounded in his ears, immediately calling back his attention. Chen Fusheng immediately lowered his head. "Your seat is there." Chen Daoxuan pointed with his hand. Chen Fusheng followed Chen Daoxuan's finger and saw a cushion made of warm jade. He immediately sat cross-legged on it. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan nodded and sat on another cushion not far away, sitting opposite him. The chasing wind sword art I taught in class today has several more complicated but faster ways to practice it. Sitting cross-legged, Chen Daoxuan told Chen Fusheng about his various insights into the chasing wind sword art and his insights into the sword. At this time, in Chen Daoxuan's consciousness space, the golden scripture entrenched in the center of the sea of consciousness exuded an inexplicable charm. Under the influence of this charm, Chen Fusheng closed his eyes unconsciously. However, neither Chen Daoxuan nor Chen Fusheng himself noticed this strange change. After an incense stick, Chen Daoxuan found that Chen Fusheng seemed to have fallen asleep with his eyes closed, and he immediately became dissatisfied, and his face suddenly turned livid. "Fusheng!" A loud shout rang in Chen Fusheng's ears. "Ah!" Chen Fusheng suddenly woke up and looked at Chen Daoxuan with a surprised face, a little at a loss. Damn it. He actually fell asleep when the young patriarch was preaching and slept unconsciously. He secretly complained in his heart. Now, the young patriarch must have a very bad impression of him, and he may not even give him a special lesson on swordsmanship in the future. Thinking of this, Chen Fusheng couldn't help but look frustrated. But soon, he found that there seemed to be something more in his sea of consciousness. His consciousness sank. In a sea of consciousness space with only a little light, a stardust quietly floated in the sea of consciousness space, embellishing the little light in the center of the sea of consciousness with more mystery. What is this? Chen Fusheng's face was full of horror. As a cultivator who had just entered the immortal path, he knew the importance of the sea of consciousness. Once there is a mistake in the sea of consciousness, the consequences are often more troublesome than problems with the Danshan Key Sea. Thinking of this, he did not dare to hide anything, and immediately told Chen Daoxuan about the problem in his sea of consciousness. "You mean, after you fell asleep just now, there was a floating stardust in your sea of consciousness?" Chen Fusheng did not notice that when Chen Daoxuan said this, his voice was slightly trembling. "Yes, young clan leader, it is in my sea of consciousness." Chen Fusheng nodded. "Come here, let me check it out." Chen Daoxuan waved to him. Chen Fusheng walked over without hesitation and lowered his young head in front of Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan gently placed his palm on his head and then closed his eyes. Soon, he invaded the other party's sea of consciousness with his spiritual consciousness. Due to Chen Fusheng's cooperation, the process was extremely smooth and did not encounter any resistance. The next moment, he really saw a stardust in Chen Fusheng's sea of consciousness that was exactly the same as the one in his sea of consciousness. However, compared with his stardust, Chen Fusheng's stardust was much dimmer. It should be that Chen Fusheng's comprehension was still a little different from his. Therefore, the stored comprehension, after materialization, will also be much dimmer. However, a person's comprehension will continue to increase with the increase of experience and knowledge, and even the improvement of cultivation, and it is not static. There is no phenomenon that a cultivator's comprehension does not change after building the foundation compared to before building the foundation. In this regard, comprehension is completely different from spiritual roots. Spiritual roots are how they are born, and they will not change without special means in this life. But comprehension will continue to change. For example, Chen Daoxuan, The comprehension he now stores, that is, the stardust in his sea of consciousness, is both larger and brighter than when he first started. Chapter 175 Kendo Genius. For a month, Chen Daoxuan pulled different members of the Chen family and used various methods to finally figure out the new function of the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra after it broke through the second level. Compared with the function of storing enlightenment in the first level, Chen Daoxuan temporarily called the new ability of the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra after it broke through to the second level preaching. Unlike what Chen Daoxuan thought at the beginning, the stardust that appeared in Chen Fusheng's sea of consciousness was the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra storing the other party's enlightenment. In fact, the stardust accumulated in Chen Fusheng's mind was the embodiment of various knowledge that Chen Daoxuan instilled into the other party's sea of consciousness through the preaching function. For example, when Chen Daoxuan was instilling kendo experience and insights into Chen Fusheng, the stardust that appeared in Chen Fusheng's sea of consciousness accumulated to 10, and after merging into one explosion, it would form an epiphany in kendo practice. If Chen Daoxuan explained his experience and understanding of the knowledge of refining to Chen Daochu, the stardust that appeared in Chen Daochu's sea of knowledge would accumulate to 10 and merge into one, which would produce an epiphany about refining. But no matter what, since the source of this epiphany all came from Chen Daoxuan, the final effect of their epiphany would not exceed Chen Daoxuan's level. In fact, it is quite normal, if you think about it carefully. If there is no such restriction, everyone in the Chen family can have unlimited epiphany like Chen Daoxuan, which is simply a terrifying thing. The development speed of the Chen family is actually very fast. Why does Chen Daoxuan still feel like he is dragging the Chen family? The reason is that his strength improvement speed is faster than the expansion speed of the Chen family. He is now in the early stage of foundation building, but with his sword realm of tangible sword intention, his real strength is comparable to that of an ordinary purple mansion early cultivator. In addition to him, the Chen family does not even have a second foundation building cultivator. There is no need to elaborate on how big the gap is. And in the future, as Chen Daoxuan's Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra breaks through to the second level, his ability to store enlightenment will soar, and his progress will be faster in the future. In this way, the Chen family will become even more of a burden to him. Even if Chen Daoxuan is unwilling to give up his clansmen because of his feelings and promises, it is an indisputable fact that the Chen family is holding him back. Why are the Chen family members working so hard now? In addition to the family's honor, there is also the reason why the Chen family cultivators do not want to become a burden to Chen Daoxuan. This point, seeing Chen Daochu, Chen Daolian, and Chen Daochuan working so hard without a single complaint, how could Chen Daoxuan not know it in his heart? As long as a person with dignity, no one wants to be a burden to others, and the Chen family cultivators are the same, including the new generation of Fu generation cultivators of the Chen family. They can temporarily survive under the wings of Chen Daoxuan and the family, but they cannot survive under the wings of the family forever. Although Chen Daoxuan is the head of the Chen family, he is not the nanny of all the Chen family members. He can't be the nanny of everyone. If one day, all the members of the Chen family become hungry babies, Chen Daoxuan will give up the family decisively, even if he is reluctant. Such a family is not what Chen Daoxuan and every member of the Chen family want to see. But helpless. Compared with Chen Daoxuan, even if other cultivators of the Chen family tried their best, they not only failed to keep up with Chen Daoxuan's pace, but were pulled further and further away by Chen Daoxuan. In fact, on the first day of obtaining the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra, Chen Daoxuan knew in his heart that this golden finger was not most suitable for being a family cultivator, but for being an unrestrained casual cultivator. He can join a certain cultivation force, and he does not need to have too deep feelings for outsiders in the force. Once the force is useless to him, he will decisively abandon it. If so, Chen Daoxuan's current achievements may be much higher than they are now. At least, he will not rack his brains to think about how to use industrial production methods to improve the productivity of magic tools and elixirs for the cultivation resources of his clansmen. He will not waste his precious epiphany opportunities to create various new magic tools in order to improve this productivity. If Chen Daoxuan joins a certain cultivation force, he only needs to invest all the opportunities for enlightenment into himself. For example, in the sword way, such as the understanding of the exercises. As for cultivation resources, as long as he shows superior talent, or learns a means to earn spirit stones, whether it is alchemy or refining, it is enough to guarantee his cultivation resources. In this way, his strength will definitely be stronger than it is now, and his troubles will definitely be less than they are now. But he is Chen Daoxuan, a Chen family cultivator who has been brought around and taught carefully since Chen Zion rescued him from the monster more than 10 years ago. Over the years, even if Chen Daoxuan's heart is made of stone, it has been warmed up by Chen Zion bit by bit. Whether it is out of Chen Zion's expectations or his own feelings, he cannot abandon this family and fly away alone. But the burden of the family is an indisputable fact. Until today, Chen Daoxuan breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that with the preaching function of the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra, after breaking through the second level, the Chen family cultivators would no longer be his burden, but his help. In the courtyard of Chen Daoxuan's spiritual palace, 3 Chen family monks stood. The leader was naturally Chen Daoxuan himself, and the other 2 were Chen Daochu and Chen Daolian. At this moment, they all stared at Chen Fusheng, who was sitting cross-legged on the warm jade mat. Everyone's eyes showed expectation. Soon, an incense stick of time passed. Chen Fusheng slowly opened his eyes, and a ball of light burst out of his eyes. "Fusheng, how is it?" Chen Daoxuan took a deep breath and asked. Chen Fusheng showed a confident smile on his little face and nodded. "Young patriarch, it's done." "Good." Chen Daoxuan was very pleased and nodded. "Try it." "Yes, young patriarch." Chen Fusheng stood up and bowed to Chen Daoxuan. Then he performed the chasing wind sword art that he had realized. Soon, the red shadow flying sword turned into a phantom under his control, and what was even more exaggerated was that the hissing sound after the red shadow flying sword pierced the air disappeared completely. Initial fusion of sword into wind. This is the sign of the first level chasing wind sword art being perfected. It only took Chen Fusheng a month to do it. The speed of progress in swordsmanship is no slower than that of Chen Daoxuan at the beginning. Chen Daochu looked at Chen Fusheng with a shocked face, because in comparison, he had practiced chasing wind sword art for so many years, but he has not yet broken through to the great success level. Although this is due to his focus on refining. But it must be said that he, a cultivator who is almost building a foundation, is actually lagging behind a younger clan member at the second level of key refining in the swordsmanship realm, which makes him, as an elder, really lose face. However, he soon adjusted his mood. Because during this period, through Chen Daoxuan's preaching, his refining level has made great progress, and he has now broken through to the level of a second level refiner. This terrifying speed of progress is extremely rare among the refiners in the entire Wangxinghe. After all, he has not yet reached the foundation building stage, but he can already refine a second level magic weapon. What do other refiners think of this? Thinking of this, he looked at Chen Daoxuan, grinning and said, "Young patriarch, you are really the treasure of my Chen family." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan looked at him with a dark face, which frightened him and shuddered immediately. Seeing him like this, Chen Daolian covered her mouth and laughed softly. In this month, through Chen Daoxuan's preaching, her alchemy level has also improved rapidly, and she is almost touching the realm of a second level alchemist. Remember, my Chen family members can have such a speed of progress, not relying on anything, but relying on their own talents, understand? Chen Daoxuan said faintly. Hearing this, everyone's heart shuddered. Then, they all thought about what this terrifying ability meant to a cultivation force. Let's not talk about the logistics personnel such as alchemists and weapon refiners who are related to the foundation of the cultivation force. Just saying that the Chen family can mass produce sword cultivators, who are abnormal cultivators with combat power far exceeding that of the same level, makes all the cultivation forces unable to remain calm. How rare is sword cultivator? It can be seen from the fact that among the millions of cultivators in Guanghan Prefecture, there is only one sword cultivator named Zhao Mubei. It is not like the 1 in a million cultivators with heavenly spiritual roots, but there is only one genius cultivator like Zhao Mubei in the entire prefecture. There are not many sword cultivators in the whole Kangzhou. It is true that other states are not like Kangshao, which suffered from the Shenju rebellion and the Zenon Pass battle, which led to the loss of genius cultivators in the state. But the genius of sword cultivators is also the top genius in other states, even in Kainiuan sword sect. Once the cultivator builds the foundation, he can comprehend the sword meaning and become a sword cultivator. He can instantly be ranked among the true disciples of the sect. It is conceivable how much gold is in the sword cultivator, and such an existence the Chen family may be able to mass produce in the future. If other cultivation forces know about this, the consequences will be hard to guess. Anyway, it will definitely have a greater impact than the industrialized alchemy and refining of the Chen family, because industrial alchemy and refining only increase the logistical foundation of a force. This mass production of sword cultivators is directly related to the strength of a cultivation force. Which one is more important is self-evident. In the cultivation world, strength is the most important. After listening to Chen Daoxuan's words, everyone realized the seriousness of the problem and immediately swore a great oath not to reveal any secrets. After Chen Daoxuan made the oath, he looked at Chen Fusheng as if he was looking at a piece of peerless jade. I didn't expect that among the cultivators of the Fu generation of my Chen family, there would be such a sword genius. On the side, Chen Daoxuan echoed, yes, it's really God's blessing that the younger generation of cultivators in my Chen family finally have endless talents, and each generation is stronger than the previous generation. After all, Chen Fusheng is young. He can't say this heartfelt words as naturally as Chen Daoxuan and Chen Daoxuan, so he can only blush and say, Fusheng is ashamed, and he doesn't deserve the praise of my uncle and aunt. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other and laughed. Findi est capitulo muchas gracias por legahaster el final no se olviden de del lake buscas más contenido exclusivo y acceso inmediato, suscrea bet en nuestro Patreon. Recuda, cada like, suscripción o donación nos americana. Gracias a todos nos vemos en el próximo video.